The branch of a blazing red spider lily was crushed and swallowed in the skeletal hand of a dried-up skeleton. Those skeletons are called undead. Those who cannot die even after they are already dead. Long ago, on another planet, there existed many races like dragons, elves, mutated plants, and even the undead. They were immortal beings. To us, those immortal beings had escaped the cycle of life and death, making the domination of an entire dimension not difficult at all. Earth was like a glass ball that they would manipulate at any time. Dominating the dimension called Earth was only a matter of time. Or that's what we thought. In that terrifying battle, the undead pointed forward, wailing miserably. How is it possible? From the midst of a fierce column of fire, a blurry figure gradually appeared. The undead stammered, You're just a human." It stared intently at the charred body, smeared with blood and flesh, rising from the flames like a god of death. Unable to believe its eyes. "How can it be? Why are you still alive?" The deformed body replied, "Who knows?" Upon closer inspection, chunks of flesh were torn and jagged across the body, so gruesome that it made the brain numb. The figure cracked a wild smile, saying, "Maybe it's because." In the thick smoke and fire, a pair of pupils shone strangely. A monster with festering, slimy features lunged out, shouting, "I'm stronger than you guys, right?" The monster swung its arm at the speed of light, punching the undead straight in the face. Thump, thump, rocks and soil scattered in all directions. How things came to be today must be told from 2 years prior at a certain apartment complex. At night, the highest floor of the apartment was brightly lit. In one of the apartments, a heavy, helpless sound echoed. "I can't stand you anymore." Kong Ah-hyeon grumbled irritably at her older brother. "I let you live here because you said you were looking for a job. But you waste every waking hour just drinking and playing games." She made a decisive gesture of kicking him out. "If you keep this up, go back to our parents' house." Kong Yun, drunk and red-faced, scratched his head hesitantly. "It's not that. I just..." Hearing that he couldn't rely on his parents at this age anymore, Kong Ah-hyeon flared up, snapping, "So it's okay to rely on your younger sister, is it?" She scolded as he intended to sneak off to his room alone. "You get an allowance. And tomorrow is New Year's. Go find a part-time job or something to do." She made such a fuss that Kong Yun sobered up. He struggled to take off his jacket, avoiding the topic. All right, I'll think about it tomorrow, my head is spinning." As soon as he finished speaking, before Kong Ah-hyeon could react, he slammed the door to his room shut. She stood outside in disbelief, then continued to fume. Time after time, how can he? Escaping the crisis, Kong Yun sighed softly. He collapsed wearily onto the pile of blankets and pillows on the bed. The room was pitch black. He buried his face in the pillow, muttering sadly, "You're so pathetic. Kong Yun, how did you end up living this kind of life?" Kong Yun mumbled, recounting his own life. "The only thing you managed to do after coming to Seoul was getting a short internship at a big corporation. I should find a job sorting boxes or something soon." He turned to look at the desk. The computer screen was still lit, next to a stack of instant noodles, all eaten clean. He groaned, I forgot to turn off the game before logging out." Alcohol hitting his nose, Kong Yun rambled in a drunken stupor. "Oh, man, real life would be so much better if it were a video game. Then I could get a pretty good job, too." Kong Yun's eyes grew misty and drowsy, before falling asleep. He managed to croak out the last few words. "Warrior, mage, swordsman." Then, in the quiet of the night, he snored loudly, completely falling asleep. Suddenly, a series of chaotic data engulfed his mind. Images of a luxurious, modern city he had never seen flickered in his dream. Strange mechanical voices announced, "A common connection from Hacken has been detected, activating Earth defense system. Connection to Hacken dimension temporarily denied." Kong Yun slept soundly. The machine began to start up. "The tutorial will now begin on Earth." Kong Yun opened his eyes wide in alarm. Around him was an endless, white space. He said in amazement, What is this?" He looked closely at the only message here, thinking, "These words are floating in front of me." Suddenly, the message changed to a clock slowly counting down. Time until the completion of connection to the Hacken dimension, 4 years. 364 days. 23 hours. 59 minutes, 27 seconds, 26 seconds, 25 seconds. Welcome to the tutorial. Kong Yun. He was astonished, not understanding what was happening. The next second, a written tutorial process consisting of 8 stages appeared. Kong Yun read each word in turn. Consisting of 8 steps. Death in this place does not affect reality. You cannot give up midway. If you fail, you will not be able to try again. When you have completed the tutorial, you will be awakened and receive a reward. Kong Yun was stunned for quite a while after reading. He had a wild guess. This is, imagining a cute elf guiding him, cheering, "Master, you've logged in again today." Every time he turned on his computer before, Kong Yun covered his face with his hands in disappointment. His face flushed. He thought he wasn't sober yet. This was the dream that only heavily addicted gamers needed treatment to dream. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Hyun, I'll go find a job right away." Then he took his hands down, hesitating. But Kong Yun grinned. "Who cares? This is a dream. After all, maybe this is a sign from God telling me to play my heart out one last time." An announcement immediately confirmed. The person is thinking of playing one more game. Entering stage 1. We pray that your courage will save the earth. Kong Yun was surprised. He said confused. Save what? The message replied. Stage 1. Prove your courage by defeating your greatest fear. Completion condition. Reach the destination at the end of the bridge. Failure condition. Death. He raised an eyebrow. What bridge? But the message disappeared immediately. Then the white space vanished. And he immediately fell into another space. In Kong Yun's pupils, flames burned fiercely. Long, stone bridges stretched endlessly. Countless people clung to the bridges. Below was burning lava. Behind was a towering stone wall. When he realized where he was, he exclaimed in shock. What the heck is this? Kong Yun worriedly glanced down. He was apprehensive. That's lava. Huh? He looked up, facing the scorching wind blowing into his face. Wondering, what's with this heat? Kong Yun looked at the people in modern clothes like him on the nearby bridges. Thinking, who are these people? The others were no less surprised than he was. They were discussing what was happening. I'm sure I was at home. Kong Yun grumbled to himself. Blaming, what a stupid dream. Ouch. It's so hot, is this a dream? A familiar voice reached his ear. Brother Kong Yun. Kong Yun turned around. It was his younger sister. She stood on the stone bridge next to him. Tears of fear soaked her eyes. Kong Yun was stunned. Kong Hyun? He pointed at her, exclaiming, how the heck are you in my first dream of the year? That's ridiculous. Kong Hyun retorted indignantly. That's my line. She held onto the stone wall as she examined her surroundings. But is this really a dream? Suddenly talking about saving the earth or something. Kong Yun ignored her. He said, Hey, Kong Hyun. Kong Hyun looked at him quizzically. He said sternly, reminding her, don't act like this is your dream. This dream is mine. Kong Hyun snapped at Kong Yun irritably. Is that important right now? She analyzed the situation for him. How can the lava be so hot if we're dreaming? Is it possible to talk so naturally in a dream? Don't you see something wrong here? He scoffed, assuming he was right, and replied, HMPH. The brain is easily tricked. People always say you can't feel pain in a dream. But they're lying, you know that. I once dreamed I was really peeing, only to wake up relieved that the blanket was still safe. Kong Hyun gave him a scornful look. What nonsense are you spouting? Great, daring to tell such embarrassing things in front of your younger sister. Kong Yun indifferently adjusted his posture, keeping his balance on the bridge. Anyway, I'm going. She was startled. What? Going where? He pointed to the sign behind him, which read, Completion condition. Reach the destination at the end of the bridge. Failure condition. Death. And said that it said to go to the end of the bridge. Don't you see? Well, probably because this is my dream. An NPC like you wouldn't understand. Kong Hyun felt insulted. She huffed angrily. NPC? I see it too. Okay? Kong Hyun asked him. Aren't you afraid of falling? Kong Yun didn't think so. He replied. Huh? Are you dumb? Because this is a dream. If I die, I'll wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly fell from above into the gap between the two of them. Kong Yun's face froze. In his pupils was reflected the image of the other person gradually sinking into the sea of fire. A painful scream tore through the gut. The other person weakly tried to raise a charred hand out of the fire before completely fading away. Finally, his ashes were burned away. The lava billowed black smoke before the two siblings' eyes. Both were horrified by this gruesome scene. Finally, Kong Ah Hyeon spoke slowly first. "You just said." Kong Yun was scared out of his wits. Trembling as he replied, "The scream sounded a bit real. That's all. I'm not scared at all." Seeing her older brother acting scared like a dog with its tail between its legs but still stubbornly denying it, Kong Ah Hyeon was disgusted. "So pathetic." She sighed. "Ha." Then Kong Ah Hyeon bent over. Placing her hands on the ground, she instructed him, "Don't do anything stupid. If you're going to move, don't walk. Crawling might be safer." Kong Yun scratched his head in confusion. "Really? I'm not scared. But since you said so." Kong Ah Hyeon looked disgusted. Criticizing him. "He's always like this." The lava was boiling more and more terribly. The sweltering heat made the air stuffy and uncomfortable. One by one, people crossed the precarious bridge, some walked. Others crawled on the surface to maintain balance. Kong Yun and Kong Ah Hyeon chose to crawl. Each step felt like it lasted centuries. As if only a small mistake would send them straight into the heart of the fiery lava. Hungry for prey, Kong Ah Hyeon called out anxiously. "Hey," she asked, "what do you think is happening to us? Any ideas?" Kong Yun insisted it was just a realistic nightmare. She looked at him like he was an idiot. "You're still saying that?" Kong Ah Hyeon exposed Kong Yun. "But you've really realized this isn't right, haven't you? Does a dream like this really exist?" She began to get restless, speculating wildly. "There's definitely something happening that we can't even imagine." Kong Ah Hyeon was a little defeated. "If we die here? Maybe in reality, too." Seeing his younger sister's mood wavering, Kong Yun opened his mouth and made two woo-woo sounds. When she turned to him, he was wailing. "You jerk. I was trying to ignore it. Why do you keep bringing it up?" "I'm frozen with fear." Her older brother was so weak that she didn't have the heart to be sad anymore. He was definitely the most unreliable older brother. Kong Yun collapsed onto the stone bridge. Exhausted, he panted. "Phew." He raised a hand that was shaking from overexertion, pleading, "Let's rest for a bit and then continue. I can't crawl anymore. My arms and legs are shaking like crazy." Kong Ah Hyeon asked, "So you're going to lie there?" He looked up, giving a confident smile, replying, "You know what? There's still a chance this is a dream, right? Maybe if I just stay like this, I'll wake up on my own." Swish. Before he could finish speaking, a message suddenly popped up in front of him. Kong Yun had just said the last word, "dream," when both siblings stared at the sign. Reading the message had only 2 lines. "The allotted time has passed since the tutorial began. The difficulty has increased." Immediately, the entire lava cave shook. Kong Yun noticed something unusual and cried out nervously, "What's happening now?" The people around them also fell into a daze, not understanding anything. The bridge. Boom, boom. There was a loud cracking sound under Kong Yun's feet. Cracks spread quickly like a spiderweb. Everyone turned their heads back, their hearts stopping. The endless bridge was continuously disintegrating. Someone yelled, The bridge is collapsing." The earth-shattering sound drowned out everything in panic. "Run, now's not the time to stand still." Kong Ah Hyeon jumped up, her feet moving swiftly. Kong Yun called out after her, "Hey, wait for me." The two ran continuously, closely followed by the bridge that was gradually collapsing bit by bit. Kong Yun ran headlong. Sweat poured down his forehead. He thought to himself, "It's okay. The remaining distance to the bridge isn't too narrow. If I don't slip, I'll reach the destination." Kong Yun ran for his life to preserve his life. "Just look straight ahead, my path." Suddenly, Kong Yun sped up on the bridge. He passed through the thick smoke and dust. Kong Yun lunged forward. The destination was on the other side of the bridge. His vision blurred. He was overjoyed. "All right, almost there. Great, almost there." Suddenly, his intuition told him something bad was about to happen. Kong Yun looked towards Kong Ah Hyeon. Sure enough, the ceiling of the cave was cracking, falling towards where she was running. He shouted her name, Kong Ah Hyeon. Kong Ah Hyeon had just looked up when she saw countless sharp rocks flying towards her. Before she could react, she cried out softly, A jolt of electricity flashed through Kong Yun's mind. His instincts as an older brother awakened. He gritted his teeth. Kong Yun launched himself off the bridge he was standing on. He jumped hard onto Kong Ah Hyon's bridge. Kong Ah Hyon was still stunned. Even though death was near, Kong Yun hugged her from behind, pushing her forward before the rocks buried them both. Crash, crash, the entire stone bridge shattered. Kong Yun and Kong Ah Hyon safely fell down at the destination. The stone bridge sank into the bloodthirsty lava, then was swallowed by the lava, completely disappearing. At this time, a series of messages appeared again before the two siblings, who were still in shock from escaping death. Level up. Congratulations. You have completed stage 1. You are temporarily awakened to receive the mission reward. You will truly awaken when the tutorial ends. Kong Yun lay sprawled on the ground, his arms and legs numb. He breathed out. Phew, I can't move even a finger. Kong Ah Hyon was still intently reading the message. Temporary awakening. Tutorial. There's more? Kong Yun reminded her. Hey, aren't you going to thank the person who saved your life? Kong Ah Hyon reluctantly replied. I know, thank you. She looked at the message, which contained strange information about her. Name: Kong Ah Hyon. Title: Yin. Level: 0 to 1. New Constitution. 7. Agility. 12. Magic power. 13. Bonus stat. 1. Innate ability. Calmness. Attribute: Yin. Skill: Yin. Kong Ah Hyon reeled. What is this? Level: Constitution. Agility. Kong Yun's eyes widened as he heard her. Status window? The number 1 gift a man wants for his birthday. He struggled to lift his body to see his own status window, his voice full of fatigue. I want to see it too. But his window read, Innate ability. Resurrection. Attribute: Yin. Skill: Yin. He stammered. My window. My status. Kong Yun bit his lip. Unwilling. I too want AAA. He gasped, waking up from the dream. Around him was the messy, cold room. The early morning sunlight streamed through the window. He looked up at the ceiling. His eyes were blank as he muttered, that was a dream, huh? After that, many people in the apartment complex, even in different houses, had the same dream and woke up and texted each other. This rumor spread throughout the streets and alleys. Many posts on popular apps like Facebook also recorded, successful lucid dream. My whole family had the same dream. What does it mean to die in a dream? Someone, please explain. The global network coverage rate was very fast. News and current affairs reports began to report. Our supreme leader has survived even in hell. There were also many discussions posted on Twitter. My mom always tells me not to read novels all the time. But now she's carefully listening to me, ha ha ha. It seems like a novelist understands this situation better than an expert. Huh? Tell me what you guys dreamed. Gradually, as new knowledge was updated, many news about the dream was released, such as the hashtag Save the World Challenge that was trending on TikTok. Some people even created open chat rooms for all those with innate abilities. There were also people shouting, fight, fight, fight. The earth began to change, and that system sound still counted down each day like a ticking time bomb. Time until the completion of connection to the Haken dimension, 4 years. 364 days. 15 hours. 4 minutes. 25 seconds. One early morning in the apartment complex. The sky was clear, gentle, and peaceful. At that apartment, the doors to both rooms opened simultaneously. He yelled, Kong Ah Hyon. She shouted, Kong Yun. The two siblings pointed at each other at the same time, their mouths constantly chanting, I just had a dream. I was walking on that lava. I almost died. It wasn't just a dream. More importantly, the status window. We had a dream just like the real thing. Kong Ah Hyon flailed in panic. Oh my god, let me speak first. Kong Yun didn't give in at all, but was dissatisfied with her. You're the one who interrupted me. Finally, both siblings turned away, leaning against the door, cooling their heads. Both were panting. Then both simultaneously took a deep breath and sighed. Kong Yun and Kong Ah Hyon didn't argue anymore. The terrible dream last night and the same experience made them ponder for a long time. Finally, she spoke first. Should we eat something first? He softly agreed. The warm sunlight shone through the glass doors, creating a gentle scene. Today, the search volume on social media increased sharply. The top 10 searches were 1. Apocalypse, 2. Lucid dream, 3. Common dream, 4. Dream, 5. Revelation, 6. Tutorial, 7. Hack in dimension, 8. Temporary awakening, 9. Status window, 10. Red Dog Cultural Center. During the meal, Kang Ah-hyeon held her phone, watching the hot surge. She was so shocked that she couldn't even scoop a spoonful of rice. The atmosphere at the table fell silent as both people focused on their phones. Kang Ah-hyeon mumbled, "So it wasn't just a dream after all. Not just our country. It seems people all over the world are having the same dream." Kang Yun was stunned. "Really?" he said while chewing meat. "I guess dying in the game doesn't affect reality. They said about 3 to 4 people out of 10 fell. But no one was injured." Kang Ah-hyeon shivered involuntarily, she lamented. "But it was so vivid. Falling down must have been really painful." She added, "I heard those who fell were badly traumatized." Kang Yun frowned, looking at his phone for a long time. Kang Ah-hyeon was curious. "So, is it really okay for us to be eating normally like this?" She worried. "The world out there is really chaotic." Kang Yun looked into the distance, his eyes pensive. Meanwhile, his mouth chewed and swallowed at full power, even puffing out one cheek. Then Kang Yun put down his chopsticks, his voice calm. "Then what can we do? Besides eating well?" He stood up and slowly walked towards the balcony curtains, saying, "Or." Kang Yun pulled the curtain open sharply. He gestured at the brawl in the yard. "Are you going to jump into that mess?" Kang Ah-hyeon stood still. Indeed, there were echoes of pushing and shoving and loud smacking sounds outside. Dozens of people below hugged things, pushing and shoving bit by bit, even fighting over each other's belongings. "Hey, that's mine. Sorry, I got it first." Many miscellaneous people were also handing out flyers and holding signs, demonstrating in groups, "Repent, the time of judgment has come." The supermarkets had their glass doors smashed early in the morning. Thieves brazenly rushed in and looted all the items. "Ha ha ha, destroy everything." Kang Ah-hyeon had stepped onto the balcony at some point. Everything was buzzing and chaotic like a mess before the silent witness of the two siblings. She vaguely crossed her arms, asking, "We can't go to work anymore, right?" He threw up his hands, refusing to give an opinion. "Don't ask." Kang Yun analyzed the situation. "Going out now will only get us hurt. Do you remember anything about the connection to the Hacken dimension?" She replied, "You didn't check the status window carefully. Did you? They said we can at least check the remaining time when temporarily awakened." Kang Ah-hyeon waved her hand. "Check time." Immediately, a purple message appeared. Kang Yun was secretly jealous. "Oh my god, I want to see the status window too." Looking at the words, "Time remaining until the completion of connection to the Hacken dimension, 4 years. 364 days. 17 hours. 3 minutes. 13 seconds. He hesitated. "Anyway, whatever it is, we still have almost 5 years." Kang Yun pulled his younger sister to admire the crowded riot below the apartment. He firmly instructed, "It's chaotic now, but it will calm down soon. We should stay inside." Kang Ah-hyeon blankly glanced at him, thinking. Suddenly she said, "That makes sense." Very quickly, the police intervened. Police cars continuously arrested many people disturbing the peace. Unlike the chaos in the morning, nothing else noteworthy happened. By evening, most people had returned to their daily lives. Thanks to that, South Korea stabilized again in just 1 day. And so, the first day ended. Kang Yun closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he fell asleep, he was surrounded by the silent darkness. When he opened his eyes, he had fallen into that white world. The original message towering overhead. The message read, "Welcome to Kang Yun's tutorial world." Kang Yun remembered the presence of the system. He slowly sat up, scratching his head. Right. The system changed to another question. "Do you want to see the explanation and instructions for using the basic interface?" Kang Yun chose to skip it. "Show me the status window first." His information was listed in many rows. Name, Kang Yun. Title, Yin. Level, 1. Constitution, 8. Agility, 9. Endurance, 8. Magic power, 14. Bonus stat. 1. Unique skill. Resurrection. Attribute. Yin. Skill. Yin. After reading, Kong Yun had to support his chin in doubt. Is this okay? There's nothing to compare it to, I can't judge. His eyes landed on the magic power stat. He was extremely hesitant. Magic power? Can I use magic or something? Not sure. But, somehow, there was a great and eye-catching word. That was the 4 glittering words. Unique skill. Resurrection. Kong Yun raised an eyebrow triumphantly. He grinned slyly. Resurrection. Huh? Seems like an overwhelming cheat ability. The system explained in great detail. Resurrection Z. Ability to resurrect 24 hours after death. Starting with the return from the dead until the earth escapes the crisis. If the resurrection location is not specific, resurrection will be carried out at the last sleeping place. Penalty. Reduce 1 level. Subtract 50% of all abilities for 24 hours. The tutorial does not apply the resurrection penalty. The tutorial does not apply the resurrection penalty. In Kong Yun's heart, joy jumped like an opening ceremony. That's amazing. Unbelievable. My life isn't just a superfluous one. Haha. Kya haha. The system asked him again. Do you want to enter stage 2? Kong Yun clenched his fist. Replying, of course. His enthusiasm surged. He was determined to tell himself that even if his stats were high or low, he could still level up and raise them. As the miraculous resuscitator, what can't I do? A long time later, Kong Yun regretted being so happy too soon. He thought very innocently without knowing what the consequences would be. Until this time, he was quite excited to be someone who possessed the resurrection skill. Without thinking about what was about to happen. Currently, before Kong Yun's eyes was a pitch-black sky. The weather was cloudy and gloomy, covering an old, dilapidated fortress. One end of the weapon he was holding was stained red with blood. He was panting. Ha, ha. The goblin whose head he had smashed with blood squealed. Kiak. Kong Yun tensed his facial muscles. Exerting his biceps and waist strength to the limit, he raised his club high. Shouting, taking a fatal blow. I'll live or die with this last goblin. The goblin lunged at him. Bang! He hit it hard on the knee. The goblin screamed. The system announced. Stage 2. Defeat the enemy and prove your skill. Taking advantage of the goblin's dizziness, he shouted, Yuwa, gaining momentum, while adding a direct blow straight down on top of its head. Kong Yun's mind was now tangled in a pile. He thought it was a battle because the system was like a game. For sure. Splurt. Blood spurted out. Sticking to the club, the goblin officially lay down. Gone forever. After finishing, Kong Yun was not standing steady. Breathless. Ha, ha, ha. His hand holding the club was shaking. He thought to himself that he had taken it down with a surprise attack with the club. But the feeling of knocking down a living creature made his whole body shake. Looking at the pool of blood pouring from the goblin's head, he couldn't believe it. He killed it. Kong Yun covered his nose to block the disgusting, pungent smell. Oh my god. I feel like I'm about to throw up. He wandered off, his heart heavy. I only won because it was a goblin. If it wasn't a surprise attack, I would be the one lying there. When he approached an intersection, he discovered a dark creature lurking. Waiting, Kong Yun jumped back, tightening his grip on his weapon. That horrific creature was actually a giant goblin twice the size of the previous one. It narrowed its eyes, casting its gaze into the distance. It had seen the twisted, bloody remains of the previous goblin. The goblin was furiously angry. The system displayed its title, Goblin Soldier. It gnashed its sharp teeth, its breath heavy with bulging eyes. In its hand, it held a short sword. Kong Yun's shoulders trembled, his face turned pale with panic. What? There were 2 from the beginning? Aren't goblins low-level monsters for beginners? Kong Yun looked down at its sword. He swallowed hard. This one's twice as big as the last one, and it's holding a sword longer than 1 meter. If I get hit, I won't just be knocked away. The goblin soldier opened its mouth, dripping saliva, and screeched loudly. Suddenly, it swung at him hard. Kong Yun frantically dodged. He had to work hard to block the following attacks with the club. Kong Yun's face was covered in tears. He regretted it, with a body that regularly lacked exercise due to prolonged unemployment. With the club he chose at the start of the tutorial, only 70 centimeters long. Bang! The goblin soldier knocked away his weapon. Then it stabbed him with the sword. Kong Yun was in great pain, unable to withstand the 1-meter sword. Slash, slash, slash. It took advantage of his flickering like a dying candle and slashed a few more dangerous bloodlines. Later, Kong Yun opened his eyes dimly, his vision blurred with tears and blood. Blood soaked his head. Blood dyed his whole body red. Kong Yun looked so dejected. Battered, clothes torn to shreds, arms and legs and stomach were bruised. He weakly cursed to himself. What the heck? Why did I have to meet this? His body was dragged across the ground. He helplessly could only let it drag him. Every place it dragged across left a long, cruel trail of blood. His knees were swollen. Kong Yun's limbs were shattered. Unable to move, his mind was desperate. Wanting to die and come back to life, he could only cry silently. Oh my God, why doesn't it kill me? When will I wake up from this dream? Whatever. Someone save me. Warm, hot blood flowed down. The large goblin dragged the dying body a long distance. 3 other goblins waiting in place to devour the prey. There were agonizing shortness of breath, while life was gradually drained away. How much blood is there in the human body? I hadn't paid attention to it until I confirmed it with my own blood. The fear of death gradually overwhelmed my mind, and I had to endure the pain until I completely stopped breathing because 4 goblins were torturing me mercilessly. Kong Ah Hyun woke up with a start. Her older brother's earth-shattering scream shook the whole house. The doorknob to Kong Yun's room twisted and turned. Kong Ah Hyun suddenly flung the door open and burst in, scolding. Ah, seriously, why does this have to happen early in the morning? But when she saw the situation inside, her eyes widened in astonishment. On the bed, Kong Yun was wrapped tightly in a blanket, forming a huge ball of fluff. He was lost in the black blanket, his face pale, his teeth chattering, biting his nails like an autistic person. No goblins. I'm so scared. Please. After a long time of confusion, Kong Yun finally calmed down a little. At the dining table, he trembled as he held a warm cup of water in his hands. Recounting the whole story, Kong Ah Hyun examined him. So you died from losing too much blood? Kong Yun blankly replied. Yeah, that's right. First, they started plucking out my fingernails and toenails and smashing them. Feeling that wasn't satisfying enough, they plucked out my teeth and… She quickly covered her ears, interrupting him. Stop it. I'll die too. But that's not real. Looking at her older brother's distraught appearance, she asked softly, but were you crying? Kong Yun froze. He was ashamed. Not knowing where to hide, Kong Yun had to lunge forward, placing his hands on the table, justifying himself. No, if you experienced it, you'd understand. Even Guan Yu would cry and run to tell his mom. Kong Ah Hyun knew him too well, she chuckled. Alright, who cares? Kong Ah Hyun asked again. So you don't need to go to the hospital, right? Kong Yun wondered. Hospital? Kong Ah Hyun said while pressing on her phone. I heard the number of patients being treated in the neurology department has doubled in the past 2 days. It seems some people have experienced something similar. Kong Yun frowned, hesitating. He pulled the chair, stood up, shook his head. I don't think so, I don't have money. Kong Ah Hyun looked at him with helpless eyes. Her hair was a mess because she had just woken up and hadn't had time to comb it. She scrolled through her phone, searching for more useful information. There's some good news. I guess once you die, the tutorial screen ends. People who die in the first screen won't dream about the second screen again. Kong Yun breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad to hear that. Maybe I'll get a little better sleep tonight. But that night, entering the dream, it was still that familiar system sound. Even more terrifying. Welcome to the tutorial screen. Kong Yun. Screen 2 has encountered an error. Move immediately. Your courage can save the earth. Kong Yun stared in fear at the message. When he heard the sentence, tutorial screen 2. Round 2 begins. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Kong Yun desperately screamed. What the heck is this XXX? Damn it XXX. And countless X's. The system warned. You will not have the right to resurrect because you are in the tutorial screen. After struggling for a while, Kong Yun leaned wearily against the rocky outcrop. He looked up at the cave ceiling, panting. Kong Yun's mood was dazed and exhausted. I doze off. Then go to sleep. then doze off again once in an hour. I thought if I could endure it, I would escape this dream. But it doesn't seem possible. He struggled to stand up, lamenting, so in the end, I had to do what I want. Right? I'm so hungry. He walked towards the armory door. Kong Yun looked around. Last time, I chose a club. I chose it because it seemed strong and easy to use. But Kong Yun chose a crossbow and a spear, he mumbled. Comparing, since close combat is quite scary. It's better to use a bow. Or a crossbow, maybe? As for close combat, a spear seems better than a sword. Finally, he tightened the two weapons he had chosen in his hands. Sighing, alright, Kong Yun practiced immediately. He approached the goblins. He hid behind the corner of the wall where they wouldn't notice. Kong Yun raised the crossbow. He closed one eye, carefully aiming at the target. The tip of the arrow was sharp and shiny. Thwack! The arrow flew out, but unfortunately, it grazed the cheek of a goblin. The others exclaimed in shock. Grr! Kong Yun panicked. Did it hit? The giant goblin slowly turned its head, glancing towards the position where he shot. Two yellow, deep-set pupils burned with a gruesome light. Its mouth revealed the sharp, white teeth of a cruel hunter. Thick saliva dripped from the gap in its teeth. It was the goblin soldier from the previous day. Kong Yun felt a jolt. His state became extremely uneasy. He desperately and powerfully held the spear, charging out for direct combat, while blaming himself for wasting the crossbow. Oh my god, it's impossible for it to be effective the first time I use it. The goblins ran towards him, shouting. Kong Yun also rushed forward, yelling, "Ha!" to build up his morale. His face was fierce, looking very intimidating. A goblin comrade with a small, skinny figure tried to attack from the front. The goblin soldier dodged behind him. Kong Yun swung the spear, piercing straight through the small goblin's chest. He was triumphant. It's effective. One down. He turned his head, wary of the back. Now for the remaining one. Suddenly, Kong Yun's heart skipped a beat. He temporarily froze, unable to move. His vision blurred as he looked at the spear in his trembling hand. Kong Yun was flustered. The spear. Can't pull it out. At this time, the image of a muscular figure flying towards him was reflected in his pupils. Kong Yun just looked up. The goblin soldier smiled wildly, slashing down from above with its sword in one blow. As a result, blood spurted out everywhere. In reality, Kong Yun woke up with a start. In the quiet of the night, he hugged his heart, which was beating wildly and heavily because he had just returned from the dead. Kong Yun's body was soaked with sweat. He breathed with difficulty, then squeezed out a resolute smile. This time, I still died with just one blow. Next time, I need to try harder. The next day, when he dreamed, the system rang out with the familiar sound again. Welcome to the tutorial screen. Kong Yun, Screen 2 has encountered an error. Move immediately. Your courage can save the earth. Kong Yun glared, raising his middle finger and cursing. Save my ass, it's a mess. As always, he went to the armory. Preparing for the battle, Kong Yun began his internal monologue. Tutorial Screen 2, Round 3. Today's weapons are a sword and shield. Huh, wouldn't it be better to use a weapon you're familiar with? Then he denied it. No, today it has to be a sword. Kong Yun recalled the sword fighting video he learned this morning. He asserted, I spent the whole day self-studying on Xtube. He appeared again before the group of goblins from yesterday, holding a shield and sword in his hands. Kong Yun shouted, Alright, let's fight. Along with the taunt, you chicken bastards. As strong-mouthed as he was, he ultimately failed. Kong Yun woke up furiously, his face turning purple. He hugged his chest, scolding the air. Those dogs ganged up on me. Huh? Kong Yun seemed to be addicted to being tortured. He supported his forehead, laughing dryly. Kiki. Let's try again, shall we? I'll log out all of you. He was immersed in a euphoric state. So how could he know that Kong Ah-hyun was lurking outside the door? She poked her face in, worried, watching her eccentric older brother having a psychotic break, completely losing his mind in the middle of the night. On the third day, at the very moment the announcement rang out. Welcome to the tutorial screen. Kong Yun, Screen 2 has encountered an error. Move immediately. Your courage can save the earth. Kong Yun sullenly interrupted. Shut up. What courage? He again gave a monologue for today's practice. Tutorial Screen 2. Round 4. At first, I just swung the sword randomly. Because based on the status window. This is the basics. The system announced. Your stamina has increased by 1 thanks to pushing yourself to the limit. He rejoiced. The stats have increased. Kong Yun threw away his weapon. He fell back on the ground. Groaning. Do I have to swing the sword for 8 hours to level up? He summoned the status window. Status window. Name. Kong Yun. Title. Yin. Level. 1. Strength. 8. Agility. 9. Stamina. 8. Magic power. 14. Bonus stat. 1. Unique skill. Resurrection. Attribute. Yin. Skill. Yin. Kong Yun looked down at the bonus stat line. He was surprised. Huh? He supported his chin, reminiscing. Now that I remember, I received it when I completed screen 1. Kong Yun pondered. He thought, I was very tired, so I completely forgot. It's not because my memory is bad. Anyway, I used 1 point on the strength stat. With the 2 stats increased, I intend to take revenge on the goblins. Then he further refuted the reason why every time he took revenge, he had to wake up with a heart attack and his soul flying away. But because I was exhausted from overtraining, I couldn't even defeat one and died immediately. Over the next few days, Kong Yun became completely accustomed to the training progress. The system announced, welcome to the tutorial screen. Kong Yun, screen 2 has encountered an error. Move immediately. Your courage can save the earth. From here, Kong Yun's life was like the story of a failure awakening. With the time of training, swinging the sword in the correct sword-holding stance. Tutorial Screen 2. Round 5. Gained 1 stamina point thanks to swinging the sword. Doing sit-ups, push-ups, standing in a stance for hours. Round 6. Gained 1 strength point after 10 hours of training. Combined training with fighting goblins. Now, defeating the 2 goblins in front of him was easier. But because I see my physical strength and combat skills against the remaining goblin are too much for me. Another day of sword practice, the system announced again. Welcome to the tutorial screen. Kong Yun, screen 2 has encountered an error. Move immediately. Your courage can save the earth. Tutorial Screen 2. Round 7. I just simply swing the sword. Each sword was swung up and down. Swing, swing, then swing. The system announced. Gained an additional 1 stamina point thanks to pushing yourself to the limit. Kong Yun looked up, shouting, Kua. He collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, his hand releasing the sword. Kong Yun stared at the empty cave ceiling. Panting, his face was covered in sweat. Swish. The message appeared before his eyes. The text content was, Basic Swordsmanship F has been formed. Kong Yun reached out his hand, shaking from overexertion, touching the screen. The concise text burst into a long introduction. Basic Swordsmanship F ability to help adjust the stance and energy expenditure when swinging the sword, making the attack more effective. Description. This is a sword technique used by local thugs. But it's better than nothing. Kong Yun squeezed his hand, moved to tears. The exchange with much exertion was finally worth it. He stretched both arms high, screaming, I did it! I did it! Thank you! Thank you! Now is the time to take revenge. Kong Yun scrambled up, looking for weapons, his mouth constantly scolding. Watch out, you chicken goblins. His eyes flashed fiercely. Today you're all done for. Kong Yun thought in his head. In tutorial stage 2, there are a total of 5 goblins. He imagined the map in his head. 2 at the front of the fortress, 3 in the back half of the forest. Yun continued to swing his sword at those goblins. He thought, these 2 are pretty easy. I ambushed the first goblin with the crossbow, then took care of the rest with the sword. The thought came to him. The problem is the 3 in the forest. At that deep forest place, Kong Yun calculated that, I can deal with these 2 like before. But the last one is the real obstacle. Kong Yun's sword and its axe clashed together. He quickly made a sword stroke into it, quickly slashing into the stomach. The goblin continued to swing the axe at him. Fortunately, Kong Yun managed to block it with the shield. He was sweating a lot. Yun's eyes widened. He was surprised. I can see it. I can see his attack. The image of the weapons attacking each other continued to happen. It launched attacks non-stop while he could easily block them. He was surprised. It feels like my body reacts before I can even think. Kong Yun realized. This is an invisible stream of air accumulated on the hand holding the sword. The system appeared. Basic swordsmanship. Ability. Helps adjust the posture and distribute force when spurting the sword, allowing for more effective attacks. Description. This is a sword skill only used by local thugs. But still better than nothing. Kong Yun's eyes lit up. He immediately stabbed the sword into it. He realized the effect of basic swordsmanship. The goblin growled, looking at the sword blade that was close to his face. He trembled slightly and gritted his teeth. But there is still a problem. I've used up a lot of stamina when dealing with the four. It quickly grabbed the axe with both hands, aiming the axe blade at him. A loud collision erupted. It quickly knocked away his sword. He was surprised. No. From this distance, Kong Yun was stunned. His sword was knocked behind him. It quickly swung the axe again towards Kong Yun's head. A half-smile appeared on his lips. When the goblin swung the axe, creating a sharp axe line, he dodged. Kong Yun quickly leaned back. It was surprised by this move. It growled in his mouth. Kong Yun's terrifying and confident smile appeared. This mutt really likes to torture. That's why he doesn't kill me right away. But they better make their opponent tired first. He quickly turned around. At the same time, Kong Yun provoked. Like you. It's so predictable. Yun kicked the goblin. It cried out in pain. Tears streamed down his face. He growled in pain, then took his hand and covered the face that he had kicked earlier. He grabbed the stone on the ground, quickly swinging up to his direction, smashing straight into his leg. He shouted, "Receive this." It screamed in pain. He took advantage of that and launched more sharp sword strokes into it. He shouted, "I am." It was dealt a bone-crushing blow. His eyes widened. Growling, he shouted, "The strongest one." His hand holding the stone pointed to him. His eyes showed the stone in his hand. Thwack! He finished it. The goblin fell backwards, blood splattering everywhere. He wiped a few streaks of blood. Phew, I understand. Your stage. Then he smiled eerily. So boring because you keep trying to die. The system announced. Congratulations. You have completed stage 2. You get an additional 5 stat points as a mission completion reward. The system announced again. You get to choose a weapon as a mission completion reward. He read it and clenched his fists happily, grinning slyly. The system opened up even more. Basic shielding skill has been opened. Basic crossbow skill has been opened. He jumped up and down. Kong Yun shouted wildly. It's complete. I won. The system announced it incessantly. Level up. Level up. Kong Yun chuckled. This is the power of the ultimate being. You damned goblin imposter. In the deep forest, his laughter echoed incessantly, echoing far and wide, even to places further away. Switching scenes. Across the overhead power line was a pair of birds singing a cheerful welcome to the new day. Kong Yun was in pixelated form. He smiled like a monkey saying, "What an energetic morning." He added, "If you're wondering who I am," he introduced, "then I am Kong Yun." Switching scenes to the kitchen. Kong Yun was humming in it to make a meal. He said, "That's it. Because I've completed stage 2. I'll make breakfast to celebrate." He took some onto a small plate and tasted it. Yun proudly said, and even gave an optimistic smile. "I know the person who made this is me. But it's too perfect." Suddenly, something made him jump, spraying food everywhere. Kong Hyeon rushed in from somewhere. She shouted, "What the heck?" while he was choking on food. Hyeon continued, "What did you just say?" Suddenly the system announced, "The tutorial for Earth is complete. Now you can use the system freely outside the tutorial." Both of them were surprised. They exclaimed, "What?" They quickly went out the window. Outside, loud screams echoed. They looked down in horror. Kong Yun's eyes widened. An old-fashioned doorknob, a huge door, was standing right in front of him. To be exact, right in front of the balcony where Kong Yun and Kong Hyeon were standing. Everyone around was scared, not knowing what it was. He and she looked and mumbled. "That is," they both exclaimed, "a dungeon?" The people standing below didn't know what this door was. They whispered and talked. The system announced, "Only the awakened can use the dungeon." The door continued to appear in front of the large temple in India. The gate was right in front of the Taj Mahal. The people around were just as confused. Next to the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy, there was also one. The Italian people and tourists also stayed away, looking at this gate. The system started giving quests. You need to complete the dungeon in a fixed time. In Egypt, in front of the pyramid. It also appeared. Tourists dragged each other away. In front of the White House in Washington, D.C. also appeared. And in Rome too. Dungeons appeared all over the earth. The system announced. Time remaining until the completion of the connection to the Haken dimension. 4 years 305 days. 13 hours. 59 minutes. 51 seconds. Kong Yun planned in his head. After the dungeon appears, the young world should be shaken. He was sitting on the computer, investigating the news, and she was just like him, opening her laptop to search. Kong Yun recounted. First, we decided not to leave the house, and consider arranging some information. He told her, it seems the tutorial isn't completely over yet. It seems recently, people who have just turned 18 are also participating in completing the tutorial. She sat looking at the screen, pondering. So the minimum requirement is 18 years old. Kong Ah-hyeon also read out the information. The comment section is in chaos because of the dungeon. People say it was a hasty decision. When calling the person who completed the tutorial, the awakened, and sending them to complete the dungeon, Kong Yun replied to her. Then it's not a big problem either. He clicked to search. There are comments saying, everyone can turn the status window on and off, ha ha ha. Is this true? He excitedly reached out his hand. The important thing is the benefits from the status window. He waved his hand, shouting, appear. No ghosts appeared, and nothing happened. Kong Ah-hyeon looked at him with contempt. The system announced, the tutorial is still in progress. You cannot use it. He looked at it. Is that so? Is it still too early? Kong Yun thought to himself. There are a total of 8 stages in the tutorial. It seems when I tried to complete stage 2 with 7 times. Other people had already completed all the stages. He turned back to tell his sister with a tired and dejected look. There's no way but to complete everything. Do you have any information about stage 3? Kong Ah-hyeon calmly told him. Haven't you heard, patience is gold? There's nothing at all. She added. There's no information at all. Even stage 2 has very little information. He asked her, should I fight again? Kong Yun showed off his muscular mouse hand, boasting, well, I'm quite strong now. I won't be defeated as embarrassingly as before. I'll complete stage 3 with style and precision. In the evening, the moon was full overhead. In the evening, tutorial stage 3, the familiar yellow liquid was flowing out. The monster growled. Kong Yun cursed in his heart. Right now, I am being crushed by a monster. The monster's urine flowed from his head down. Kong Yun cursed inwardly. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. You damned dog bastard. The message suddenly appeared. Screen 3. Improve persistence and patience in all situations. Completion condition. Eliminate the Gurkha leader. Failure condition. Death. Tip. If you wait long enough, the opportunity will come. Immediately, a set of plant and grass clothing appeared on Kong Yun's body. Looking at the clothing on his body and the message, he exclaimed in surprise. Camouflage clothing? Oh, this set is really great. This must be an infiltration, assassination, or something similar mission, right? As he left, he muttered, eliminate the Gurkha leader. I've never heard of this monster. So first, I have to find them first. He walked while scratching his head, looking all around, then said uncomfortably, but I have to check the things I got in screen 2 first. Those bastards aren't kind at all. They don't even give me time to check. As soon as he finished speaking, he called out, status window. Kong Yun's information window immediately appeared, with the title, None. Level 2 to 4, New. Strength 10. Agility 10. Stamina 11. Magic power 14. Bonus stats 7. Unique skill, Resurrection. Skills. Basic swordsmanship F. Basic shield technique F. Basic crossbow technique F. Skills. None. Looking at the many stats on the status window, Kong Yun cheered excitedly. So many. This is how the status window should look. The new things were shield and crossbow skills. Immediately, the information on the window appeared. Basic shield technique F. Ability allows you to use the shield effectively. Description: if you work hard, you will make the kids in the neighborhood no longer bully you. Basic crossbow technique F. The ability allows you to use the crossbow effectively and improves accuracy. Description: is best not to use a crossbow to stab people. Kong Yun pressed and pressed on the status window. Pondering about distributing points, he wondered. About the bonus stats, let's increase the strength and stamina stats because they are useful right now. Should I increase 2 agility points to prepare for any unexpected events? A series of windows constantly flashed before his eyes. He pondered thoughtfully. Finally, what was it? I remember there was something else. The message immediately appeared, reminding him, "Do you want to check the inventory?" Kong Yun suddenly remembered. He replied, "That's right." The inventory immediately appeared before him, containing 1 sword. He curiously pressed the sword icon in the inventory. Immediately, he could draw a real sword from the status window. Seeing this, Kong Yun was extremely surprised. Information about the sword appeared. It was a worn longsword. Even so, Kong Yun was very excited. He cheered loudly. "That's great. This is the best thing I've ever received." A moment later, he continued on his way with great vigor. "Okay, the stat check is done. Now, go find Gorku or whatever." Carlos Hathcock was born on May 20th, 1942, and died on February 22, 1999, a legendary sniper of the Navy who successfully assassinated a general after crawling 1.4 kilometers in over 3 days. He is the person I respect the most. Starting today, while struggling to crawl in the thick bushes, Kong Yun wondered, "Have I crawled for 10 hours yet?" Almost there. A moment later, he had crawled to the front gate of the monster's lair. Observing the surroundings, he calculated. 2 guards are on guard. Should I charge in? Suddenly, one of the guards suddenly looked towards this side. On this side, Kong Yun was still struggling in his camouflage clothing. He thought disgustedly, "My pants are wet and sticky from my urine just now. The grass makes me itch so much. And there are a bunch of bugs crawling on my clothes." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared right in front of him. Kong Yun looked up in fear. A tall, muscular, 6-pack guard was standing towering right in front of him. Kong Yun worriedly thought, "Here, it's here." Meanwhile, a stream of sparkling yellow liquid suddenly flowed out, pouring down. A pool of urine was released right on Kong Yun's head. His face blank. The pool of sparkling yellow water grew larger and larger. Kong Yun said to himself, "I have to endure it. Didn't the system say, must improve persistence and patience?" Looking at the monster, after taking care of his needs, leisurely leaving, Kong Yun clenched his fist, trembling, hypnotizing himself. Persistence, patience, persistence. Even so, the string of reason in his head still could not hold. Just 1 second later, it snapped. What? Immediately, Kong Yun charged out madly. He angrily shouted loudly, I will chop." The monster turned his head in surprise. Kong Yun's reason had been lost. His body was covered with the glittering liquid, and his eyes were white. He yelled madly, "Your dog's head." As soon as he finished speaking, his head slammed the monster far away. He swung his sword up, slashing in one blow, piercing through half of the monster's body. This one sword had successfully chopped the monster in half. The name fell to the ground. Syrup immediately spurted out. Kong Yun landed successfully, and immediately gave a triumphant smile. He stood up straight, arrogantly saying, "I chopped off another useless thing." The remaining guard saw this and immediately screamed in a distraught voice, "Kook, kook, kook." Immediately after, that name's scream rang out throughout the village. Kook, kook, kook. Immediately, everyone woke up, lighting torches brightly. A bunch of monsters quickly ran to where the sound came from. A moment later, a pile of monsters had surrounded Kong Yun. Seeing this, he wasn't afraid at all. He rested the sword on his shoulder, calmly smiling. Because everything is messed up. I have to say the words that I have suppressed for a long time." Immediately after, he screamed madly, "Charge in here, you bastards!" The monsters, hearing this, all charged in at the same time. Beside that, the message also appeared. Lion's roar skill has been formed. The screams screamed continuously, along with the syrup bursting and scattering everywhere and Kong Yun's savage laughter. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Kong Yun had fallen into a state of madness. He took off his camouflage clothing, excitedly saying loudly, "Burn it all, mother's cooked rice." Immediately after, the Screen 3 tutorial board. Round 2 immediately appeared. Lion's Roar leveled DA skill to reduce the stats and morale of the surrounding enemies, eliminating adverse effects such as rank D or lower. Description is to release the anger from the bottom of the heart. It strikes at the fears of the enemy and blows away the adverse effects on yourself. Kong Yun threw away the clothes, frantically charging while yelling, "I will kill all of you. You bastards." Meanwhile, in his head, he was constantly calculating. In round 1, what I learned from crawling for 10 hours. The Gurkha warriors seem to have gone out to hunt already, and only return when the sun sets. Or in other words, only the weakest forces remain here. Most are just the small fry. While speaking, Kong Hein continuously eliminated the monsters. He aimed directly at the largest tent. As quick as lightning, he immediately charged in, even though he was covered in syrup. Kong Yun was extremely excited. He smiled and said madly, "I'm here, you bastard, leader of Gurkha." Suddenly, he saw something extremely shocking. The Gurkha leader sat in the middle, with 2 other mages standing beside him, setting up a formation. The name coldly pointed at Kong Yun. Immediately, the 2 names murmured a few spells. Ku-ru Ku-ru, Ku-ru Ku-ru. A magic formation immediately appeared behind Kong Yun. The message appeared, "You have been hit by a low-level binding magic." Kong Yun stood still, trembling, wondering, "My body can't move. The tutorial screen also has magic? There must be a way." At this time, he suddenly remembered the previous instructions. He took a deep breath into his mouth. The message immediately appeared, activating Lion's Roar. After that, Kong Yun immediately took all his strength and roared loudly. Release. A powerful pressure immediately shot towards the name, causing him to raise his hand to block it. He was so surprised that he was stunned, only able to shout a few times. Ku-ru, Ku-ru. Kong Yun jumped 2 steps, gaining momentum, leaping towards the name. He raised his sword straight up. The name feared, and blocked with his hand. Looking at the name one last time, he proudly said, "The plan is good too. Until you are chopped to death." A decisive sword line. Syrup immediately shot out. The message appeared, "Congratulations. You have completed Screen 3. You will receive Intermediate Physical Recovery Rank B. You have completed Screen 3 in the shortest time. You have set a new record. Regarding the additional reward, you receive the temporary title, Unyielding. Level up. Unyielding." Description is a title given to the rebel who completed Screen 3, making a screen to test persistence and patience in the shortest time. If the record is broken, then the title will be transferred. Affect all stats +1. Remembering what had been experienced, Kong Yun exclaimed in his heart, "I completed Screen 3 in just 2 days. Thinking about how I spent a week to complete Screen 2. Then this is a remarkable improvement. With this growth rate, I came to a conclusion." While touching his chin, Kong Yun wondered, could it be that I am a genius or not? A beautiful vision as a handsome prince defeated the monsters immediately appeared in his head. At this rate, I will complete Screen 4 in just a few minutes. But reality is very cruel, he said to himself. That's what I imagined a month ago. On the TV, the government spokesman was announcing, "It has been 25 days since the launch of a special awakened force to conquer the dungeon. 40% of the dungeons found have been conquered." Meanwhile, the Awakeners continue to participate in dungeon conquest activities. And to thank them, the government is considering rewards. Kong Ah Hyon was frying eggs on the stove. Suddenly a scream rang out. "Ah," she said helplessly. "Ha, he's at it again." While turning off the stove, she grumbled, "If he keeps doing that, then the neighbors will come to complain." Today, a bow and arrow flew into my head. A pair of murderous legs stepped out from the room. A voice rang out, "I've completed it, you idiot." Kong Yun walked out gloomily. He continued, "I just punched them all to death." Kong Ah Hyon didn't care much. She said indifferently, "Oh, you're so crazy that you can't control it anymore. Well, congratula." While continuing to speak, she suddenly discovered something. Her expression became extremely surprised. She immediately asked anxiously, "The thing that happened in the dream? Your face?" Kag Yun asked confused. "Huh?" Kong Ah Hyon looked annoyed and asked Kong Yun why he had been acting like that since morning. He frowned and replied that the tutorial was frustrating him. She then mocked him. "Good luck. You look like a criminal these days." After hearing these words, he scolded her. "Hey, you brat. I'm older than you. At this point, Kong Ah Hyun asked Kong Yun, how's stage 4 going? So what? I'm just your brother, he replied. Immediately, he clarified. Basically, it's like a group project, requiring you to demonstrate leadership skills or something. According to the system's information, the requirement for stage 4 was to prove the ability to lead and guide people. The condition for completion: destroy the dungeon core. Penalty for failure: death. After destroying the dungeon, an exit gate will automatically open. Tip: it's best to proceed without leaving any team members behind. Kong Yun further explained to Kong Ah Hyun, the mission requires leading the team to destroy the dungeon's core. Like a role-playing game, the team members act like NPCs following assigned roles. They argued whether to advance or retreat. We don't have enough supplies to recklessly proceed with the mission. Despite strong opposition from the two couples, the final decision was to continue. At this point, she became interested in what he was saying and asked, what else? He quickly said, of course, I led them well at first. I raised their spirits with an enraged roar and led the way with the superior healing power of intermediate body regeneration. Intermediate body regeneration was a skill acquired after completing level 3. According to the system's information, intermediate body regeneration, B. The ability to regenerate and recover damage to the body using magic power. Description: any wound, including cuts, burns, or frostbite, will automatically heal with magic power. Intermediate body regeneration shows the miracle of restoring even broken bones within a day. After listening to his explanation for a while, she had another question. So everything was fine? What made you take a whole month? This question ignited the fire of anger in his heart. Immediately, Kong Yun recounted in detail. The problem arose that night. Those bastards were supposed to take turns patrolling, but they planned to escape together. When I discovered them, they ambushed and killed me. I knew it from the start. From the moment they dared to flirt in that sacred dungeon. In the midst of this, because he shouted loudly, he accidentally sprayed food into her face. So she angrily shouted, "Swallow your food before you talk. You crazy bastard." Kong Yun felt extremely embarrassed. So he remained silent for a moment. Then he said, the same characters and similar situations were constantly repeated in each part. In those harsh conditions, I finally found a breakthrough with this super intelligent brain. Kong Ah Hyun was listening very attentively, and she remained silent and thought for a moment. Next, she asked, what was it? Kong Yun put down his chopsticks. Then he excitedly replied, just eliminate all the pests and keep going. A while later, he continued telling her, in stage 4 of the tutorial, the final part. At this point, the guy with the moss green hair looked annoyed and said, let's go a little further. It would be a waste if we came this far and returned with nothing. But the guy with brown hair objected. Food is limited. What if we don't find the core? The money from the magic stones is enough. If we die first, you'll be responsible. Right at this moment, Kong Yun got angry and shouted, AAA, causing his teammates to worry and ask, what is it, Kong Yun? In addition, the guy with brown hair covered his ears and said in a trembling voice, Kong Yun, what the hell are you doing? However, a second later, he pointed his sword at him, causing him to scream in fright. Furthermore, Kong Yun threatened the guy with brown hair. From now on, you have to follow my instructions. Resisting means death. Complaining also means death. And he resisted. Are you crazy? That's unreasonable. In an instant, he was punched in the face. But that didn't stop there. Then he kept hitting him while saying, I said, don't complain. A while later, his face was swollen, and he just cried, and sobbed like rain. The teammate standing next to him was so scared that he trembled and cried out, AAA, while Kong Yun scolded and said, Tisk, just listen to me, because I know the way. If you keep acting like that, you're really done for. In addition, the system displayed information. Name, Kong Yun. Title, The Resilient One. Level, 14, Strength, 17+1. Agility, 15+1. Stamina, 17+1. Magic power, 15+1. Bonus points, 0. Ultimate skill, Resurrection. Basic swordsmanship, E. Basic shield technique, F. Basic crossbow technique. F. Enraged roar. D. Intermediate body regeneration. B. A second later, an undead rushed to attack Kong Yun. He quickly grabbed its sword. Then he raised his sword behind him to gain momentum. Next, Kong Yun struck the undead in the head, causing it to cry out in pain. Awk. At this point, he threw it to the ground and asked, "The last one?" On the other hand, Kong Yun's teammates were completely bewildered by his decisive actions and spoke one after another. "Oh my god, he really took them all down." Then the group continued their journey with the statement, "It's almost just us." From his teammate. After walking for a while, the group saw a viridescent orb emitting power. Seeing this, Kong Yun bent down and asked, Is this the core? Just destroy the pillars?" Simple. As soon as he finished speaking, he intended to destroy the 3 pillars supporting the viridescent orb. No sooner said than done. Kong Yun chopped the 3 pillars into many pieces. Very quickly, the system notified him, "Congratulations, you have completed stage 4. You have received the 1/2 mission reward. You have received the Mind Enhancement Ring B mission reward. Level up." So Kong Yun happily thought to himself, considering the results, the benefits gained from stage 4 aren't bad. The ability stats increase exponentially. Speaking of which, he looked at his information on the system. Name, Kong Yun. Title, The Resilient One. Level, 15. Strength, 17+1. Agility, 16+1. Stamina, 17+1. Magic power, 15+1. Bonus points, 0. Ultimate skill, Resurrection. Basic swordsmanship. E. Basic shield technique. F. In addition, Kong Yun looked at the items on the system and muttered to himself. Not to mention the items dropped by monsters that can be collected. Among them, I still don't understand the effects of the magic stones. The Skeleton Scout Magic Stone. The Skeleton Knight Magic Stone. If I accumulate everything, it might eventually be needed. The system also provided him with more information. 1/2 E. The ability to split the opponent's body in 2. Description. Increases the slashing power of the sword to cut the enemy's body in half. Can ignore a certain level of defense. After seeing this information, he felt satisfied and mumbled in his head. The skill reward received is 1/2 E. Accessory. Mind Enhancement Ring B. And the system provided information about it. Mind Enhancement Ring B. Durability, 100/100. Description. A ring that was granted to the royal guards of the Hendelic Empire. Although it is a standard model, it boasts excellent performance when given to the most elite knights. Ability. Provides immunity to all mind-related magic and mental status effects of rank A and below. Option. Show or hide. In the end, Kong Yun felt happy and thought, these things are pretty good. But the most notable achievement is. On the other hand, while he was thinking about these things, he was doing push-ups. So Kong Yun was counting. 288, 289, 300. Moreover, in his heart, he was thinking, I've become stronger in reality. Then Kong Yun stopped exercising and said with a sigh of relief, Phew, it seems like physical training is becoming less effective. Maybe I should start going to the gym. Just then, the phone rang. Ping, causing Kong Yun to exclaim in surprise. Advertisement? Saying that, he picked up the phone to look. At this time, an emergency notification was appearing on the phone screen. Emergency notification from the National Security Agency. Dungeon opens near XX dawn on XX date at XX time. Residents in the area are advised to stay home and remain vigilant. And he felt surprised by this notification. Very quickly, there were large explosions outside along with screams of terror. Quadruple A. Help. Keek. Keeg. Monsters appeared everywhere, along with the blood of innocent people being spilled right after. The scene was extremely chaotic, destruction, blood, and cries for help. Hee, as people were being chased and killed by monsters in every corner of the city. Next, the system sent a notification. If the dungeon is not completed within the allotted time, the dungeon gate will open. As soon as he saw the notification, he was extremely panicked and muttered to himself, Is it today? I even sent a request to complete it. on the other hand, he stood on his apartment balcony looking down at the monsters slaughtering people. And remembered that Kong Ah Hyun had gone to work while he was exercising. And thought, Ah Hyun is in danger. Immediately, he ran while muttering in his heart, "Weapon. I need something that can be used as a weapon." A second later, Kong Yun looked around and muttered to himself, "Damn it, this place. Why isn't there even a cheap longsword here?" Suddenly, he remembered the knife at home. So he looked at the knife lying in the sink. Soon after, Kong Yun rushed outside. He was running as fast as the wind. And when he saw the monsters, he stopped and said, "Hef, long time no see, you bastards." And the monsters were shocked and roared, "Ki, what, Karuk?" A second later, he cursed, "Tisk, as expected, I still can't use the skill." In addition, while the monsters were still roaring, "Ki, Keek," he thought to himself, "But thanks to that, I attracted their attention." A while later, the monsters roared, "Keek, Keek," and charged towards Kong Yun with weapons. Seeing them so aggressive, he proudly said, "Huh, what? The noise of you low-level 2s is too annoying." Moreover, in Kong Yun's heart, he was thinking, even so, there's no guarantee that their level is the same as in the tutorial. But somehow, finishing his thought, he gripped the knife tightly in his hand. Then he stepped forward to engage the monsters and shouted, "I can still distinguish their levels through their movement." The monsters, after being slashed a few times by him, trembled and cried out, "Keek," and Kong Yun proudly said, "First, thank you for coming. I'll use this knife well. Good product." And as he said these words, Kong Yun also took down a monster. At this time, in a nearby building, some people had used tables and chairs to block the door, causing the monsters to angrily roar, "Keek, Keek." After hearing its voice, everyone was extremely frightened. Among the people present was Kong Ah Hyun. Right now, she was so scared that she couldn't speak. Then she stared at the phone in her hand and thought, "What is he thinking?" A second later, the monster's roar, "Keek," rang out again, causing Kong Ah Hyun to startle in panic. In addition, along with the roar, "Keek, Keek," was the sound of monsters breaking down the door. A while later, the door suddenly broke, but instead of monsters rushing in, a person's footstep filled with blood entered. And now, when she looked closely, she recognized him, and he loudly said, "Oh, I didn't mean to break the glass. Big brother is here to save you." Kong Ah Hyun. In addition, although he was full of injuries, Kong Yun still looked very happy. While Kong Yun happily said, "Your big brother is here," her colleague frantically called her, "Kong Ah Hyun, what the hell? Who is he? Ah Hyun's brother?" And she looked extremely frightened at her brother's current appearance. A while later, she asked somewhat embarrassedly, What? At this point, he realized that this was her office and casually said, "Oh, this is your office?" Next, her manager spoke up, "Hey." As soon as he heard his voice, Kong Yun looked at the manager with a surprised expression. Then he got angry. His face turned red, trembled, and shouted, "I don't know who you are. But how did you break through the barricade? What am I supposed to do now?" Just like this, the monsters. Before he could finish speaking, she interrupted, "Manager," and he scratched his head in confusion and apologized with a smile. Hee, it's my fault. Sorry, I can't control my strength." "Well, you don't have to worry anymore." Saying that, he looked outside, and everyone followed Kong Yun's gaze and felt both confused and surprised. Then, someone in the crowd whispered, The monsters. He killed them himself?" In addition, he pointed to the pile of weapons and said, "Do you see the weapons that the hobgoblins are using? Just pick one up. I don't know how long everyone can hold out. But as long as you don't panic, we can defeat them." Saying that, he turned and left. After hearing her brother say these words, Kong Ah Hyun said in a panic, Where are you going?" Very quickly, Kong Yun replied, "On the way here, I saw several groups of hobgoblins. They're probably upstairs. We have to try to sleep well. You know." Then Kong Ah Hyun helped him wash his wounds. And when she saw her pouring too much water on the wound, he complained, "Hey, is pouring that much water okay? We don't know how long the situation will last. So we have to conserve." But she stopped him. "Be quiet. Your wound needs to be cleaned. And this is the only bottle of saline we have." On the other hand, after finishing treating Kong Yun's wounds, she asked him, "Hey, Why are you acting like this? And how can you fight so much? And then he honestly replied, maybe it's because I haven't learned how to dodge. So I'm not good at fighting. My recovery ability is so strong that I can take most attacks. But since I can't use skills now, it's quite difficult. However, Kang Ah Hyun thought that he was bragging. So she mocked him. Why do you like to brag so much? Be careful. If you can't use skills, then you can't resurrect, right? Acting against the remaining monsters is really too much already. In addition, while they were talking, everyone in the office was dividing up their work. Some people were using chairs to block the door, and some people were spreading cloths on the floor. A second later, he joked with her, but it's cool, right? And then she chimed in with Kang Yun. That's right, until you get beaten like a dog. But I think everyone is looking at you differently. Some of the seniors asked me to introduce you to them. What do you think? Do you have a type? Immediately, Kang Yun's heart was watered, and flowers bloomed in his heart. So he agreed, I just need someone who can hear me swear every time I wake up. However, after receiving this request from him, Kang Ah Hyun angrily replied, what the hell? That night, Kang Yun started to open the system. Very quickly, the system gave him information. Stage 5. Improve wisdom to overcome any challenge. So he thought to himself, I forgot about this. I was stuck earlier. Then a group of people came to him, causing Kang Yun to feel confused and mutter to himself, so. In addition, everyone was laughing and talking happily with each other. Is she a succubus? Haha, that's right. But doesn't she think that at a time like this, the person who talks the most is the most suspicious one? What do you mean? Everyone calmed down. In addition, after seeing them, he felt confused and muttered in his heart, what's going on here? A while later, the system gave a notification. Condition for completion. Defeat the succubus who is impersonating a human. Failure. Death. Tip. The succubus is hiding their true identity. Those who discover their true identity will be targeted first. Immediately, Kang Yun started thinking, isn't a succubus a dream demon? A creature that appears in dreams and sucks away the vitality of men? They're famous for being beautiful. All the women here are very pretty. Everyone knows about the existence of a succubus in this situation. While he was thinking, a girl with hair ran over to him and asked him, Kang Yun, what do you think? Causing him to startle and ask, what? Then the girl came closer to him and asked, about the succubus, who do you think it is? And when the girl came closer to him, Kang Yun looked at her carefully and thought to himself, whoa, she's really pretty up close. And she smells good too. In addition, he scratched his head and replied awkwardly, I don't know, but as soon as he looked at the girl again, he hud in confusion. Next, the system gave information about the girl. The iron wool ring is resisting the hypnosis. Iron wool ring, B, durability. 100/100s. Ability. Helps the wearer become immune to all magic that affects the mind and attacks the consciousness at rank A and below. Description. A ring given to the royal guards of the Hendelic Empire. It can strengthen the wearer's physical condition. Option. Visible or invisible. That night, Kang Yun's group camped in the forest. At this time, while sitting by the fire, he sank into his own thoughts. Stage 1 was the Ring of Fire. Stage 2 was the battle with the hobgoblins. In Stage 3, I fought a monster that peed on my face after 10 hours of crawling. And Stage 4 was a group activity that lasted a month. Finally, I can enjoy the fun things after rolling around like a dog. Lord, I apologize for cursing you. I didn't know that you prepared this for me. When he thought of this, he smiled contentedly. However, suddenly after that, he covered his mouth and thought to himself, I should control my expressions. Because the person who discovers the succubus's identity will become the target. If she finds out about me, my life will be over. If it's a succubus, it's definitely a powerful creature, capable of impersonating humans. Maybe they are also proficient in magic. I should pretend to be an NPC. Because male NPCs will be hypnotized by the succubus. Using female NPCs will be better. Let's just sleep and think about it later. Just like that, Kang Yun fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, with his eyes still blurry, he looked up. Then he looked a little confused and muttered to himself, this ceiling looks familiar. A second later, he suddenly sat up and shouted, this is Ah Hyun's office. Seeing him like that, The guy wearing the black shirt happily asked, "Ah, you're awake?" And the brown-haired guy said, "I was going to wake you up. The army has arrived." However, he didn't pay any attention to them. On the contrary, Kong Yun angrily clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. She definitely realized that I knew. Maybe she will kill me when I go to sleep. At this time, Kong Yun also knew that just now was just a dream. Next, suddenly hearing a strange noise, he asked in surprise, "Huh, what's coming?" Kong Yun asked like that because the army's convoy had arrived, so it caused a loud noise. A second later, the army also rushed out of the vehicles. Then they directly shot at the monsters. Very quickly, the monsters were shot at relentlessly. At this time, from above, Kong Yun also saw this scene. In addition, he said, "The army is really here." Meanwhile, the purple-haired guy happily turned to his colleague and said, "We're safe now." And one of the colleagues present also replied, "As expected, those monsters can't stand up to guns." After hearing these words, Kong Yun started thinking again. Next, he also said to them, "It's not over yet." On the other hand, he still observed the monsters without taking his eyes off them. A while later, he felt both confused and surprised and thought to himself, "What is it? What was that feeling just now? Why do I feel something dangerous? What is it?" At this time, the feeling of confusion along with surprise continued to linger in Kong Yun's mind. Then, while a soldier was preparing his gun to rush into battle, he turned to his teammate and said, "There are endless monsters." Hearing that, the teammate replied, "Didn't the army teach you anything? Just keep shooting." However, he said, "It's not effective." However, the teammate advised Kong Yun, "Focus, and kill those bastards." On the other hand, he also complained, "Damn it, why is this happening before I'm discharged? The experts should handle this, not us." "Huh, what's that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a soldier fighting directly with a hobgoblin, and no matter how much he shot, it was fine. In addition, a second later, an army vehicle was also approaching to attack the hobgoblin, but it still couldn't do anything to it, causing him to uncomfortably say, Huh, sir, those people have been killed." And then the commander replied, "What? I didn't hear you." But he still tried to report, There is a hobgoblin, and it." As soon as he said these words, the hobgoblin was still being shot in the head by the soldiers. In addition, the hobgoblin also roared angrily. Grr. Moreover, when he said the sentence, "is approaching," the hobgoblin also roared fiercely. Then the hobgoblin just walked towards them, and the other soldiers shot at it while cursing. Damn it, what is this? Hey, hurry up." A while later, the army vehicle also arrived to provide support. Next, the hobgoblin suddenly jumped high. In an instant, it jumped to the place of the vehicles. At this time, when they saw it in the air, the soldiers screamed in horror. Followed by fresh blood spraying out like rain. Moreover, accompanied by screams of terror. A second later, a soldier shouted in panic. What is it? What happened?" And Kong Yun from above also saw these scenes and looked surprised. Moreover, he also heard Kong Ah Hyun's colleagues whispering, What the hell happened? What are we supposed to do?" On the other hand, the hobgoblin below had killed all the soldiers on one vehicle. Seeing this, Kong Yun was very worried. In addition, he was also paying attention to the weapon in its hand. Moreover, the hobgoblin's eyes were also full of murderous intent. Currently, 3 army vehicles had been attacked. After seeing a lot of smoke rising along with blood, the soldier fighting nearby asked his teammate, what's going on?" And then his teammate replied, It looks like Team 3 has been attacked." Then he turned to ask the signalman, "Where's the signalman? Request support. Hurry." Immediately, he reported, "Corporal Jung Jae-hoon, Bloodhound unit." Meanwhile, his teammate was holding his head and saying, My head, why does it hurt so much?" But right at this moment, the hobgoblin appeared behind him, causing him to scream in panic. Oh my god. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin licked its lips triumphantly. Immediately, that soldier asked his teammate, the signalman, "What about support?" Very quickly, the teammate replied, "They said they'll send someone skilled." After hearing his teammate say that, he worriedly asked, "One person? A civilian? I'm going crazy. Damn it." And as he said these words, the hobgoblin charged towards them. At this point, He pointed his gun at it, shooting and screaming, "Ah, die!" In addition, in his heart, he was a little scared and muttered to himself, "Why now of all times to break? To break now?" Moreover, the hobgoblin used its axe to knock his gun away. So he took out a heavy object and shouted, "Wah!" Then he threw it at the hobgoblin. Fortunately, it hit its face. In addition, the reinforcements had arrived and quickly gave it another strong hit. And so the hobgoblin fell down immediately. As soon as he saw it like that, he felt both confused and surprised and said, "What just happened?" Very quickly, Kong Yun asked him, "Phew, are you okay? You must have had a hard time, right? Being a soldier." Saying that, he smiled brightly at him. The soldier was so surprised that he opened his eyes wide and looked at him. A second later, he pointed his gun at him and shouted, "Monster!" Immediately, Kong Yun raised his hands and exclaimed in terror, "Wah, damn it, put the gun down, don't I look like a person?" After hearing him say these words, he asked in surprise, "A person? Are you a person?" And then Kong Yun asked that soldier back, "Are you so surprised that you have to ask twice?" In addition, in his heart, he was thinking, "Is this a volunteer? He does look pretty strong." A while later, he bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure a little." Seeing him so sincere, Kong Yun clicked his tongue and replied, "Tisk, it's understandable, you just escaped from the jaws of death. Moreover," he said, "thank you for helping us." And he honestly said, "Ah, no need, I didn't come for justice." Right at this moment, the hobgoblin revived, causing him to uncomfortably think to himself, "Again? That bastard clearly just made eye contact with me. If the army is wiped out, those bastards will come to Ah Hyon's company." Then, before he rushed to fight it, Kong Yun instructed that soldier, "Don't shoot, because if you accidentally hit me, I'm dead. By the way, do you have something like pepper spray?" And then he replied, "We do. We have almost all kinds of weapons." After hearing him say these words, Kong Yun happily said, "That's good, give me one of those." However, he didn't understand what he was going to use it for. So he, ed with a look of questioning. Next, he even asked him, "So you wear a mask?" And he jumped out of the vehicle while saying, "It's okay, hurry up, I don't have time to explain. And please make sure that while I'm fighting, there are no guns misfiring. If you guys miss, I'm dead." So he replied, Yes, I understand." Very quickly, he gave an order. All members of the platoon must wear gas masks and be vigilant. Only shoot when approaching monsters. Never point the gun at the center of the street. In addition, from above, Kong Ah Hyon was constantly looking down, worried about him. Then, when he got close to the monster, he said, "Good, all done. Sorry, but I hate you guys so much." And the hobgoblin roared, "Grr," when it saw him. Right at this moment, someone activated a pepper spray can. Immediately after, he threw it towards Kong Yun. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin was roaring, "Grr," and staring at him without knowing that it was about to face danger. A second later, as soon as the pepper spray can landed, the pepper spray spread, causing it to feel both surprised and confused. Moreover, it was crying and screaming non-stop. Keg, K-E-H-G, keg, because the pepper spray had gotten into its eyes. In addition, even he was tearing up from the pepper spray. But Kong Yun was very happy and said, "Cough, cough, hobgoblin or hobgoblin, they all have to struggle when they panic." Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, Kong Yun rushed towards it and said, "Hey, throwing grenades far away. Is this the first time you're experiencing this kind of pain? It seems like your endurance is pretty good. But I'm more used to enduring pain. First, confiscate the weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed continuously at the hobgoblin. In addition, Kong Yun also threw its weapon far away. Next, he proudly said, "That's hard. This is damn difficult." Kong Yun then rushed to fight with the hobgoblin and that soldier. After seeing his fighting ability, hesitantly asked, "Is he an awakened one?" Right at this moment, the supporter stepped up to him and said, "Exactly what is going on? I thought I was the only supporter." And then he looked at the supporter with a surprised expression. A second later, he sank into contemplation. After a period of fighting, the knife in Kong Yun's hand was chipped. Next, he stared at it while panting from exhaustion. At this point, Kong Yun started to feel uncomfortable and muttered to himself, This bastard. I foresaw it, but I didn't expect it to not break or take any damage. If this keeps up, my endurance will decrease. Should I use something as a tool to help? The only thing I know how to do is slash. However, while Kong Yun was thinking, someone appeared, interrupting his train of thought and saying loudly, "Excuse me." In addition, in an instant, they gave the hobgoblin a few slashes as fast as lightning right in front of him. And then the hobgoblin screamed in pain. And he looked surprised and thought to himself, so fast, who is it? On the other hand, the person who came also wore a gas mask. Then, while the hobgoblin was roaring, KHGGK, Kong Yun looked at that person and muttered in his heart, I don't have any feeling of cutting at all. It feels like cutting stone with a knife. A while later, that person loudly said to him, the awakened are here, no matter what. It's just the boss of an F-rank dungeon. Because it's abnormally strong, there must be other weak points. After knowing that he had some knowledge, he showed great interest and replied, F-rank dungeon? He seems to know a lot. Next, both of them rushed towards the hobgoblin together. Moreover, he asked, I don't know who you are, but I understand, so do you have any ideas? So while fighting with it together, he also explained to Kong Yun, first, my physical strength isn't as strong as it seems. My body is about to give out. In addition, he replied, I can tell by looking at you. In addition, he asked him, what will you do when you run out of strength? Very quickly, he replied, there's no damage at all. So, at this point, he cursed, damn it, the sword. However, right at this moment, he had an idea in his head. Weapon, something that can be used as a weapon. Immediately, Kong Yun looked at the hobgoblin's axe. Then, while he was saying, I have speed, but I lack the strength to perform the finishing blow. When I hold it down, you attack its weak point. He quickly ran to get the axe, and as soon as he held it in his hand, he rushed towards the hobgoblin while thinking to himself, even in important situations, it's probably just to show off. But, so he knows that and is protecting himself. So where should I attack? After the joints. Is the skin weaker there? Thinking that, he shouted, ah, enough. Immediately afterwards, he also made the hobgoblin bleed, and because he was attacked from behind, the hobgoblin seemed quite surprised. In addition, even he couldn't believe his eyes and stared at Kong Yun. Moreover, the pointed tip of the axe stabbed the hobgoblin's butt. At this point, Kong Yun felt very embarrassed and said, oh, I don't know why, but I feel a little sorry. As soon as the axe in Kong Yun's hand stabbed the hobgoblin's ass, he also felt discomfort and thought to himself, the moment I felt the discomfort on the axe handle, a question suddenly popped into my head. Is the anus a fatal point? I think it's a weak point that can cause immediate death. The decision was made immediately, and the body was preparing for the next step. Thinking that, he tried to lift it higher. Then Kong Yun shouted angrily, Hiya! A second later, using all his strength, he threw it to the ground, causing the hobgoblin to scream in pain. Caw! In addition, he ran towards it. A while later, with the axe in his hand, Kong Yun jumped high and happily said, it hurts so much that you can't stand it, right? The hobgoblin seemed to know what he was going to do to it. So it cried and roared. And just as it thought, he used its axe to stab it, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At this point, Kong Yun laughed happily. Haha. Meanwhile, the person who came to support him stood still in surprise. A second later, he started muttering in his heart. Strong. Where did a strong person like this come from? Does he not belong to any organization? Meanwhile, Kong Yun was still holding the axe tightly and staring at the hobgoblin. Then he used his ability to check the item. But Kong Yun was shocked because he couldn't check it. So he thought to himself, what is it? In addition, the system sent him a notification. Cannot check the item's information because it is still in the tutorial stage. Very quickly, Kong Yun stood up and thought to himself, I don't know what it's used for, but I'll just take it. It's so inconvenient not having an inventory. Yes, let's quickly finish this damn tutorial. Right at this moment, the supporter walked towards him and asked, excuse me, is it possible? And then Kong Yun glanced at him and thought to himself, normally, the items should be shared equally, right? But that guy intervened on his own. I defeated it with my own hands. Let's run. Thinking that, Kong Yun left the axe and ran while replying, I have something urgent to do. So I'm leaving first. This stinky thing. I mean, this wonderful axe is yours." Seeing him so hurried, he felt surprised and asked, "What? No, wait." As soon as he heard him call, he turned back and smiled at him and said, "Well, goodbye." The supporter completely didn't understand why he was acting like this. So after thinking for a while, he mumbled to himself, "What kind of person is he?" Next, he took off his gas mask, and then his handsome face was revealed. After seeing his face clearly, he knew that the supporter was Kim Sung-woo. In addition, he felt confused about Kang Yun and said, "What kind of person is that?" Meanwhile, he went to find Kang Ah-hyeon and take her home. On the other hand, while taking his younger sister home, he also took this opportunity to observe his surroundings and thought to himself. A few hours after defeating the hobgoblin, sunset falls. The situation seems to have calmed down. After passing through the streets that look like ruins in a movie, only after nightfall did we return home. As soon as they got home, Kang Ah-hyeon eyed annoyingly, and he replied a little worriedly, A second later, after seeing the desolation taking place in his house, she asked him, "Did you forget to close the door?" At this point, he honestly replied, "It seems so." So she sighed and said, It's stupid to think that you've grown up." Then, while sitting on the bed and reading messages, Kang Yun looked very uncomfortable and said to her, What? Why do you keep complaining about this handsome face? On the other hand, he was also reading comments on social media, with most of the content mocking him. "Looks like a villain, lol. Really? From a distance he looks like a criminal. If I bump into him, I'll pee my pants. Wow, look at those muscles. How many scoops can he take?" After reading them, he asked, "Is it that bad?" And then Kang Ah-hyeon also replied very honestly, "I told you." Next, he turned to say to her, Hey, we're in big trouble." So she replied in surprise, "What is it?" And he said, "Turn off the lights for me." However, she replied angrily, "Don't want to." But Kang Yun at this time uncomfortably shouted, "Come on, please." In the end, she clicked her tongue and agreed. "Tisk, this time I'll make it up to you because you had a hard day." In addition, she also warned him, "Don't yell early tomorrow, okay? I'm tired too." Kang Yun, after hearing these words from her, raised his thumb and happily promised Kang Ah-hyeon, "Don't worry, this stage is easy. Tomorrow we'll drink beer and tell stories." However, she didn't believe him, so she replied, "Your confidence is about to exceed the level of a death flag. I don't expect much, but good luck." Finally, he reluctantly replied in disappointment, "Really?" After turning off the lights, Kang Yun still couldn't fall asleep, so he was still staring wide-eyed at the ceiling. A while later, he remembered the battle earlier with the hobgoblin and thought to himself, "That guy from earlier was quite strong. I'm wondering how many stages he's passed. I should have been eliminated from stage 2. Well, don't think about it anymore. I'll complete stage 8, because I will become stronger no matter what." And when he thought of this, he also gradually fell asleep. Moreover, immediately afterwards, the face of the girl he met in Kang Ah-hyeon's office suddenly appeared in Kang Yun's head, causing him to have the thought, "Yesterday's succubus was quite pretty. Although she's a monster that could kill me, I feel quite excited to meet her again." On the other hand, when he re-entered the tutorial and met a monster, Kang Yun exclaimed in his heart, "Dude, you startled me." In addition, he also looked at it with affectionate eyes. Meanwhile, the monster looked at him with a confused look. However, very quickly, he gave it a strong punch, and the monster shouted loudly in pain along with confusion. Moreover, the punch just now sent it flying away from him. The monster, after being punched by Kang Yun, lay motionless on the ground. Seeing it like that, he panicked and asked, "This world is that a goblin?" And while he was feeling confused, the system notified him, "Condition for completion. Invade the goblin swarm in the cave and conquer the dungeon. Condition for failure. Death. Tip. Goblins in the cave have rather poor eyesight, but their hearing is very good due to evolution. Find a way to deceive them." A second later, the goblin swarm came to Kang Yun and roared, "Kek." Meanwhile, he was muttering to himself, "They're hearing. Why are you telling me now?" Moreover, they came in more and more numbers, and he was still talking to himself. No. More importantly, immediately, he angrily gritted his teeth. And then he shouted loudly, Why did the content of the tutorial change? Wow, it changed. Why did it change? In addition, also because of this reason, Kong Yun also sleepwalked and shouted, "Ah!" in the real world, accidentally waking up Kong Ah Hyun, causing her to angrily shout, "Too loud." At this time, something happened at the PC building. Currently, a guy wearing a blue shirt was punched until his nose bled. And the person who punched him was An Yusung. A second later, he was also holding his bloody face. Next, he glanced at An Yusung and uncomfortably said, why? How can someone who hasn't even participated in the tutorial be stronger than an ability user?" After hearing him say that, he kicked him again, causing the blue shirt guy to painfully exclaim, "Arg." In addition, he replied, "Well, not much has changed, right? If you don't know how to fight, what's the point of becoming stronger?" But luckily, there seem to be many interesting ability users out there. While saying these words, An Yusung's smug face was covered in fresh blood. At this time, in the world of the tutorial stage, and while walking with his teammates, after reviewing the information provided by the system, Kong Yun thought to himself, Tutorial Stage 5, Round 3. Next, the system provided detailed conditions. Condition for completion: defeat the doppelganger hiding in the crowd and eating people every night. Condition for failure: death. Tip: knights and mages can use special abilities once a day. So Kong Yun mumbled to himself, "A monster that eats people every night? Find it and defeat it. Huh? Isn't this similar to finding the succubus in round 1? Instead, this is like a mafia game. Wisdom. Use wisdom to overcome." A while later, he shouted, "Everyone gather." So everyone present looked towards Kong Yun. Meanwhile, he was still looking at the system for a moment. Next, he cleared his throat a few times and said, "From now on, whoever moves is the culprit." Right then, he suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself, "At this time, I forgot." Then Kong Yun woke up at his house. At this time, while still sitting on the bed, he pondered that in the mafia game, usually the person who talks the most dies first. Thinking about it, I've never won a game of mafia, and I've never thought about this. After thinking about this, Kong Yun held his head, looking uncomfortable, and said, "Maybe I should eat something. I never thought that I would repeatedly make the same mistake for a month and a half." That evening, he suddenly asked his younger sister, "Are you okay, Kong Ah Hyun?" In addition, he put on his glasses. Holding a book in his hand, he proudly said, "Your big brother was born very intelligent." As soon as she saw Kong Yun's appearance at this time, she shouted, "Gross. What am I supposed to deal with after work?" Meanwhile, he tried to explain to her, "I tried to change my appearance to change the inside too. 53 days have passed. 53 days. I died 53 times in that damn stage 5. So I need to do something. Right? They said use wisdom to overcome. The content is different each time. Even members of Mensa can't win. Must be Mensa." At this time, seeing him so excited, she squatted down and casually replied, "Implanting someone else's brain is faster than waiting for you to become smart." In addition, Mensa that he mentioned means high IQ. Her words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on his face, causing him to be both surprised and confused. Then he replied uncomfortably, "Oh, that old line again, you crazy idiot." Furthermore, she told him, "Instead of buying a suit, you should use that money to soundproof the room. The downstairs neighbor has installed a subwoofer." That night, in the world of the tutorial stage, the system announced, Stage 5, prove that your wisdom can overcome all difficulties. On the other hand, Kong Yun was in a dark cave, muttering to himself, "A cave? A dungeon? What kind of terrible task are they preparing for me this time?" As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the system. As soon as he saw the line, condition for completion, Kong Yun said hesitantly, "This is." Then he suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Found it." In addition, he quickly looked at the conditions carefully. Condition for completion: complete the entire F-rank dungeon. Terank's breeding camp. Condition for failure: death. Tip: the level of the poison-spitting Terank guarding the breeding camp is 20. Find the weak point of it and create a suitable strategy. A while later, Kong Yun went to a place with torches lit, and then the poison-spitting Terank appeared. In addition, it called out. In addition, he had a little question and thought to himself, Complete the dungeon. Why are the conditions so short and simple? A second later, he rushed to fight with the Tarank. Then, while it was spitting poison, he also muttered in his heart, I finally found a solution that even Aristotle would stumble over. Next, when people were exposed to Tarank's poison, he asked, what is this? A poison-spitting spider? Huh? Very quickly, he also discovered that his hand had changed. When the skin on Kong Yun's arm turned black, causing him to exclaim in panic, my hand is poisoned. This thing. As soon as he thought of this, he raised his sword high. In an instant, he quickly chopped off his arm and said, it's nothing. In addition, Tarank shouted, Kiek, in confusion when he saw him chop off his own arm. Next, based on the height of its legs compared to the ground, Kong Yun ran through it. A second later, he proudly said, even more painful than that. Right at this moment, the system provided information. Tip. Clues about the weak point of the poison-spitting Tarank are hidden in the breeding camp. Tip. Clues about the weak point of the poison-spitting Tarank are hidden in the breeding camp. After seeing this information, he attacked the breeding camp. Finally, Kong Yun succeeded in defeating it. On the other hand, the item also appeared, and then he muttered to himself, finally, I choose to break through strongly. In addition, he proudly said, weak point, clues, are not important, as long as you kill them, right? In addition, in Kong Yun's heart, he was thinking, instead of looking for a key, I will crush it and overcome it. A second later, the system congratulated him. Congratulations, you have completed stage 5. You have received the Strength of the Giant B mission reward. Seeing this, Kong Yun happily said, brains are only for those with poor physiques. Next, the system also provided information about the Strength of the Giant B, Strength of the Giant B ability. Strengthen muscles with magic power. Description. Increases 12 points of strength for 10 minutes. Name. Kong Yun. Title. The Resilient One. Level. 25. Strength. 20+1. Agility. 19+1. Stamina. 19+1. Magic power. 19+1. Bonus points. 0. Ultimate skill. Resurrection. Intermediate swordsmanship. D. Basic shield technique. F. Basic crossbow technique. F. Lion's roar. C. Intermediate body regeneration. B. 1/2 halves. E. Strength of the Giant. B. Early the next morning at school. At this time, while sitting in the classroom, someone called him, hey, Quan Min-soo, give me a birthday punch. However, he casually replied, later, I'm exhausted after that damn tutorial. So the classmate wearing the green jacket said, that's right, you're 18 years old now. How was your stage 1? And then Quan Min-soo, while looking at his phone, said gloomily, as bad as they say it is. But I still completed it. The problem is what's coming up. From stage 5 onwards, there are no useful tips at all. At this time, seeing him so gloomy, his classmate comforted him. Just completing stage 4 already puts you in the top 1%. Maybe those people keep valuable information tightly protected with each other. Hey, there's new information. Yesterday someone completed stage 7 and is about to challenge stage 8. Old news. The theme of stage 4 is leadership. As soon as he finished speaking, the classmate also looked at Quan Min-soo's phone screen. And he replied, subjugate all members with strength. The theme of stage 5 is wisdom. Muscles are the highest form of wisdom. Increase strength. Stage 6 is cruel. Eliminate both enemies and allies. Stage 7 is sincere. Only eliminate enemies. What is this? Isn't it bait? Meanwhile, Kong Yun was reading comments on social media. You're stupid. You can't even attract attention correctly. Are you kidding me? If you've completed stage 7, then I'm Han Sion. Don't touch Han Sion. Han Sion is beautiful. After seeing these comments, Kong Yun angrily shouted, you bastards. I tried my best to share tips. Right at this moment, Kong Hyeon passed by. So she asked him, why are you being so noisy again? Immediately, Kong Yun replied angrily, no, listen, I personally revealed an advanced tutorial strategy. But these people don't believe me. But she indifferently walked and said, why are you so noisy and interfering in these things? You hunched over, old man?" Saying that, Kong Ah Hyun clicked her tongue twice. Tisk, tisk, and he looked after her uncomfortably and shouted, "What?" A second later, he suddenly happily replied, "Just wait and see. Once I complete stage 8, I will become the 3rd tutorial graduate in South Korea, on par with Han Sion, leader of the Dangan Association, or Choi Dongwoo, chairman of the Power User Alliance." After hearing these words from Kong Yun, she stopped and glanced at him for a moment. Next, she smirked. A second later, Kong Ah Hyun mocked him. "On par with what bullshit? How can you compare those geniuses who completed it with just one try with someone who took 4 months to finish?" Very quickly, he replied, "I also completed stages 6 and 7 in just one try." Very quickly, the sun also set. Then just like that, night came. That evening, the system sent a notification to him. "Welcome Kong Yun to the tutorial. You have completed tutorial stage 7. Do you want to enter the final stage 8? After seeing the rewards, Kong Yun thought to himself, the stage 6 quest reward, AB rank longsword, bill gain. On the other hand, the system also provided information about the reward for him. Bill gains longsword B durability 500/500s. Description: a longsword that accompanied mercenary Bilgain, who made a name for himself on the battlefield for 30 years. Initially, it was just a well-crafted longsword, but when it absorbed Bilgain's blood, it became imbued with a dark aura, granting the abilities Frenzy, Durability, and Enhancement. Next, he saw a suit of armor and thought, the stage 7 reward, Ronald's armor. Quickly, the system also displayed information about it. Ronald's armor B durability 500/500s. Description: the armor worn by Ronald throughout his life. A nomadic knight of the Alois kingdom. It has the function of automatically restoring damaged parts after being destroyed and repaired many times, granting the ability self-repair. After seeing this information, Kong Yun closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "If I complete stage 8, I can use it in reality. I also need to check the items that dropped from the hobgoblin." In addition, the system also announced, "Welcome, Kong Yun, to the tutorial. You have completed stage 7. At this point, he was hesitant and thought to himself, "I didn't expect to pass it in just one try. But as long as it doesn't take more than a week." Very quickly, Kong Yun announced, "Stage 8, what is your faith?" Then he felt confused and asked, "Faith?" After that, he silently thought for a moment. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound, which made Kong Yun feel both confused and surprised. The sound was caused by many cracks suddenly appearing on the floor. Then he worriedly asked, "What the heck is going on?" The space is. Just as he was about to finish speaking, cracks appeared beneath his feet. Very quickly after that, Kong Yun fell through the space beneath his feet, causing him to scream in panic. "Ah, no." He continued to fall into a bottomless abyss. While falling, he was so scared that he kept his eyes closed. A moment later, he seemed to sense that he was safe, so he frantically opened his eyes. Before him at this time was a crowded street. After observing everything around him, Kong Yun hesitantly said, "This is." In addition, when a girl walked through his body, he was shocked and surprised. A second later, Kong Yun regained his composure and happily thought to himself, "I just got walked through? Am I in an invisible state? First time seeing a city in the tutorial. Is this Earth?" While he had too many questions, suddenly a man and a woman walked towards him. As soon as he saw them, Kong Yun realized they weren't human, and thought to himself, "No, these people are not human." Next, he observed 2 young people nearby. Following that was an adult and a child walking towards him. At this time, he was standing silently observing at a busy intersection. After only a moment, Kong Yun was surprised to see a special person. That person was staring directly at him. And Kong Yun, while looking into that person's eyes, muttered to himself, "Whoa, he looked into my eyes. He's staring at me like crazy. Can he see me?" However, when he looked closely at the person's pupils, Kong Yun immediately saw monsters and muttered to himself, "It's not, they don't see me." And as he thought this, the monster approached him. A second later, Kong Yun turned to look behind him with a fearful expression. And the people on the street also saw the danger and frantically ran away in disarray. Very quickly, the monsters attacked the city. Meanwhile, he just stood in a corner to observe everything. Next, he began to think to himself, there are monsters I've seen before, and some I've never seen. This is a completely different level compared to the dungeon opening I experienced 2 months ago. It's like a doomsday scenario. Just then, the system issued a notification. Time remaining until the connection to the Hacken dimension is complete, 4 years. 278 days. 23 hours. 32 minutes. 24 seconds. Causing him to panic and mutter to himself, Earth will look like this in 5 years? But while he was thinking, he fell into the monster's line of sight. A moment later, when he saw a giant shadow covering him, Kong Yun was scared. Finally, he looked up. Before him was a giant monster taller than the nearby high-rise buildings. Next, it reached out its large hand. Meanwhile, the smaller monsters below were still attacking the people nearby. In an instant, it attacked Kong Yun, and he used his strength to resist its giant hand. However, suddenly the monster disappeared. On the other hand, not only the monster, but even the entire city disappeared, leaving Kong Yun in an empty world, causing him to fall into complete disappointment and think to himself, what was that just now? Was it also a monster? Just then, he heard someone asking him, how do you feel? In addition, Kong Yun could feel himself floating in the air. At this time, he loudly asked, who are you? Before him was a transparent shadow. Next, he asked, a god or something? But the shadow replied, no, you can simply think of me as a dimensional administrator. Hearing this, he wondered, administrator? A moment later, the transparent shadow explained to him, this stage is a personal exchange with me. Feel free to ask whatever you're curious about. This is also a valuable time for me to ask you a few things. Hearing this, Kong Yun silently thought for a moment. After that, he asked, what did I just see? Will Earth look like that in 5 years? Hearing this, the dimensional administrator replied, it depends on what you do from now on. However, he didn't understand anything at all. So he asked again, I don't understand. If you're such a great being, why don't you stop this yourself? But he explained to Kong Yun, as I said, I'm just an administrator, not a guardian deity. I only maintain balance. The status window and tutorial I gave you are the best I can do. At this time, he began to think about the dimensional administrator's words. And when he saw Kong Yun was silent, the dimensional administrator asked him, now, can I ask you a question? Very quickly, Kong Yun agreed. Next, he asked, Kong Yun, what faith has guided you? And what have you lived for until now? Immediately, he angrily scolded, what the heck are you asking? What kind of profound question is that? Why are you asking that? He also honestly said, after observing humanity throughout this event, I can say that I've become curious. All beings are interesting, but humans are especially interesting. And then these words made him laugh and also made Kong Yun think to himself. Observing, curious, for some reason. This guy is driving me crazy. Next, he deliberately said, then I guess you haven't observed enough. At this time, he suddenly fell silent. Instead, he said, at least in my circle, no one lives their whole life thinking about such nonsense. Since birth, we've just been struggling to be a little happier, trying to survive day by day. In addition, he asked him, do you have anything you want to protect? Kong Yun? Immediately, he punched his chest and confidently replied, my spoiled little sister and my parents. I have to protect my family. But the dimensional administrator asked, have you ever wanted to be a hero? And this question made him feel confused and think to himself, what kind of nonsense is he asking again? After that, he still cheerfully replied, after dying a few times, I've learned my place. That cool but exhausting job isn't for me. And then the dimensional administrator also agreed with Kong Yun's thoughts. So he said, from what I've observed, heroes definitely have innate talent. You, Kong Yun, have almost no talent. However, this statement also made Kong Yun unhappy. And he muttered to himself, is this jerk trying to start something? On the other hand, the dimensional administrator honestly said, but personally, I'm a fan of yours. Kong Yun, seeing you sweep through the tutorial, you don't know how happy and excited I was. At this time, Kong Yun looked unhappy and muttered to himself, you said happy? Is the administrator a masochist? The future of Earth is. Hold on, could it be? After having this thought, he quickly asked, hey, administrator, that stage 5 with the wit theme, is that a time-changing mission? However, he didn't answer him. Instead, he just replied, "Time's up." I was very happy. Kong Yun. Just then, the system sent him a message. "Congratulations, you have completed stage 8. Causing Kong Yun to confusedly say, "What the?" However, just as he was about to finish speaking, he interrupted. The tutorial is just the surface. And he loudly stopped the dimensional administrator from leaving. Wait. In addition, he reminded Kong Yun, more challenges await you, and whether you want to or not. You, Kong Yun, I believe you will become a hero to save the world. As soon as he finished speaking, the dimensional administrator left, so he reached out his hand and shouted, "Wait, so in the end, that 5th stage, did you do it?" Hearing this, he just replied, "Congratulations on graduating from the tutorial, Kong Yun," and he loudly begged, "Hey, you jerk." At this time, he no longer cared about him and just leisurely walked away. Very quickly, the dimensional administrator also arrived at the door. In addition, he left Kong Yun with one last message. "I'm counting on you, Kong Yun." After he left, the system sent him a message. "You are the 62nd person to graduate from the tutorial. You have received the title, Tutorial Graduate." In the darkness, thoughts swirled around and around. As expected, she was the one behind what happened in stage 5. Wasn't she? That jerk. Kong Yun was so angered by his dream that he shot up. But something was stuffed in his mouth, preventing him from shouting. After calming down, he looked down at his mouth, which was stuffed with something white. Kong Yun took it out. It turned out to be a sock. "What is this?" Hyeon, who was next to him, tilted her head and looked at him. "You're awake? I knew you'd shout, so I stuffed your mouth." "Yun, but did you have to stuff my mouth with a sock?" She raised an eyebrow teasingly. "If you don't like it, keep your mouth shut when you wake up. Just looking at your face, I know you failed again. Didn't you? How long do you think it'll take this time?" Yun, hearing this, revealed a sly smile. "Hey." He waved his hand and called out, "Status window." A purple panel appeared before Hyeon's surprised face. He tilted his head back and laughed as if he had harvested a bumper crop. "See that? The power of this brother. I guess I'm the chosen one now." Hyeon, seeing this, smiled and left. "Okay, go make some money now. I made you breakfast this morning as a special reward." Yun pouted angrily. "You could at least congratulate me. You're so cold. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend." After that, she threw something straight at his face, causing him pain. After finishing breakfast, the dishes were cleaned in the sink. Yun sat on a chair, scrolling through his status window, while Hyeon, who had finished getting dressed, opened the door. "I'm heading out." He nodded. "Yeah." Yun, while looking at the status panel, pondered. The following words appeared on the purple information panel. Tutorial completion. Description. A title for those who complete the entire tutorial. Effect. All stats +2. Yun wasn't too surprised. The title I got after completing stage 8. Thinking about it, the effect isn't that great. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he looked down at a line of text. Then he realized, I can't stack titles. Huh? The system, hearing what he said, appeared and explained, except for the selected title. Others only provide 50% of the effect. He smiled. Just as I thought. Yun looked at his personal attribute panel and calculated. Of course, I should use tutorial completion. Deciding, he turned off the attribute panel and looked at a small wooden box. A mysterious aura surrounded it. And, I've been waiting for this moment. He opened the small wooden box. Inside was an old book, and rays of purple light emitted from the book. Yun was excited. The secret item obtained after defeating the hobgoblin. At the same time, a small information panel appeared behind him. Yun excitedly raised the book high. Declare your identity. The system didn't disappoint his expectations and displayed the item's information. Magic Explosion E. Description. A skill book that allows you to learn the Magic Explosion E skill. Ability. Fires a magic ball that can create an explosion. Yun's face darkened after reading the text. A skill book? He rested his head on the book and trembled. Yun's whole body happily sprang up like a child who received a favorite item. After 4 months of screaming in the tutorial, Kong Yun finally reached the realm of silent screaming. The system panel continued to ask, do you want to learn the Magic Explosion E skill? He didn't hesitate and replied, of course. The system displayed confirmation. You have learned the magic explosion skill." At the same time, the book in his hand slowly disappeared. After the book completely turned into golden fragments, he was satisfied. "Nice. I got the gift." Yun clenched his fist and was enthusiastic. "Now that I've received the gift, should I apply to the Awakened Training School?" In a distant neighborhood, a girl was quietly walking in the crowd. "My name is On Mi Young, a newly appointed civil servant." Her face was eager for this first assignment. The scene transitioned to another building. "My first job is at the Awakened Training School, a place where those who have completed the tutorial can receive certification." A gate appeared with security guards. Mi Young's thoughts continued. Our country's awakened training system is said to have developed rapidly and become one of the best in the world. She imagined the image of the awakened and was proud. They may be recruits, but they are the heroes of the future. Isn't it wonderful to witness the beginning of their journey? The scene changed again to a field with many people lined up. Mi Young's thoughts also became slightly somber. Or that's what I thought a few hours ago. Mi Young was sitting on a chair with her body trembling. Sorry. Her tears seemed about to spill out as she looked up. Above, Yun, with an expression as if he wanted to kill someone, was looking at her. Mi Young trembled, but still tried to complete the procedure. "I need to see your citizen ID." She looked at the photo in the ID, then at the office worker in front of her, and then back at reality, and regretted it. Yun, with a face full of murderous intent, asked, "What was that?" She was frightened by him and raised the paper to cover her face. Then she sat trembling in frustration. "Why are you doing this to me?" Yun, seeing this, was surprised and didn't understand anything. Yun waved his hand. "No, what's going on?" Suddenly, he heard whispers. "What's going on? What's happening?" He made her cry? Did he threaten her? A group of people didn't say anything, but their eyes looked at him with wariness. Some people even took out their phones to record. Yun tried to defuse the situation. "No, wait, I didn't do anything." When Yun was in a difficult position, a voice rang out. "Is there a problem here?" Mi Young seemed relieved. Instructor Kim In-hyun. At this time, In-hyun was walking around supervising. "It seems the procedure is a bit slow. What's going on?" At the same time, his eyes and Yun's met. The two looked at each other and thought, "He looks familiar. That voice sounds familiar too." In-hyun went over. "Can I take a look at that?" Mi Young immediately handed it over. "Here you go." He spoke up. "Kong Yun, you look different in person than in the photo. Don't you?" He muttered. "Look, my appearance changed because of skills. But I swear, it's really me." Yun continued. "If you don't believe me, I can do a DNA test or fingerprint test." In-hyun was looking at the information on the paper and was surprised. He asked, "You've completed stage 5? He nodded. "Yes, but," he was thinking in his heart, "I intentionally changed the details to avoid drawing attention." In-hyun asked again, "Stage 12, that's pretty high. Have you ever conquered an illegal dungeon?" Yun, after hearing that question, felt a bit difficult to answer. "I reduced it by more than half. But is it still too high?" Yun, with a shifty gaze, replied, "I went in a few times before the law was enacted." In-hyun's face didn't change at all. "I see. What's the manpower skill that you listed as one of your signature moves?" He explained, "It temporarily doubles my strength." In-hyun reached out his hand and invited Yun to a different corner to talk with him. "Thanks for your cooperation. Just one more thing." Yun was a bit reluctant. He was asking too many questions. After the two of them left the line of people, In-hyun said, "In stage 3, awakened receive a skill. In stage 4, an accessory. And in stage 5, another skill." In-hyun looked straight at him with a serious expression. "I need to see all those rewards." Yun thought to himself, "He's being too thorough, isn't he?" He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Okay, here's the skill I received in stage 3. Then, Yun suddenly bit hard into his arm, a move that made In-hyun a bit stunned. On the floor, drops of blood stained the floor below. In-hyun looked at him with a serious expression, only to see the wound he had torn open with his teeth slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In-hyun adjusted his glasses. A recovery skill. Yun calmly presented a ring. And in stage 4, this ring, the system also displayed, manifest. He waved his hand to shake off all the blood. And in stage 5, he was about to arrange things. "Okay, I wrote my signature move as manpower instead of great strength." He spoke up. It's a skill that transmits fear to the surrounding enemies with a roar. Is it okay if I use it here? Inhyun calmly replied. It's fine. Go ahead and use it. Yun nodded. Okay. At the same time, in the line of people, Yusung was bored while waiting. Suddenly, he looked over to one side. Over there, Yun was taking a breath, preparing to use a skill. He was surprised and remembered. Wait, that guy. Yusung recalled a video that was spreading on social media. The goblin slaughterer of Jeowudong. Yusung, sensing something, was stunned. He quickly covered his ears before the people behind him could wonder what he was doing. Immediately, a thunderous roar rang out, scaring everyone. The whole crowd covered their ears in chaos. What was that? What the heck? After a long while, the effect of the skill wore off. Yun coughed to let Inhyun regain his composure. Inhyun, at this time, looked at him with horrified eyes. Yun smiled and asked, "Is that enough?" Inhyun quickly returned to his professional demeanor and pushed up his glasses. "That's enough. Then, Kong Yun, please go to the first floor of the Gunmu building next door." At the same time, Yusung, who had been observing the two of them for a while now, revealed a smile that stretched to his ears and an excited expression that looked like a pervert. Kong Yun recalled, "I almost got rejected because I looked different from my ID photo. But after drawing attention with that fierce roar, people gathered in the room, whispering, 'Is that him? Really?' The subject of their gossip, Kong Yun, was chewing on a packed box of meat. He propped his chin up and thought idly, 'Looks like I gave everyone a bad impression.' Someone in the room even gossiped. He yelled at that girl so hard she almost faded away. Kong Yun just felt like something was off. But he didn't care. The blonde-haired guy sitting in the back row looked at him pensively. At this time, Instructor Kim Inhyun stepped onto the podium with a few other teaching assistants. He spoke, "Thank you for waiting." On the podium was a speech stand with a microphone. Kim Inhyun adjusted the microphone, and his voice echoed throughout the room. "I'm Kim Inhyun, and from now on I'll be in charge of training at the Sungnam branch of the Awakened Training School. Nice to meet you all." The entire auditorium applauded in response. Kim Inhyun began to explain the content. The training course will last 10 days, consisting of theory classes in the morning and practical sessions in the afternoon. Food and lodging will be provided here. If no serious problems occur, everyone will safely complete the training course and receive certification. Everyone below sat quietly and listened. Kim Inhyun continued to explain. As everyone knows, it's been almost half a year since the world change. Information about dungeons and monsters appears daily. Therefore, tactics are constantly being developed. He emphasized. In other words, what you're about to learn isn't necessarily the correct answer. Kong Yun was a little dissatisfied. He's already making people lose heart at the start. Kim Inhyun declared, "There may be false information or information that will soon become useless. Therefore, I'll only teach you the most essential things to help you survive." Finally, to announce the schedule, over the next 10 days, I hope to cooperate with you all. Kim Inhyun temporarily dismissed the class. "This part is over. Please take a 10-minute break, and then we'll move on to the next part." The break made the sound in the room much more lively. People got to know each other and chatted together. Kong Yun, on the other hand, was still listlessly leaning back, looking up at the ceiling. He wasn't interested in anything. It's as boring as military training. Will this continue for another 10 days? Suddenly, a muscular figure approached him. Kong Yun looked over. The man reached out his hand. He said warmly, "My name is Kwok Soo-il. Let's shake hands." Kong Yun had just drifted back from paradise, so his face was blank and stiff, not understanding what was going on. After a moment, he blankly thought, "Who is this gym bro?" Kong Yun reached out and shook back, saying, "My name is Kong Yun." Kwok Soo-il gave a sly smile. Kong Yun realized that something wasn't right. Kwok Soo-il deliberately squeezed his hand tightly. He even pretended to be polite. "Let's help each other out." Kwok Soo-il secretly gloated. Guys like this need to be taught their place from the beginning. The sound from before had indeed put pressure on him to the point that his face was red. He didn't want to be undermined by Kong Yun, so he had to strike first. He thought, "I've hated this guy since he caused that chaos earlier." Suddenly, Kwok Soo-il's eyes widened. He saw Kong Yun squeeze his hand back with incredible force. Kwok Soo-il trembled and cursed inwardly. What the heck? This guy can still hold on? Kong Yun said quietly. Great strength. The system immediately activated Great Strength. Great Strength B ability. Strengthens muscles with magic. Description. Increases strength by 12 for 10 minutes. The muscles on Kong Yun's biceps suddenly became incredibly strong. Even a slight squeeze from him was enough to make the weight Kwok Soo-il was enduring feel like it had increased by tens of tons. His muscles wanted to twist and turn. Kwok Soo-il panicked. Huh? I'm losing? In a strength contest? I put all my points into the strength stat. Many eyes from all directions turned to look at them. Huh? Are they fighting? Kwok Soo-il was embarrassed. Oh my god. Everyone's looking. I can't retreat in such a pathetic way. Kwok Soo-il gritted his teeth and strained to increase his strength 100-fold. Veins and muscles bulged on his bronze skin. Looking terrifying. Boom. Kwok Soo-il's biceps exploded. Just like a balloon being poked with a needle. Blood gushed out. He was in shock. Kong Yun was stunned. Huh? The onlookers also got splattered with blood. The blonde-haired guy, witnessing the entire process, smiled with an unsettling glee, expressing his crazy, twisted pleasure. Blood soaked the floor tiles. A scream of "ah" echoed throughout the school. An ambulance beeped in front of the gate. Kong Yun, in the proctor's office, angrily argued, "No, I swear, that musclehead. No, that guy came and shook my hand first. And then suddenly, while he was flexing, it suddenly exploded." Kim In-hyun replied calmly, "You think I'll actually believe that?" Kong Yun scratched his head. "Ah, this is really crazy," he explained anxiously. "It's not about believing or not. It's the truth. Thanks to my unique ability, Strength of the Strong, which increases my strength by 1.5 times. I was able to avoid injury." Kong Yun even said, "If you don't believe me, you can check the CCTV." Kim In-hyun saw an important point and asked, "Your unique ability is called human power?" Kong Yun jumped and replied, "Ah, yeah, that's right, human power." Kim In-hyun pushed up his glasses and reminded him, "And it increases strength by 2 times, not 1.5 times. He lowered his tail and gave a perfunctory smile. Avoiding the topic, "I'm probably not very good at math, so I made a mistake." Kim In-hyun frowned, staring at him as if wanting to confirm something. Then he sighed. "Ha," he said, "I understand. Go back to class." Kong Yun, returning to class, also sat down and sighed. Phew ha. The first day is really tiring. At this time, a figure appeared and sat next to him. He spoke up. "Hello." Kong Yun glanced over. The blonde-haired guy folded his arms neatly and smiled. "Haha, can I sit next to you?" Kong Yun had a real question mark. Sure, whatever." Looking at the guy's bright blonde hair and piercing-filled look, Kong Yun thought speechlessly. First the gym bro, now a delinquent? The guy shook his hand and introduced himself. "I'm In Yusung." Kong Yun nodded and replied, I'm Kong Yun." In Yusung probed, "Can I call you Hung? I just turned 18 and recently completed the tutorial. I learn really fast. So I graduated from high school already." Kong Yun glossed over. Just talk to me comfortably." He assessed In Yusung, judging by his appearance. "I thought he was older than me." He leaned in and asked him, "What did you do before?" Kong Yun was surprised. "Huh? What?" In Yusung's face sparkled with radiant happiness. But his words were completely opposite. That guy's hand suddenly exploded. It was the best ever. "What skill was that?" Kong Yun groaned. This guy isn't normal either." "Oh well," he complained loudly. "That's not how it happened. Okay? That muscle pig's muscles just suddenly exploded." Kim In-hyun walked into the class, interrupting the conversations. "Let's start class 2. Please take your seats." Kim In-hyun, holding a remote control, said briefly, "Because we were delayed for quite a while. I'll just summarize the main points." The screen projected 2 data tables. Kim In-hyun held up 2 fingers and said, "Currently, dungeons are divided into 2 types. Ordinary dungeons and incomplete dungeons." He explained, "Ordinary dungeons are the more common type. The dungeon gate will break 4 weeks after it appears. As you all know, a dungeon break is the phenomenon of monsters pouring out of the gate." Kong Yun and In Yusung sat silently and listened. An incomplete dungeon is a type of dungeon whose break time cannot be determined. It may open sooner or later than 4 weeks. So frequent guarding is mandatory. Kim In-hyun led into the issue. So, how can we prevent it? We have 2 ways. The screen switched to images of 2 gems. One reddish gold and one deep purple. According to Kim In-hyun, these were 2 different cores. One is to complete the dungeon by obtaining the central core, or main core. The other is to replace ordinary cores periodically to delay the dungeon break. At the same time, he added a note. However, you must be careful with the core attack sequence. Suddenly, a boisterous voice shouted from somewhere. Oh really? A big-eared, surly man sitting at the back of the class looked impatient and arrogant. What about dealing with the monsters? You think I came here to listen to this useless theory? Kong Yun began to feel annoyed. He turned around and criticized. Another musclehead. These muscle guys, that guy and the pig from earlier, are the problem. Another teaching assistant in the auditorium warned. Trainee, if you cause trouble again, you'll be expelled. Kim In-hyun calmly raised his hand to stop him. It's okay, he said to the man. Trainee, please come down here. The big-eared, surly man was surprised. Huh? Kim In-hyun repeated. I said, come down here. The guy wasn't afraid at all and even mocked him. Ha, you've got some pride. Huh? The man walked to the front of the podium and spread his arms out provocatively. I'm down here. What now? Kim In-hyun moved to the position opposite the guy. He took out his phone and set it to rewind time. 1 minute. The big-eared, surly man still didn't understand what was going on. Kim In-hyun held up the 1-minute setting for the guy to see. Then he made a request. From now on, I'll only dodge and block your attacks for 1 minute. If you can injure me, you'll graduate immediately. Then Kim In-hyun's face darkened, and he challenged in a low voice. If not, you'll be expelled. Want to play? Kong Yun and An Yusung, witnessing the entire betting process, were dumbfounded. They both thought, this gym bro 2 is really arrogant. It's really troublesome. But then they both smiled in a quirky way. They had a common, extremely interesting thought, but it looks fun. So it's okay. Kim In-hyun declared. From now on, I will only dodge and block your attacks for 1 minute. If there's even a scratch on my body, I'll let you graduate immediately. He threatened. But if you fail, you'll be expelled. What do you say? The big-eared, surly man gritted his teeth. What do you take me for? The inventory window popped up. The guy pulled a sharp sword out of the bag. He grinned arrogantly and said, Are you sure you won't regret this? The staff behind him flusteredly tried to stop Kim In-hyun from stepping up. Teacher, but the sword is real. Kim In-hyun pushed up his glasses slightly and replied. It's okay. His face darkened as he ordered. Come on. A fierce aura enveloped the big-eared, surly man. He growled. We're going to do this until the end. Then he knelt on one knee to gain momentum and shouted. I'm attacking. He charged towards Kim In-hyun. A ray of sword light struck down, and Kim In-hyun lightly dodged it. He mocked. Attacking after announcing it has no effect. Even if you don't attack by surprise. Surprise is fundamental to an attack. The big-eared, surly man angrily snorted coldly. He slashed horizontally, seemingly cutting Kim In-hyun in half. But he, like a persistent ghost, suddenly teleported behind the guy and whispered. Similarly, the preparation motion is too cumbersome. The opponent won't wait for you to attack. The big-eared, surly man was scared to death. He turned his head angrily. The sword slashed repeatedly through the air. Kim In-hyun was like countless illusions, making it impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. He calmly instructed. Swinging the sword isn't enough. Kim In-hyun lightly dodged each sword strike while leisurely pointing out. You have to know how to observe and see through the opponent's movements without missing a beat. The surly man turned red in the face and screamed. Enough with the nonsense. He lost all reason and charged at him with the sword. Damn it. Then he swung his arm and slashed at his head. Kim In-hyun bent down to dodge. He continued to lecture him. Putting all your strength into it isn't always the best way. The larger the amplitude of movement, the greater the opening. Kim In-hyun bent his knee and said. But more importantly, swoosh. He kicked the guy's sword straight up to the ceiling. The sword pinned itself tightly to the ceiling wall, even causing some cracks. The big-eared, surly man, without his sword, had a pale face and collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, Kim In-hyun said. Doing that will make you run out of strength very quickly. He held up his phone to show the time. 1 minute 28 seconds. And then coldly announced, "It's been 1 minute. Time's up." The members of the class were stunned. Kong Yun compared Kim In-hyun's head tilting motion with a video he had once seen. That head tilting motion to avoid a punch from some professional boxer. I have seen something similar before. He looked at Kim In-hyun easily subduing the big-eared, surly man and wondered, but doing that to someone with abilities, could it be that there really are differences between superhumans? Kong Yun narrowed his eyes. He analyzed the surly man's strength in the battle just now. His agility and reaction speed. Even someone who has enhanced their stats like me would have difficulty keeping up. If I had to face him in a 1v1. Kong Yun closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, his face was filled with a lewd and gleeful smile. Then who would win? I kinda want to fight. Kong Yun laughed ha ha ha, and Yu Sung also laughed ha ha ha. Both of them laughed ha ha ha. Kong Yun suddenly looked over. And Yu Sung's expression, looking at Kim In-hyun and the other guy, was ecstatic and blissful, no less than his. He was even sticking out his tongue. Laughing ha 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 ha. Kong Yun cursed inwardly. Whoa, what's with that expression? What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? He looked no different from a crazy person constantly, kakeke, ing. Kong Yun regretted it. His face darkened and he just wanted to run away. I shouldn't sit next to this guy next time. I don't want people to think I'm the same way. In the afternoon, everyone gathered in the courtyard. The schedule of the Awakened Training Academy consisted of theory classes in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. Kim In-hyun dragged out a whole set of crude, heavy weapons in front of the courtyard and said, "Today, we'll practice weapon skills. Everyone, please receive your training weapons." He instructed the whole class. "First, please practice on your own. And the teaching assistants will take turns correcting you. Because of a lack of manpower. I hope you understand that we can't provide one-on-one instruction." Kong Yun picked up a dull sword and was unhappy. Boring. And Yu Sung, carrying a sword on his shoulder, took the initiative to invite him. "Bro, weapon skills training sounds boring. Huh? Do you want to spar?" Kong Yun was excited. "Sounds good. Are you good at fighting?" Kim In-hyun accidentally heard the word, spar, and warned. Note that sparring is prohibited until the 6th day of training. Kong Yun clicked his tongue. Tisk. The sound of, ha-ha, training echoed throughout the blue sky. All the members of the class tried to swing their swords up and down. Kong Yun looked at those slow movements with a cold face. He thought boringly, I wasn't expecting much, but is this really what everyone is like? The average level is lower than I thought. Then Kong Yun scratched his head. I don't need to practice anything. Just walk around and exercise a bit. His hand tightened around the sword. Swoosh swoosh. Kong Yun crouched down and made a few decisive sword strokes. The afterimage of the sword caused Kim In-hyun nearby to notice. He glanced over in surprise. Kong Yun's sword swinging speed was extremely fast, even though he was pretending to just wave it around a few times. Each of his sword strokes was truly so sharp that the air seemed to be torn apart, leaving faint silver streaks in the space. Suddenly, Kong Yun was reminded, that trainee, don't do that. Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han crossed his arms sternly and said, in that stance, you have to close your legs and adjust the angle of the sword a little. It looks like you're trying to show off, but it's useless during training. Kong Yun's face stiffened for a long time. Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han still droned on. Later, when you go into the dungeon, you'll find it difficult to apply that sword technique in actual combat. Kong Yun's eyes flashed red. What is this guy saying? The next second, he grabbed his collar. Kong Yun's face pressed close. As fierce as a demon. Growling, are you good at fighting? How about we try it out? Then he let go, his expression returning to normal as he casually poked his ear and replied, Okay. He suppressed his evil thoughts. I'm holding back because I'm afraid of making a big deal out of it. At this time, Kim In-hyun stepped forward and spoke. Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han. Wait. Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han turned his head. When he saw Kim In-hyun, he was surprised. Teacher. Kim In-hyun clapped his hands. He called out loudly, everyone, pay attention. From now on, there will be simulated sparring matches between the trainees and the teaching assistants. Everyone turned their heads to watch. Kong Yun and teaching assistant Kim Seong-han were dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Kim In-hyun, while handing the sword to teaching assistant Kim Seong-han, instructed, "Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han will follow the instructions from just now. And trainee Kong Yun will continue to swing his sword as usual. You only have one back and forth attack." Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han was stunned. "Huh?" Kong Yun smirked. "Who?" Kim In-hyun didn't bother saying anything more and just waved his hand. "Okay, start." He and him were in position. They counted, 1, 2, just as they reached 3. Both of them charged at each other simultaneously. Kong Yun's eyes lit up with enjoyment. He powerfully struck down the teaching assistant Kim Seong-han's sword. The terrifying pressure made him panic. Kong Yun's sword flashed a faint green light. He swung his sword up again. This time, the force was so great that it knocked the teaching assistant Kim Seong-han's sword flying. The sword spun around in the air. Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han lost his balance and fell to the ground. Swoosh! His sword fell and stuck into the ground a distance from his back. The atmosphere of the training session was silent as a piece of paper. Everyone watched intently, not taking their eyes off. Kim In-hyun took the opportunity to explain to everyone in the class. The weapon skills you're practicing are to prepare you for real battles. Training your body to react immediately when attacked. He patiently explained, but trainee Kong Yun has shown us that we must not forget the most important thing, the ability to react. Never think that what you're learning is the answer. Kim In-hyun spoke up to praise. Let's give these two a round of applause for the demonstration just now. Everyone applauded loudly. Kong Yun, seeing that he was being praised, flared his nostrils. How about that? In fact, this person still hasn't understood anything from the start to now. Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han sat on the ground, scratching his head in embarrassment. Kim In-hyun came over and offered him his hand. "I'm sorry." Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han. "You worked hard." Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han quickly grabbed it and stammered. It's okay. Thanks to you. I've learned a lot." Kim In-hyun pulled him up. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and said, "It was a little unexpected. But," he interrupted, "I apologize for that." His eyes turned to Kong Yun, who was chatting enthusiastically with An Yu-sung. Teaching assistant Kim Seong-han vaguely didn't understand. Kim In-hyun pushed up his glasses slightly, his voice becoming mysterious and strange. "I just wanted to check a few things." Kong Yun decided to record his learning process in a notebook. Or, as it would be known, My Precious Training Log, by Kong Yun. Kong Yun began to write. Day 1. Some big brute started a fight with me. So I taught him a lesson. That guy, An Yu-sung, keeps trying to be friendly with me. But he seems a little crazy. Theory class is super boring. And practical training isn't very effective. The next day was still the same. Day 2. Not much different from yesterday. In the morning, we learned some tactics and stuff. In the afternoon, we learned weapon training. And Yu-sung seems very enthusiastic. I should keep my distance from him. Just seeing him swinging his sword around haphazardly while the teaching assistant yells. Swinging like that is very dangerous, is enough to know. Day 3. When I asked An Yu-sung how many tutorial stages he'd completed, he rested his chin on his hand and smiled playfully. It's a secret, of course. The only person talking to me is still this guy. In the afternoon, the two of us were messing around with swords. But the teaching assistant kept yelling. That's not how it's done. Day 4. An Yu-sung sat next to me, staring intently. The scribbled journal page showed how bored he was. At training, as soon as I grabbed 2 swords and said, "Hurry up," the teaching assistant immediately screamed. Each person is only allowed to use 1 weapon. Day 5. This is so boring. I want to go home. He was so bored that he just lay on the ground in the afternoon. When the teaching assistant asked, "What are you doing?" the trainee just needed to reply, "Meditating." Day 6. Kong Yun gave up, slumped his face on the table, and groaned. This is so boring. He turned and jabbed at An Yu-sung. Why don't you go start some trouble? He pretended to retort. Didn't you say before that we should quietly complete the course? Kong Yun lifted his face from the table and said coldly, "If you get kicked out, it's not my problem." An Yu-sung smiled slyly. You really know how to say trashy things as usual. An Yu-sung reassured him. You don't need to worry too much. He crossed his arms and suggested. Today is the 6th day. So from now on, we'll have sparring in the afternoon. Right? I feel like something interesting will happen. And Yu-sung's eyes curved, filled with a bizarre excitement. I have a feeling. Day 6. Sparring practice in the afternoon. At a small assembly hall. Kook. The sword in the opposing instructor's hand was knocked away. The instructor fell to the floor. The sword also clattered behind him. And the instructor winced in pain. Kong Yun helped the instructor up. Kim In-hyun, acting as referee, announced. Trainee Kong Yun wins. The next team. Prepare. People in the hall bustled and chattered noisily. Kong Yun moved to his seat and sat down. And Yu-sung leaned over and joked. You fight pretty well. Huh? I saw you take down an instructor. Kong Yun replied indifferently. It's just that the opponent was too weak. And Yu-sung flattered. Come on, why are you suddenly being so humble? Kong Yun's expression was nonchalant. He calmly watched the following matches. But his thoughts drifted far away. What should I do? It feels like children are playing. He crossed his arms and assessed to himself. Overall, the level here isn't that high. I don't know much about things like talent. But it seems that ordinary people can't get through too many stages. Watching the tedious battles, Kong Yun couldn't help feeling bored. They say the sparring will continue until the 8th day. Do they really have to keep doing these boring things? Suddenly, a trainee charged at his opponent, shouting, "Ha!" The opponent's face changed, and he just let out an "ah" and raised his sword to defend. Kong Yun, sitting below, felt a little nervous. On the arena floor, the opponent, pale and lost, closed his eyes tightly. A moment later, he opened his eyes tremblingly. The trainee's sword point was only a few centimeters away from reaching its target. Unexpectedly, Kim In-hyun managed to catch it with his bare hand in time. He announced, "Let's stop here. The winner is trainee Kim Chang-woo." The hall buzzed with applause. Kong Yun praised inwardly. He's pretty good. If I were to spar, I'd prefer to fight instructor Kim In-hyun. Kim In-hyun called out loudly. Alright, the next team, step up. And Yu-sung stood up. He turned his head and said to Kong Yun, "I'm going now." Kong Yun nodded. Okay. Suddenly, the corners of Yu-sung's mouth curled up into a sly smile. Kong Yun's vision flashed with surprise. When he came to his senses, and Yu-sung had already stepped onto the arena stairs. Remembering his curved eyes full of bizarre excitement and the words, "I feel like something interesting will happen," Kong Yun suddenly felt a little uneasy. He's not planning to cause trouble, is he? I have a bad feeling. Looking at Yu-sung holding a mace standing on the arena, facing a young woman holding a staff, Kim In-hyun, standing in the middle, provided information. Trainee Lee Yuri is a mage who will be using her own weapon instead of the training weapon. Kong Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Well, with the instructor there, how could anything big happen? Right? Kim In-hyun emphasized to Yu-sung. This will give her an advantage due to the spatial disadvantage. Do you have any problem with that? Yu-sung smiled faintly and replied, "No." Kim In-hyun looked down at his weapon and asked, "But, if I remember correctly, trainee Yu-sung's main weapon is a sword, isn't it? Why is it a mace now?" Yu-sung quickly winked. There's no rule saying you can only use one type of weapon. Right? Kim In-hyun thought that was reasonable. So he temporarily agreed. Alright then. Then he gestured. Alright, both of you, step back. I'll count to 3, and then you'll start. Kong Yun suddenly became alert with each count. 1, 2, and Yu-sung was leisurely and relaxed. 3. Lee Yuri had prepared a magic formation, creating stones. She controlled the magic, launching the stones straight towards Yu-sung. Yu-sung raised his mace. He lightly used the mace to knock away every stone flying towards him with lightning speed. Yu-sung's eyes flickered slightly. He smiled wickedly. Kong Yun was unexpectedly stunned. His face brightened, marveling. This is the first time I've seen magic in real life. So, if I do it in the tutorial, I can learn magic too? Then he blankly looked towards Lee Yuri's back, wondering, why didn't I see this during weapon training? Is she practicing separately? Lee Yuri, seeing that her magic attack had failed, angrily clenched her staff, cursing, "Damn it." The head of the staff was covered by purple magic. Lee Yuri strained and conjured a giant stone. She controlled the stone, flying it straight towards Yu-sung. He glanced to the side. Kim In-hyun sensed that something was wrong. In Yu-sung once again swung his mace high. He gained momentum with both feet. In Yu-sung grinned savagely, striking the mace straight forward. Magical power suddenly exploded. Kong Yun paused for a beat. Huh? He was stunned and didn't dare to believe it. That guy, could it be? In Yu-sung lifted and spun the mace, blocking the stone, spinning it around to create a terrifying vortex. Kong Yun remarked, "He's bending the trajectory of the magic." Just as the stone was flung straight towards Kim In-hyun's face, Kong Yun saw through his intentions. The target is the instructor. The stone changed its flight path towards Kim In-hyun. Kim In-hyun hurriedly dodged, and Yu-sung took the opportunity to turn his back. He secretly ran to his opponent's position while Kim In-hyun was entangled. Kim In-hyun reacted too late. He was shocked, and Yu-sung grabbed Lee Yuri by the collar and brought the mace down towards the top of her head. Kim In-hyun roared, "Trainee!" Splatter. Blood splattered everywhere. Kim In-hyun's face changed in horror. Kong Yun's jaw dropped. At In Yu-sung's feet, Lee Yuri lay helplessly in a pool of blood. The flesh and blood were blurred, and her index finger was even bent backwards in a warped way. In Yu-sung happily raised his hand to celebrate his victory. His cheeks were flushed with pleasure, and his face was covered in blood, but it expressed a terrifyingly ecstatic joy. Kong Yun slowly added to his journal. Day 6. This idiot is crazier than I thought. Kim In-hyun, looking at the bloody scene before him, said frantically. Assistant Kim Seong-han, medical team. Assistant Lee Min-hyuk, call 911. Kim Seong-han immediately called the paramedics without hesitation and described the accident. A fracture in the right arm. Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Lee Min-hyuk quickly gave first aid to the victim and said gently, "Just hang in there a little longer." After resolving the situation, Kim In-hyun raised his sword and pointed it directly at In Yu-sung's face. Interrogating him, "Trainee In Yu-sung, do you know what you're doing?" Unexpectedly, this guy was so unconscionable that he just arrogantly smiled insensitively and said, "It was just an accident. Accidents like this can happen in training, right?" Kim In-hyun was surprised but quickly regained his composure and asked, "You think anyone will believe that?" And Yu-sung still didn't care at all and just nonchalantly winked and laughed. He frowned, about to scold him. "You." Kim In-hyun, seeing this, didn't know how to handle it and left, sighing as he said, "All right, we'll take a 20-minute break. Everyone return to your seats at 3 o'clock. After speaking to everyone, Kim In-hyun turned and said sternly to In Yu-sung, "Trainee, follow me for a moment." In Yu-sung still didn't have any fear in his heart and just nonchalantly followed him, saying, "Yes, yes." Seeing this scene, Kong Yun was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He only had some thoughts. That dagger. Looking at the dagger in In Yu-sung's hand, he thought a bit about the serious injury that had just occurred. Although the accident happened, the training continued as usual for 2 more days. In Yu-sung still hadn't been kicked out and was still training as usual. But it seemed he had been noticed, because the instructors and assistants were extremely wary of him. It seemed that victories weren't as effortless as usual. Kong Yun, looking at the fight below, also had some thoughts. There's even a healer nearby. I heard that costs a lot of money. Thanks to that, the 8th day passed without any incidents. No, I was going to let it go. At this time, in Kim In-hyun's instructor's room, Kong Yun immediately went to challenge the instructor. Kim In-hyun, the training is about to end. Let's spar with real swords. Hearing this challenge, Kim In-hyun looked at his student doing silly things and, without any interest, just looked down with a melancholy expression and said, "Ha, because the graduation ceremony will be in 2 days. Can't you let it pass peacefully? This guy is already exhausted. And don't suddenly go into the instructor's room like that." Kong Yun wanted to do something more interesting and said, Aren't these childish games a bit boring?" After hearing this, Kim In-hyun didn't react at all and just thought about something else in melancholy. Seeing this, Kong Yun continued to talk about what he mentioned to the instructor once more. "I'm telling you, Kim In-hyun, don't you feel itchy? This is where you have to look at piles of documents, right? And we've met before, right?" Kim In-hyun looked back at him with a cold gaze. After a while, Kim In-hyun also agreed to fight with the stubborn Kim Yun. When they went to the training room, Kim In-hyun asked him with some doubt, "So, you were the one from before?" Trainee Kong Yun, although it's late, thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to minimize the damage. Kim Yun, suddenly being thanked, was a little embarrassed but still had something hidden from the instructor. Ah, it's nothing, but inwardly, he had some thoughts about what he was hiding. I bet he didn't notice where I took the item, right? At this moment, the instructor asked a question that made Kong Yun freeze. However, Trainee Kong Yun, you completed stage 5, right? You have an impressive sword. Isn't that the reward from part 6? Kong Yun didn't back down, but was more resolute than ever, saying, I found it while conquering. He didn't believe this and said, that's a good excuse. After saying that, Kim I-hyun still agreed to this request and prepared to fight. Well, okay. It seems you don't intend to answer any more questions. If that's the case, I should also respond with everything I found while conquering. After saying that, Kim I-hyun didn't want to say any more and immediately teleported behind where Kong Yun was standing. But Kong Yun managed to dodge successfully. Unexpectedly, he used the sword and swung it over there, making Kong Yun a little surprised. Seeing him so surprised, Kim I-hyun said triumphantly and confidently, I thought you were focused on strength, but your speed is also impressive. But Kong Yun wasn't afraid of those confident words at all. Focusing on only one thing will make you weak. Because I have a healing skill. Just attack with all your strength. Kim I-hyun said, then I won't hold back anymore. After saying that, he immediately disappeared, making Kong Yun extremely surprised. Immediately after that, he appeared with a lot of power along with a huge light. Continuously attacking against his illusion. These powers made Kim I-hyun stop and retreat a little to think. Incredible physical strength. Will he block all these attacks? Unexpectedly, as he retreated further, Kong Yun's power exploded crazily, and he advanced to attack. Ha 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 ha. That's right. A sparring match should be like this. Seeing this crazy power, he was also a little surprised, thinking, his healing skill seems to be as effective as mine. After understanding everything, Kim I-hyun held his sword and said, also raising his sword in front of him, making Kong Yun startled for a moment. If that's the case, I have to use more strength. I will overwhelm him with an unavoidable blow. But as the sword got closer and closer until the sword was in his hand, Kong Yun still smiled mockingly without any fear. Unexpectedly, when the sword pierced through, a scene occurred that shocked Kim I-hyun and made him think. It can't pierce through. He blocked it with his elbow and ulna? Kong Yun looked at instructor Kim I-hyun who had fallen into the trap and smiled mockingly. Got you. Kim I-hyun, being mocked like that, was a little angry and rushed up. But Kong Yun didn't succeed and retreated backwards. After teasing enough, he immediately rushed up and smashed straight into Kim I-hyun's head. This strong blow made Kim I-hyun fall hard and couldn't stand up anymore. Lying on the floor looking up at the ceiling, Kim I-hyun finally admitted defeat and said, I lost. After a while of treatment, the two also sat down to talk after just having a fight with each other. Kim I-hyun, after fighting, also looked down and admitted his inferiority, saying, Trainee Kong Yun, you're really strong. Kong Yun, because he didn't want the instructor to feel humiliated, didn't admit that he was strong and just said lightly, well, you too. In reality, this sparring match was a draw. We agreed not to use skills in the sparring match, but it seems like I used one. Kim I-hyun used these loopholes to flip the tables on Kim Yun. Is that so? Then I won. You can be eliminated for violating the rules. Being caught by loopholes from the regulations. Kim Yun yelled in the instructor's face and said, that's not fair. How can I turn off passive skills? Right? He sighed. Kim I-hyun didn't say anything, but only knew that he was no longer stressed and happily stood up and said, thank you. I feel a little better. Go in and rest. Tomorrow we have a dungeon conquering practice. At this time, on the rooftop of the school, there was a strange man standing looking at a large door as if he was thinking about something. After thinking and calculating for a while, this strange man was a little sly and moved little by little, transforming into a spiritual sense and sneaking inside this door to prepare to carry out his plan. Kim I-hyun stood in front of the trainees to explain about this dungeon gate. This place is designed as an educational dungeon by the Awakened Ability Training School. This is an F-level dungeon, the Forest of Gaika. The Gaika monster that appears in here is stronger than the monsters in normal F-level dungeons. However, there are 2 reasons why this place is designed as an educational dungeon. After introducing it, he pointed to that location and said, "First, this is a battlefield-type dungeon, where there are various types of traps. But nothing is more dangerous than the monsters. Second, Gaika don't live in herds, so everyone can lure them and deal with them one by one. When entering the dungeon, everyone will be explained in more detail." Kong Yun, standing in front of the dungeon, was also a little prepared, but still hesitated a bit because of its atmosphere. "This is the first time I've entered a real dungeon. Because the tutorial started in a dungeon, I've never gone through a door like this before." Thinking about it, he couldn't get it done, so he had to step through the dungeon door, also feeling something when stepping through it, a light feeling like flying when going through the door. Because he wanted to create a surprise feeling, he chose to close his eyes to step through, and the scene was completely different when he opened his eyes. Kong Yun was completely surprised when he saw this scene and said in astonishment, "Oh, this is a dungeon? The gate, the one we just went through. If I go back there, can I return to the original place?" And Yu Sung, seeing that he was a little worried, also turned around and said to Kong Yun, "They'll explain it in class. You can go back." Seeing that he explained it a little bit wrong, Kong Yun didn't want to hear anymore and turned to leave, saying, "Alright, don't talk to me. I don't want to be considered crazy." And Yu Sung, hearing this, said in confusion, "You were the one who talked to me first." When everyone had gathered, Kim I-hyun started explaining the mission and instructions. First, the assistant instructor will lure the Gaika and demonstrate. Then everyone will hunt a monster in a group of 5 people. After saying that, Kim I-hyun immediately told the assistant to practice while he would speak along. The assistant, hearing the order, also immediately stepped forward to practice this task. He saw the assistant starting to practice and also spoke along. When going to lure, move to a wide place for easy fighting. While moving, I will explain about the Gaika again. Gaika is a bird-type monster. The height from head to toe is a little over 2 meters. And the appearance is almost like an ostrich. Its characteristics are very agile legs and an extremely strong beak. Specifically, its beak can break even armor because it can be fatal. So you have to be especially careful. The sample strategy is for a few people to surround and tie its legs. After explaining it, Kim I-hyun also received a notification from the devices. The central core of the dungeon has been eliminated. The gate leading to the outside has been opened. Finally, the trainees also received a notification from the system. The dungeon is about to collapse. Everyone please go outside. Suddenly, after the notification, the protective shield on their outside cracked into pieces, making everyone a little scared and panicked. Wanting to escape, everyone, after seeing the glass break, felt a little scared and crowded, pushing each other, wanting to go out quickly, leading to arguments. "Let's go quickly. Don't push." Kim I-hyun, seeing this, was a little flustered and shouted loudly to everyone, "Don't panic and slowly go out the door one person at a time. We have to go out before the dungeon completely collapses. There's still enough time, so move in order." After everyone went outside, they were a little confused and asked each other in a panic, "What's going on? Didn't it say that the central core had been eliminated? Wasn't the dungeon completed already?" Kim I-hyun, seeing this peaceful scene, was also a little unexpected and started counting the number of his students. 2, 4, 6. Everyone is out. Who completed the dungeon? Suddenly, the assistant looked at something in the sky and called Kim I-hyun immediately in fear. "Instructor, that thing, the dungeon, it wasn't that anyone completed it, but that the Gaika monster had escaped, and it was standing looking at everyone with eyes wanting to eat everyone alive." Kim I-hyun, seeing the Gaika monster in front of him, was a little shocked and said, "Impossible." Seeing this, he couldn't be scared even a little bit and hurriedly told the assistant to do something. Assistant instructor, request assistance. Trainees, quickly leave the dungeon. The dungeon is breaking. Suddenly, Kong Yun worriedly ran to Kim I-hyun about everything. Instructor Park I-hyun, what's going on? Kim I-hyun, seeing that there were still trainees here, was a little confused and asked, "Trainee Kong Yun, you came to the right place. This is a dungeon break. I need the trainees to help a little at the front line." Kong Yun, hearing this, still didn't quite understand and asked again, "A dungeon break?" Seeing this, he explained a little more about this matter. If you destroy or eliminate the dungeon core without killing the boss monster. Then when the dungeon collapses, the remaining monsters will pour through the gate. This is a dungeon break. Didn't you learn about it in the theory class? Mentioning the theory class, Kong Yun was a little startled and stammered. I learned it. Actually, I was just testing to see if Ihyun knew clearly or not. He, seeing that he could joke at this moment, was a little angry again. You're being silly again. Sorry, but I don't have time to joke around. The Geika will pour out soon. I will lead the trainees. So just stay here first. While they were still discussing the plan, the monster spoke up, causing Ihyun to be startled and say, "Damn it, it's time. Kong Yun, I'm leaving it to you." Kong Yun, seeing it so suddenly, was a little panicked and said, "Hey, wait, I haven't heard everything yet." Kim Ihyun ran while ordering everyone, "Gather into groups of 5 people. From now on, if everyone doesn't follow my words, they might die," he muttered. So it's, Kong Yun, hearing Ihyun's order, started sweating profusely, looking at the Geika behind him and saying in fear, "So he wants me to face all these monsters alone? Did I understand correctly? Hey, whatever, let's fight." Unexpectedly, right at this moment, In Yusung, holding a club, rushed up and attacked a Geika trying to sneak attack and said, "Me too, Hung." And Yusung hit right in the head of the Geika monster, causing it to cry out in pain. But he was very excited. Kong Yun, seeing In Yusung come, was a little surprised and said, "In Yusung." Suddenly, In Yusung laughed in a distorted way, making Kong Yun startled by his sudden laughter. As expected, smashing it with a club is the best. Kong Yun, who was touched, felt a little disgusted by this scene and frowned. But In Yusung continued to attack and said crazily, "You can't have all the fun to yourself." Kong Yun, seeing this scene, turned away in contempt and said, "Disgusting." He finally decided to fight with him even though it was a little crazy. "Alright, having a crazy guy next to me is somewhat reassuring." He rushed up and used his sword to continuously slash at those Geika monsters. In Yusung, seeing this, was a little surprised and stood still, watching him continuously slash. Kong Yun at this time stopped a little and said, "In Yusung, cover your ears." Suddenly, right at this moment, he started activating his power. Activating the lion's rage roar. After activating it, he started roaring loudly, saying, "You stupid chicken-brained idiots." Then the system also had some notifications for them. All enemy stats and spirit have decreased. Kim Ihyun, who was fighting, suddenly felt a little different and said, "It seems like they're suddenly weaker. What was that sound just now?" He also had some thoughts about this matter. That was trainee Kong Yun's skill. Does it have a debuff effect? Assistants will arrive soon. It seems like everything is going smoother than usual. But the problem is, Kong Yun at this time was exploding with all the power of his own self. Magic explosion. After shouting, he immediately advanced and attacked the monster continuously without stopping. But attacking for a while, he realized something. What is that skill? I can use it, but others can't? And Yusung came out, seeing this scene and asked in surprise, "Whoa, what's that, Hung? Is that magic?" Kong Yun looked at the power from his hand and said lightly, This is a skill I received before." And Yusung asked curiously, "From the tutorial?" Kong Yun, seeing that he was so curious, didn't want to reveal it and teased, "That's a secret." And Yusung reminded, "More importantly, look over there." At this time, from far away, there was the sound of a monster's footsteps that sounded very huge approaching. It turned out to be a mutated Geika. Kim Ihyun, seeing it, was a little scared and retreated, thinking, "The boss monster. This is not good. Assistance hasn't arrived yet." Even though trainee Kong Yun has faced a boss before, that huge body is a big problem. Even if it's those two. This is the first time they've fought a real monster. And Yusung was stunned and muttered, Hung. He was now crazy, looking at that with a strange smile and said, "That one is mine. Please give it to your younger brother." Kong Yun also completely went crazy and said, "No way, it's mine." At this time, in the guild leader's private room, Han Seoyeon was asking privately about the trainees. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. There was an incident during the dungeon conquering practice today, right? Kim Ihyun also confirmed with the guild leader. Yes, that's right. Someone broke into the dungeon and intentionally set up a dungeon explosion. According to the report, it was a tactic of dungeon terrorists that had been going on for a month. Han Seoyeon, after hearing the story, was a little interested and laughed, asking, were there any outstanding trainees? He also immediately quickly talked about this issue with the senior. Yes, there are 2 people who defeated the mutated Geika boss. The guild leader, hearing this, became even more curious about these 2 people and smiled even more. Kim I-hyun also spoke in more detail about these 2 special trainees. One is a trainee with outstanding physical strength, speed, agility, everything is at the level of a monster. However, his biggest advantage is his incredible healing ability. Not only is he durable, but his reckless disregard for injury leads to unpredictable tactics, which is what makes it difficult for enemies. The other is a different type. Should I call him a genius? He's a trainee born with excellent combat ability. His quick reaction speed and effective techniques are truly outstanding, but his violent nature is his biggest limitation. Han Seoyeon, after hearing this, had a private question and asked. They didn't mention the last sentence. It's rare for Kim I-hyun to praise others so much. Has he suggested recruiting them? Kim I-hyun didn't want to reveal it and only said meaningfully, "When I'm an instructor, that's illegal." Han Seoyeon, not expecting him to be like this, was a little confused. "You're still as rigid as ever." Kim I-hyun didn't lose out and immediately retorted to her. It's normal for the staff to be similar to the boss. Guild leader, Han Seoyeon didn't want to say much more and instructed a little. "It's good to become an instructor. But please return to the guild soon. This incident is very strange." Kim I-hyun also quickly went to rest early and said, "Yes, I understand." The next morning was also the closing ceremony of the school, and the principal was speaking on the large stage. "Thank you for everyone's hard work for the past 10 years. I hope that everyone will become a great person. Please close the graduation ceremony." Kong Yun, sitting below and clapping, also thought in surprise, "That person is the principal? This is the first time I've seen him. Because he scolded me too much. I thought Kim I-hyun was the highest ranking person." After the closing ceremony ended, he went outside and a bodyguard bowed and said, "Young master, please come in." Kong Yun, looking at the supercar in front of him shining brightly, asked in surprise, "Whoa, In Yusung, born with a silver spoon in his mouth?" In Yusung didn't explain much and just opened the door and said, "Come in, Hung, I'll take you home." Kong Yun, at this time, suddenly woke up to the thought and stepped in, saying, "Oh, thanks, Ha, I've experienced these types of cars before." Suddenly at this time, someone came to call Kong Yun. Seeing this, Kong Yun was startled and turned back, asking in confusion, "Kong Yun?" Kim I-hyun stepped forward and said, "Kim I-hyun here." Kong Yun, seeing him come to meet him, was a little surprised and asked him, "You came to say goodbye? I didn't expect you to be such a sentimental type." Kim I-hyun still sighed helplessly at this teasing and said, "It's not that, but let's just say that it is. But the dungeon explosion incident yesterday. The reward for completing it will be transferred to the two of you. Please know that we'll be contacting you soon. You too." In Yusung, goodbye. After saying what he wanted to say, he decisively left without saying anything more, causing Kong Yun to worry and panic, saying, "Wait, you came here just to say that? At least give me a few words of blessing. You cold person." Kim I-hyun, who was leaving, was bothered and turned back to say a few heartfelt words, making him freeze. "Oh, Kong Yun, you're strong. You'll even become stronger. I'm sure we'll meet soon in the dungeon. However, never forget the responsibility of an ability user. Because now Kong Yun is an ability user." Kong Yun stuck the card on his forehead, running around the house showing off. "See, Kong Ah-hyun, my potential." And Kong Ah-hyun, seeing her brother receive that card, only calmly pressed her phone and indifferently replied, Yeah, that's great. I'm so envious." The older brother immediately happily said, "From now on, don't act bossy anymore. From tomorrow, I will conquer all the dungeons." How to find a dungeon? Will it show up when searching on the map? Kong Ah-hyun calmly pressed her phone, instructing her older brother, "I heard there's an app for ability users called Radar. I think everything will be in there." Kong Yun, receiving the instructions, immediately excitedly carried it out. "Oh, there is? Are you a genius or something?" Kong Ah-hyun helplessly turned away, saying in confusion, "Searching on SNS is all it takes." She also turned away in confusion, thinking, in the past, he played a lot of online games. So why is he getting dumber? After a while, Kong Yun also went online to search for something. Dungeon map, monster information. They're even recruiting members for the team? At this time, since the Gaika Forest is said to be an F-level dungeon. Can't I go alone? I think I can handle it myself. I have to earn a lot of money and show it off to mom. Also at this time, the TV was also introducing this dungeon game. I heard that the reward for conquering the lowest level dungeon, an F-level dungeon, is about 20 million won. Furthermore, magic stones are considered a new energy source. I heard that items dropped from monsters are also quite valuable to the top ability users. Their monthly income is. Suddenly, hearing this, Kong Yun's father spoke up, asking, "Honey, have you heard what Hyeon has been saying these days? I heard that last month he received some kind of card." Kong Yun's mother calmly peeled an apple while recounting. "He sent me 10 million won for pocket money. It seems like they picked up an old car." His father, hearing this, was completely shocked and said, "What? Really? Now he's even earning more money than his father." Kong Yun's mother finished peeling the apple and also said her thoughts. "But I'm still worried. I heard that a lot of people have been injured and died. If something happens," Kong Yun's father reassured, "just let him take care of himself. It's still better than being unemployed at that age on TV. When entering the dungeon, you need to form a team or something. Hyeon isn't the type to take risks. I'm sure he'll take care of himself. My Hyeon has been smart since he was little." At this time, Kong Yun was inside the dungeon, crazily using his sword to slash continuously and also proudly saying, "Ha ha ha ha, it's nothing, you all rush in here." He laughed loudly as he advanced, quickly holding his sword while slashing and also being a little complacent, wanting to go deeper to attack them. Also near the dungeon, Kong Yun's car, the Buntali, was parked nearby. Inside the car, his phone was ringing continuously without stopping at any time. Kong Yun's mother on the other end couldn't get through and said to her husband, "Honey, it's not answering." Kong Yun's father wasn't too worried and said while eating an apple, "He's probably sleeping or something. Don't wake the kids up. Call them tomorrow." Kong Yun's mother, hearing her husband's words, also agreed and said, "Probably. After washing the dishes, I'll come back, so please clean the room. If you call him tomorrow, please tell him that." Outside at this time, there was also some talk about something very shocking. "What? That thing that happened at the supermarket? That thing? Hey, what's the point of telling him? The government will handle that. How long do we have to wait? If Hyeon has a team, I'd rather call him than that. Hey, it's so dangerous." At this time, deep inside the dungeon, there were also orc warriors hiding in there. Right at this moment, something with a huge power appeared as if preparing for something. The system also notified this situation. The core of the dungeon has been eliminated. A gate leading to the outside has been opened. Kong Yun, at this time, also came out of the dungeon after a long battle but not much and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I still conquered it in one day. Should I go to an E-level dungeon? Or is that too much? It's best to be careful, right? I still don't know if resurrection can be used in real life." After thinking, he returned to his car and said, "First, I'll go home and sleep. Then tomorrow, I'll eat beef with Hyeon." Suddenly, he picked up his phone and saw that his younger sister had called 36 missed calls. Asking in confusion, Hyeon? He also immediately called his younger sister back, asking in confusion, "What's the matter?" On the other end of the line, she also notified him, "Something happened to you, Dad and Mom." After receiving the call, his younger sister also started recounting everything in a hurried and panicked tone. After hearing everything, Kong Yun's face darkened as if he wanted to fall into hell. The situation became more tense. The TV constantly broadcasting about a large-scale dungeon opening, sealing off Hangray City. The government announced that they were doing their best to find a quick solution regarding the large-scale dungeon opening incident in Hangray. Not only that, the Ministry of National Defense, in coordination with civilian ability user groups, sealed off the Hangray City area to prevent further damage. But concerns were growing for the people isolated in this area. On another side, Kong Yun was preparing to go outside, and the announcer's voice was still ringing out. In response, the Dangan Guild has announced that they will actively participate in rescue operations. Kong Ah Hyun, holding a phone, had a slightly worried expression. Are you really going? Even so, going alone is a bit. Kong Yun didn't care. His hands were still tying his shoelaces. And his mouth replied, don't worry, who do you think I am? Even though it's like this, I'm still a tutorial graduate. Okay, wait for me at home. Kong Ah Hyun, seeing him like this, didn't know what to say and just remained silent. Only when he was about to go out did she speak. Remember to be careful, don't get carried away and show off too much. Kong Yun waved goodbye. I told you not to worry. Then there was the sound of the door closing. Go inside and rest. He went outside, driving his car to the location. I'll bring mom and dad back soon. Thinking this, the expression on Kong Yun's face turned cold. A few minutes later, Kong Yun arrived on the other side of the city. But unfortunately, he was stopped by the military. You can't go any further. Please go back. Kong Yun then took out his member card. I'm an ability user, but I can't go in? Even so, the soldiers still didn't let him pass. An individual not belonging to any guild. Luckily, an uncle helped him, let him through. All ability users are allowed to enter. The uncle also instructed, however, we will not be responsible for any situation that happens to you. Kong Yun raised his hand in greeting. Understood, thank you very much. Are you not a soldier, but a civil servant? Then he drove off in a flash. Going deeper inside, the driving speed became even faster. While driving, he read the news. At least 5 rubies have been confirmed to have opened. There's even an E-level dungeon. He was a little anxious. I hope they're still holding on. I'll get there in time. Right? But he didn't know that while he was driving, a monster that looked like a wild boar rushed over. If there were no monsters appearing on the road, it would take 2 hours. This collision caused his car to shake. After throwing the car away, the wild boar continued to charge. The car rolled over once and hit the side of the road. The monster's eyes were ferocious. It seemed that the situation on Kong Yun's side was not very optimistic. Only the car lying still with smoke all around. Suddenly, a hand crawled out of the car. Kong Yun tried to drag his injured body out. What kind of rotten luck is this? He stood up and looked at the monster, muttering, you damned pig, how dare you do that to the beloved car I just got? With that, he reached behind him and pulled out his sword, standing in front of the monster with a large size. He wasn't afraid at all and even challenged. Come here, you bastard. I'll avenge the Bentley. It seemed the monster understood. It breathed out. Kong Yun was a little startled. It's quite big. Before he could figure it out, a sound like thunder made Kong Yun freeze. Looking over, he saw a dense fog coming. It turned out to be a group of goblins. They even brought weapons, attacking with arrows. Kong Yun gritted his teeth. Did I burn down an entire goblin nation in my past life or something? As soon as I forget them, they appear and cause more trouble. Without thinking much, running was the best option. Kong Yun ran at lightning speed, while attracting the attention of the group of monsters. People often say the best way to get revenge is to forgive. My brother, I'm leaving. Then he ran straight into the forest. Have fun, the monster roared. But then a rain of arrows came. They shot into the wild boar's body, causing it to fall down. This was also Kong Yun's plan. At the same time, the goblins attacked. Kong Yun at this time had run deep into the forest. Hearing the joyful cry, that's right, if you want to fight, then fight each other. Then he continued to run. The Bentley is gone. I shouldn't waste time on unimportant things. Very quickly, the sky turned to night. Kong Yun was alone in the forest. Luckily the phone could still be used. It's too difficult to run to the place with my feet in one day. I need to save battery, so I can't turn on the lights anymore. He felt regret. If I had known earlier, I would have taken the main road with streetlights, instead of pretending to take a shortcut. Suddenly, there was a strange sound. A strange object was heading towards him. Kong Yun still didn't know. Just as he turned his head to look, on reflex, Kong Yun raised his sword to counterattack. It was a wolf. It was just a pity that before he could do anything, it had been sent to heaven. Kong Yun started to feel uneasy. Do they belong to those who can hide? It seems I can't sleep comfortably tonight. As expected, a series of wind-like sounds came. They were circling around Kong Yun. Very quickly, the wolves stood in a circle. surrounding him. Without a way out, he had no choice but to raise his sword. Not bad for a main character. The group of monsters were quickly defeated. Kong Yun swept by like a gust of wind. Only drops of blood were seen falling on the ground. After resolving everything, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kong Yun at this time looked no different from a Grim Reaper. "Alright, let's see what you guys have. You bastards." Time passed. The sun began to rise from the mountainside. The sunlight shone down on the ground, only seeing corpses of monsters. And Kong Yun was leisurely taking a nap on a tree branch. He stretched and sat up in frustration. "I can't sleep comfortably after having to fight all night. The tree isn't comfortable either." He reached out and rubbed his head, thinking, "I have to hurry." On the side of a building at this time, the situation was also not very optimistic. Kong Yun's parents were always paying attention to the phone. The screen was the conversation that had taken place since yesterday. The aunt turned to her husband and spoke up. "Honey, did you silent call him?" The uncle raised his hand to signal for silence. The two could only speak in whispers. "Is it okay to let Hyeon come here?" the uncle asked worriedly. "Can't we call him?" the aunt replied. "No. It seems like there's something wrong with the cell tower." Hearing this, the uncle just lowered his head to the ground. "I said it would be okay. But will it really be okay?" He thought of the goblins that had attacked the city, and his heart was filled with fear. "The orc that appeared yesterday. I thought we could handle it somehow. They said it was a monster from an F-level dungeon." His hand was still tightly holding the cane. But, he stood up and looked through the window. Kong Yun was downstairs. His whole body seemed to exude a murderous aura. Meanwhile, the father was still worried. Can Hyeon defeat the monster that just appeared and eliminate all the orcs? Kong Yun looked like a madman. Where did that scary creature come from? Orcs are just a warm-up for me. Mom and Dad, your beloved son is coming. Kong Yun at this time was standing in the middle of the street. I'm someone who conquered an F-level dungeon alone. Fighting a bunch of orcs is too easy. Around him, the goblins kept coming. If they just keep rushing at me, it won't be too tiring. Suddenly, something surprised him. He realized 3 orc warrior bosses. He was misjudging. Damn it, this is an E-level dungeon, not an F-level? He tried to shout loudly. Mom and Dad, you two stay put and don't make a sound. Kong Yun's parents recognized that voice. Hyeon. The two looked out the window. That's Hyeon? What happened in the past few months? Down below, he was facing the goblin warriors alone. They didn't know that they were facing a true Grim Reaper. Kong Yun wasn't weak. He directly rushed up. The two sides attacked fiercely. These goblins were smarter. They knew how to use swords as weapons. Kong Yun flinched slightly. He lightly lowered his body, dodging an attack, taking the opportunity to create an energy ball. Then he punched it straight into the head of a goblin, directly causing them to be knocked flying back. The remaining ones didn't escape their fate either. They planned to take advantage of him being distracted to sneak attack. But Kong Yun was one step faster. But because of that, his hand was broken. Kong Yun tried to suppress the pain, using all his strength to defeat them. He gritted his teeth and held the sword firmly, piercing through their bodies and lifting them up. Another goblin fell under Kong Yun's hand. Even so, this goblin was still very arrogant. Then he was punched straight in the mouth by Kong Yun. His whole body radiated power. Magic explosion. Immediately there was a source of light from his hand. Then there was an explosion. The monster was blown to pieces by him. Kong Yun's hands were all red and there was even smoke rising. He stood on the corpses of the goblins, with cold eyes, because at this time the goblins had gathered in a circle. Every one of them were warriors. There were even some higher-ranking ones. Suddenly, a giant foot came. Kong Yun knew that a fierce battle was waiting for him. A goblin king with a body 10,000 times larger than a normal person. Or rather, that was an orc general. Kong Yun stood up. Are you the leader? You're really ugly. Kong Yun's situation was indeed precarious. He thought, I'm trying to save magic power to use for recovery, but the injuries on his body were recovering as if by some power. Kong Yun took a deep breath. He activated Lion's Roar. He shouted, let's see what you can do, you bastard. But then reality was more painful. Before Kong Yun could do anything, he was beaten to a pulp by the goblin. With just one punch, Kong Yun was hit. His whole body despaired. He flied out behind. The goblins even pushed him back. Kong Yun tried not to faint. "You bastard." The goblin then gave him a punch to the right cheek. Completely. Then a punch to the left cheek. "Playing with me." Finally a punch to the stomach. Kong Yun lay flat on the ground. He fell into a state of unconsciousness. "I don't know if my magic power has been consumed, but my body hasn't recovered at all. I don't even know if I can resurrect." Kong Yun once again stood up. But his body staggered, although his face had been beaten and bruised. "I can't run away while my family is right behind me. Come here, you bastard." The goblin was provoked. The two sides charged at each other. Suddenly, Kong Yun looked towards the building. "Mom." Then he saw that some goblins had climbed onto the building. "Where are those guys?" Kong Yun muttered. "No," he shouted. "You bastards aren't allowed to go up there." He used all his speed to run. But unfortunately, the goblins had clung tightly to him. Even so, he still didn't give up. And then the orc general used his giant hand. It squeezed him tightly, then pressed him hard onto the ground. Kong Yun trembled. "No, you guys aren't allowed to go up there." He reached out, trying to escape, but his vision closed more and more tightly. "No." Suddenly, a source of power slashed through the body of the orc general. It was an ability user. With her strength, she easily defeated the opponent. Someone called her guild leader. A group of ability users came. "You're done too. How are the residents?" "My side is prioritizing evacuating the injured. I'm also by their side to ensure others are evacuated." Han Xiaoyan sighed. "The damage is too great. Thanks to someone gathering the orcs in one place, there was less damage here than in the surrounding areas." She then noticed, "Is that him? The one who held out until we arrived?" But the person next to her reported that, unfortunately, he has passed away. Kong Yun lay unconscious on the ground in a pool of blood. Han Xiaoyan looked down and then noticed, "Please take care of his body." But when she turned back, he was gone. Where did the body go? Kong Yun at this time was tightly closing his eyes. Suddenly, he woke up with a start. After waking up, he looked at where he was standing. Had he slept in a tree? Suddenly, a message from the system appeared. Resurrection ability. Resurrects 24 hours after death. Description. Resurrects until the earth is no longer in crisis, if the resurrection location is not set. Resurrection will occur at your last sleeping place. Penalty. Reduced 1 level. All stats are reduced by 50% for 24 hours. Kong Yun had a puzzled expression. The last place. Huh? He remembered that he was surrounded by goblin demons at the time. And his parents were being attacked by the goblin demons. Just thinking about it made him extremely angry. It's been 24 hours already. Without thinking too much, he picked up his sword, deciding to head towards the city. "I have to go back there immediately." He jumped down, feeling the change in his body. "My body is so heavy. Is this the penalty of resurrection?" But he didn't dare delay for even a minute. Using all his strength to run forward, he only prayed, Please let everything be okay." Very quickly, the sky turned to night. After running for 5 hours with a heavy body, Kong Yun arrived at the place. The thing that greeted me after 5 hours of running with a heavy body was the scenery of my hometown. He went inside and saw everything. It had become ruins. Kong Yun was silent, with a helpless expression. Finally, after wandering all night, I arrived at a military unit. And I borrowed an officer's phone and contacted Ah Hyeon. Only then he just found out. There was news about his father losing an arm and his mother being unconscious. This news was too big for him. Time passed. It was 2 months later. The TV was still broadcasting announcements. The Dagon Guild is preparing to hunt the boss in the D-rank dungeon. Haiji Plain. Guild leader Han Xiaoyan has talked about the news of a C-rank dungeon that has recently appeared. Ah Hyeon looked at her brother. "Are you going to the dungeon again?" She was a little worried. "You've died 3 times this week." But Kong Yun didn't care. "I'm fine." He slammed the door shut, ignoring what she was going to say. "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself." Then, he quietly went down the stairs. Ah Hyeon looked at his figure. Inside the dungeon, a group of people were constantly attacking the monster named Antria. The one attacking was a young man holding a spear. His expression was joyful. "Nice. I leveled up." Everyone around congratulated him. "Oh my god. You leveled up again. Congratulations. You really are the ace of our team." Hearing these words, the young man became confident. I'm the one who completed the 5th screen. Soon I won't be with you failures anymore, in the next month. I will level up to 35 and join the Dagon Guild. He also showed a proud expression. But because I am a good person. Thanks to you guys, I believe you will catch up. Suddenly a voice rang out. What's that? Only to see a figure running from the end of the dungeon. That person was Kong Yun. Everyone seeing this hurriedly ran away. Run! Who would enter the dungeon alone? That guy was also stunned. Hey! No one dared to step forward. The central dungeon is ahead. It's very dangerous. Someone stepped forward and asked. What should we do? Should we follow him? We can't stop him. Everyone decided to follow. But what was waiting for the group was hundreds of monsters. Antria's soldiers. Kong Yun entered the cave. Ignoring the group of people behind him. Calmly facing them. The secret of Wayne. His body exuded a powerful aura. The system's notification was sent. The secret of Wayne, the ability, when activated, increases all stats by 40%. Can be maintained over time. The body will be exhausted. Description. Wayne, a battle maniac, spent his entire B-rank life pursuing terrible battles, pushing himself to the limit. He was extremely successful in unlocking absolute power by destroying his body. The soldiers of Antria, seeing the prey, rushed forward. They clung to Kong Yun's body. Kong Yun quickly took up his sword and ended them. Slash. 1 into 2. Magic explosion. By the time the group of people arrived and witnessed this scene, their mouths dropped open. Everyone was horrified. Kong Yun was still deep in thought. I just received the secret of Wayne yesterday. It combines well with my physical recovery skill. He felt that this was also a stroke of luck. If I didn't have a higher level physical recovery skill, it would have been more troublesome. This system sent a notification to him. Intermediate physical recovery. The ability is to recover and heal wounds on the body by using magic power. Description. Any wound, including amputations, burns, or frostbite, will be recovered instantly with magic power. Intermediate physical recovery is the magic of healing, even if a bone is broken. It will heal within a day. Suddenly a voice rang out. You. It turned out to be the young man from earlier. Are you okay? Kong Yun replied. I'm fine. He was still not over the shock. Kong Yun, seeing this, narrowed his eyes. He held the glittering sphere in his hand. It was the normal core of the monster. Seeing a bunch of people standing and looking at him. If there's nothing else, I'll leave here. Please get out of the way. He asked again. Aren't you going to pick up the magic stones from the corpses? Then Kong Yun had already left. No need. I'm leaving. They rushed over. Great. How much money will we make today? Kong Yun didn't pay attention to those things in the first place. No time to think. I want to become stronger. He heard these words. They were still wondering. Who was that person just now? Then the young man spoke up. What does it matter? We just made a lot of money. That's what matters. But that matter. He didn't want himself to be belittled. Just ignore it. There are many types of people. The important thing is that we made a lot of money today thanks to him. Suddenly, a bald young man said. Maybe that person. The bald young man thought. A person conquering the dungeon alone. But he didn't believe it. Impossible. Even if that's true. This isn't an F-rank dungeon. It's an E-rank, he affirmed. Conquering an E-rank dungeon alone is something that even Han Sion or Choi Dong-woo wouldn't. Then suddenly everyone received a notification. That, the main core of the dungeon has been taken away. The gate leading outside has opened. Deep inside the dungeon, countless monsters lay scattered. Kong Yun held the main core in his hand. Antria's armor. Description. This is a skill book containing Antria's armor, the ability, when activated, can make your skin harder. Kong Yun smiled. The secret of Wayne and physical recovery have drained my magic power. So use this. He thought that using many skills doesn't make you stronger. For example, an ability like Gladiator is engraved on Bilgain's longsword. Durability 500/500s. A sword that accompanied the mercenary Bilgain, the one that made his name on the battlefield for 30 years. Initially, it was just a normal sword. But when accompanying Bilgain, it absorbed blood. It was soaked in dark energy. Ability. Gladiator strengthens physical strength. The system also sent a note. Gladiator increases strength and physical strength by 1.5 for 5 minutes. However, while using it, it reduces judgment ability, and has many other side effects. So use it carefully. No matter how strong the ability is, it will be useless if used at the wrong time, even if the situation is urgent from anywhere. He sat on the corpse of the Ant Queen, pondering, if I didn't lose my composure at that time. Just thinking about it made him clench his teeth. Even if I used it, I wouldn't regret it. Now I just need to do one thing. His biggest goal was to become stronger at all costs. He held the item in his hand. I will master this skill. Outside the dungeon, everyone gathered near the dungeon gate. Kong Yun had entered. The reporter pointed the recording device towards the awakened people and asked, "Recently, I heard that someone cleared the dungeon alone. That person also came here today." The awakened person hesitated and denied, "Not us. It's just..." Then he pointed towards, "That's him." Kong Yun slowly walked out of the dungeon. He sighed softly. When he glanced around, he realized, without knowing when, the reporters had focused their attention on Kong Yun. They squeezed in to introduce themselves, handing business cards to him. "I'm from KTC. Are you the ability user in the recent rumors? Please look over here. If you haven't joined a guild yet, please join our guild." Kong Yun walked past them, indifferently replying, "Rumors or not, I don't care. Get out of the way. You're blocking my way." A reporter who was accidentally bumped into by Kong Yun annoyedly questioned, "Hey, what's wrong with you? You just bumped into me." Kong Yun immediately turned around and questioned, his expression also becoming fierce. "So what if I bumped into you?" The reporter, frightened, hesitantly apologized. Kong Yun, hearing this, became even more impatient. He didn't say another word and left. Everyone there immediately discussed Kong Yun's attitude. Did everyone see that? As if he was fighting. Is he a thug? I think he has a criminal record. Kong Yun arrived at the parking lot. He took out the key and started the car. A Bentley. Kong Yun, annoyed by the recent incident, clicked his tongue. So troublesome. They're wasting my time. Suddenly, a voice from behind Kong Yun made him stop. Kong Yun turned around, questioning, "Who are you?" It was a man. He replied with a friendly smile, "You don't need to be so wary. I'm here to help you." Kong Yun. He held out a business card to Kong Yun. He took it. It turned out that he was a member of the Awakened Alliance named Son Yunho. Son Yunho began to explain, "We've been paying attention to you for a long time. If you join us, we will provide you with all the support you need." Kong Yun was a little doubtful and hummed. Son Yunho hurriedly added, "You don't need to answer immediately. Feel free to contact me whenever you want." After finishing speaking, he bowed and said goodbye. After Son Yunho left, Kong Yun just muttered, "So this is the Awakened Alliance." The Awakened Alliance, unlike profit-seeking organizations such as guilds, this organization was established to support the rights of people with abilities. After arriving at the convenience store, Kong Yun was still seriously considering. He had never known of such a support organization. Kong Yun temporarily put that matter aside. Eating noodles. "Well," he said, "that I can contact him at any time." Kong Yun didn't notice that behind him, a little girl was pointing at him. "Mom, a monster." After eating and drinking his fill, he breathed a satisfied sigh. Kong Yun took out his phone, starting to think, the biggest problem now is magic. Currently most of my magic is used in Wayne's secrets and body regeneration. So I don't have any free time. Kong Yun frowned slightly, thinking, not only can't I fully utilize the Antria armor I just received, I can't even use attack skills properly. So annoying. Kong Yun muttered, I still need a few more items. After it was downloaded, Kong Yun clicked on auction. He scrolled through but didn't see anything useful. Effect distribution of up to 4 accessory items, regardless of type. After considering for a moment, Kong Yun decided, I will buy something to increase 1 to 2 stats. He wanted to find something better than the items he already had. Scrolling around for a while, Kong Yun suddenly stopped. His attention fell on a post on the forum. Tomorrow, according to the post, there is a place called Goblin Village in Ha Nam City. An E-rank dungeon. If you catch the mages there, there is a high chance that they will drop a ring that helps increase 1 to 2 magic stats. Sometimes even a 4-stat ring. The dungeon boss is the Goblin Archmage. If you catch it, it will definitely drop a ring with better effects. That place was originally a hidden gem where only those who knew about it secretly gathered to make money. But recently, a few people have occupied this land without acceptance and don't let others in. Considering this their land, the government doesn't care. As long as the dungeon doesn't collapse. They don't pay attention at all. I just hope that after reading this post, a large guild or something similar will come and clean this place up. This post attracted many people to comment and express their views. They are also a large guild. There have been many dungeons like that they have occupied, controlled the quantity, and even manipulated the market value. I think we should give up. I also heard rumors about it. And it's really bad. There are rumors that they even attack other people because you can't know what's happening in the dungeon. Now people are openly killing people to make money. Kong Yun raised his eyebrows slightly in thought. But when Kong Yun stood at the dungeon gate, it was closed. Kong Yun looked at the gate suspiciously. Is there no one here? I thought there would be a gatekeeper. Kong Yun pushed the gate open. That doesn't matter. He slowly entered the dungeon. Inside the dungeon was a forest environment. An unexpected voice attracted Kong Yun's attention. What's this? There's still someone coming in? It turned out that there were always 3 people guarding the gate inside the dungeon. The man, still holding a half-smoked cigarette in his hand, curled his lips and assessed Kong Yun. Oh, what's this? You're wearing beautiful armor. It must be very expensive. Huh? The bowl-cut kid next to him spoke up and joked. Hey, aren't we going to get a big reward today? The short-haired girl continued. I told you, I dreamed of a pig. We'll make good money today. At this time, the bowl-cut kid approached Kong Yun, asking, Hey, haven't you heard the rumors? This place belongs to our bait guild. Kong Yun contemptuously replied. So, he slowly replied, if you enter without permission, you have to pay. If you hand over everything you have, we will let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, the bowl-cut kid was punched far away. The other 2 people were immediately stunned. When they turned back to look, they saw the bowl-cut kid being punched until he was convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Kong Yun was still in position. The 2 awakened people, frightened, immediately took out their weapons. What? Huh, you bastard, you want to die? The awakened person quickly swung his sword towards Kong Yun. He, without much effort, grabbed the blade. Kong Yun crushed the blade into pieces. Then Kong Yun kicked the awakened person in the stomach. When he saw him being kicked several meters away, Kong Yun just said casually, I like guys like you. Do you know why? He rushed towards him, violently kicking him in the face with each kick, answering himself, because I can beat you bastards. And don't have to feel guilty. The short-haired girl hurriedly released a magic explosion towards Kong Yun. It hit his back, but the explosion was just like a scratch and didn't cause any damage to Kong Yun. Kong Yun turned his head and glared at her. The short-haired girl fearfully trembled, weakly saying, Stop it, you crazy bastard. Kong Yun didn't answer, pondering. Magic explosion. Is that a ranged skill? He slowly walked towards her, thanking her. Thanks to you, I learned something new. Kong Yun grabbed her hand. His expression became sinister and unpredictable. In return, I will also tell you good news. Is this more powerful, right? Very quickly, the short-haired girl screamed in pain. She knelt on the ground, trembling, holding her hand. Kong Yun shook his wrist, contemptuously saying, It's not difficult at all. Kong Yun frowned. He looked at the group of people behind, questioning, Who are you people? They didn't answer, only looked at Kong Yun with hostile eyes. The leader of them took out his weapon, loudly saying, How dare you do this to the guild? He pointed his sword towards Kong Yun in a challenging way. Don't even think about surviving and returning. Kong Yun replied indifferently. Oh, is that so? Kong Yun exuded a ferocious source of energy, the expression on his face also becoming scary. I'm in need of people to lead the way. It's too convenient to have you guys. The tutorial screen had changed his life. Inside the dungeon, this place was a world decided by strength, violence, and money. Until last year, he was no different from a mediocre person. But now he was living very well. Moreover, he had achieved an exclusive position in the guild, like a tiger growing wings. As long as he was in the dungeon, there was nothing to fear. Because of that thought, arrogance arose in him, daring to challenge Kong Yun. You better not dream of surviving and returning. But before that awakened person could react, Kong Yun punched him straight in the face. When the awakened person was beaten, bruised, and lay on the ground, stunned, the other members of the bait guild had also been scattered. Kong Yun looked down at the knife stabbed into his hip. clicking his tongue softly. I still couldn't dodge it. Meanwhile, that awakened person was still wondering in his heart. I was defeated one-on-one? Kong Yun pulled out the knife. Blood soaking the blade, he pointed the knife at them, ordering, "You damn criminals. I'm giving you 5 seconds. Gather in front of me now." Kong Yun, a little crazy, licked the blood on the blade. "The recruitment starts now." After stabilizing, Kong Yun said again, "Now, the selection for the exclusive Kong Yun Guild begins." He grabbed a person at random and announced. After careful evaluation, the lowest-ranked member of Bait, Kim Sung-woo, has passed. Applaud. The Beta Guild members silently sat there looking at Kong Yun. Kong Yun, impatient, pointed his knife at the neck of an awakened person. Repeating, "Applaud." He hurriedly applauded. Then he looked at Kong Yun, hesitantly asking, "So, what about us?" Kong Yun thought. Then he asked again, "Will you guys turn over a new leaf and have a normal life?" They excitedly replied, "Yes, we will live well. We won't do bad things anymore." Kong Yun suddenly punched him in the face, questioning, "You think I'll believe that? You think I really believe it? You idiot." Kong Yun beat him up and cursed, "You murderers are clearly lying." Kim Sung-woo next to him was scared and trembled, not daring to interfere. After they were beaten to a pulp, Kong Yun felt somewhat relieved. He put his arm around Kim Sung-woo's shoulder and said in a cold voice, "Let's go." Kim Sung-woo fearfully said, "Yes, not all dungeons are like this, but some are even larger than cities." Kong Yun looked around, then asked again, "Hey, it's really wide. Are you planning to wander around?" Kim Sung-woo in front awkwardly replied, "No, sir," he explained, "I'm just trying to avoid the roads with monsters." Kong Yun frowned in dissatisfaction. "It's really a waste of effort." He pointed the sword at Kim Sung-woo, ordering, "Just go to the monsters." "I'm bored." Kim Sung-woo hesitantly confirmed, "Really? Then we'll go to the monsters." "Okay." Kong Yun then scolded, "Are you crazy? It's almost dark." Kim Sung-woo helplessly thought, "So what should we do?" As if reading Kim Sung-woo's thoughts, Kong Yun said, "Forget it. Let's eat first. Do you have anything to eat?" A while later, after finding a safe place to make a campfire and cook, Kong Yun impatiently asked Kim Sung-woo, "Almost done yet?" He hurriedly replied, "Yes, almost done," inwardly wondering, why does this person have so many swords? The noodles were cooked. Kong Yun was also more excited. Noodles cooked in a bucket. Kong Yun used his bare hands to take out the bucket of noodles. Reminiscing, "It's been a long time. Do you still eat like that?" Kim Sung-woo, seeing this, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Isn't it hot?" Kong Yun replied, "Well, I can still hold it." Kong Yun naturally handed the bucket of noodles to Kim Sung-woo. "Here, eat." He hurriedly thanked him, even though he was the one who cooked the noodles. Kong Yun enjoyed the noodles deliciously. They just focused on eating noodles. No one said a word. Then Kong Yun suddenly opened his mouth. "Kim Sung-woo, how old are you?" Kim Sung-woo replied, "I'm 25 years old." Hearing that, Kong Yun asked again, "Before becoming an expert, were you a student?" Kim Sung-woo softly said, "Yes." Kong Yun was struck with curiosity, asking, "Why didn't you continue studying? Why are you here?" Kim Sung-woo then became silent. A moment later, he slowly replied, "I need money. Tuition keeps increasing. I can't balance the time between working part-time, as well as getting a scholarship. Everything even became worse when my father's business failed and our financial situation plummeted." My mother was badly shocked. Kong Yun didn't wait for him to finish speaking, interrupting, "Hey." His expression was unpleasant, questioning, "Are you planning to sell your story? Do you want to die?" But Kim Sung-woo only dared to resist in his heart. "You asked, so I told you." Kong Yun warned, "Stop whining and eat your noodles. We have to be ready." Kim Sung-woo said, "Yes." When both had finished eating, the sky had also darkened. Kong Yun and Kim Sung-woo each lay in a place to rest. Kim Sung-woo slowly opened his eyes to probe. He carefully stood up, avoiding waking Kong Yun. Kim Sung-woo looked towards Kong Yun, hesitatingly thinking, "This is an opportunity. If I kill this person." Kim Sung-woo frowned slightly, but when he thought of Kong Yun's crazy state of beating those awakened people just now, he gave up that thought, thinking again and again that he couldn't kill this person. He should just run away. So Kim Sung-woo tiptoed away. But Kang Yun suddenly spoke up. Kim Sung-woo, where are you planning to go? Kim Sung-woo became guilty, clumsily replying, that, going to do some chores. Kang Yun didn't expose him but told him to come back. Kang Yun warned, if you run away, you will die. Kim Sung-woo replied with a perfunctory, yes. Kang Yun repeated one more time, I'm not kidding, I'm telling the truth, you will really die. Kim Sung-woo, because of this, didn't dare to leave anymore. Before long, a night had passed. Kim Sung-woo pointed forward and said, the place you see over there is goblin territory. Where the dungeon's core is. Kang Yun looked in that direction and replied, that's right, I can feel the terrible amount of magic concentrated there. Kim Sung-woo curiously asked, you can feel it? Kang Yun didn't reply but asked back, you can't? He criticized, really incompetent. Kim Sung-woo, hearing this, could only smile awkwardly. Inwardly, he told himself, stay calm, you won't be teased anymore. When he turned around, he couldn't help but laugh secretly. Because that guy would soon die. In the Goblin Village dungeon, all the monsters were concentrated in the center. However, they would patrol around the area. Our bait guild was attacked by those patrol soldiers. Now, we haven't met any patrolmen. So their forces are concentrated in the territory. Let's see if you can survive the attack of an E-rank dungeon. After seeing the goblins, Kang Yun couldn't help but excitedly curl his lips and smile. Good, killing goblins is my specialty. He shouted loudly, let's see, then rushed towards them. His expression also became crazy. Let's fight. Kim Sung-woo suddenly threw his backpack at Kang Yun's shoulder, causing him to stop. Kang Yun suspiciously glanced behind. Then he saw that Kim Sung-woo had run away. He didn't forget to raise a friendly finger and say, I'm leaving, you crazy bastard. Meeting you was really unlucky and don't ever meet again. Then Kim Sung-woo left Kang Yun there. Kang Yun not only didn't get angry, but the smile on his lips grew even wider in a ferocious way. If you run, you will die. Kim Sung-woo, after escaping from that place, he leaned against a nearby tree. Tiredly panting, Kim Sung-woo smiled triumphantly. Okay, no matter how good he is, he can't defeat. Before he could finish speaking, the system window showed a notification. The main core of the dungeon has been removed. The gate leading outside has opened. Kim Sung-woo was stunned, looking back and forth at the two notifications in front of him. He incredulously asked himself, is this a dream? The E-rank Goblin Village dungeon. A dungeon where all monsters are concentrated around the main core, ignoring the normal cores. But at this moment, the system continuously showed the notification. The main core of the dungeon has been removed. The gate leading outside has been opened. Sung-woo was shocked and couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. How could he clear the dungeon alone like that? How could he resist such overwhelming power? Did he use fire to burn them all? Wait, I know he's strong, but I don't know exactly what his strength is. Is it super strength or super endurance? Of course, those two things are very important, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand it, and only became more overwhelmed by Kang Yun's absurd power. What's really needed is overwhelming defense and a determination that doesn't waver in the face of the enemy. If you can withstand their attacks and get to the leader by the shortest route, you're sure to win. He trembled with fear and turned pale when he looked into that space. A dangerous plan where just a little carelessness would lead to death. I thought he was just an idiot. But who is he after all? He must be very cunning. As for Kang Yun at this time, even though he was hindered by thorny vines wrapped around his body, he didn't care and punched the goblin straight in the mouth. Surprisingly, his arm wasn't harmed when its sharp teeth tried to bite him. And this, of course, was in Kang Yun's mind. I knew it. Muscle power is the best. After defeating the goblin leader, Kang Yun obtained the goblin mage's ring. On a roll, he was eager and couldn't delay for a second. As soon as he reached his destination, Kang Yun wanted to go see Sung-woo and deal with him. But as soon as he stepped through the space gate, he was met by a group of people with weapons in their hands who were waiting for him. Kang Yun immediately guessed their intention. What again? Because they can't handle me. They brought this whole bunch to the council? He glanced around and saw Sung-woo far behind the burly crowd. To the right, our Sung-woo has appeared, ready for a fight. Kang Yun rolled up his sleeves and ordered the group of people in front of him. 30 guys come forward first. The rest. But suddenly he was interrupted by someone. It seems like there's some misunderstanding. Kong Yun looked at that person in surprise. He politely introduced himself. I am Yun Yuihyun, the head of the bait guild. What is your name? But he retorted with a straight face. What if I don't like it? When he was confused about what to say next, he directly interrupted. Okay, let's cut the crap and get straight to the point. It's getting a little annoying. Seeing how frank he was, he had no choice but to withdraw his hand and get to the point. Then let me be frank. With overwhelming confidence, he made an offer. Join my bait guild. I will provide you with all the support and fame you need, including a position on the board of directors. He thought to himself, I have to recruit this rough diamond at all costs. If I put him on the front lines, my guild will become one of the largest guilds. But Kong Hein only looked at him with half an eye and sighed. Don't like it. Hearing him bluntly refuse, he wasn't in a hurry and just laughed. I knew you wouldn't agree so easily. Then reached into his coat to find something. He carefully handed the business card to him and said, This is my business card. So please think carefully. He held that glossy business card and pondered for a while. Then, to his expectant eyes, he immediately tore it to pieces. Shocking everyone, Kong Yun threw those fragments at him and contemptuously said, Although I'm a bad guy, I don't act like you gangsters. Who are you guys? Just a bunch of third-rate thugs who are proud to recruit people. He smirked and continued to provoke him. What, getting hot-blooded? Let's get this party started right here and heat things up. Although Yuihyun was also provoked by his words, he still tried to suppress his emotions and smiled grimly. No need, I'm just here to talk today. Let's chat at another time. Kong Yun spat contemptuously. Get lost, there won't be a next time. Meeting you guys is really unlucky. Why do you guys keep swarming like bugs? Watching Kong Yun's leaving figure, Sung Woo sighed and exclaimed, That crazy guy is really impressive. But there was murderous aura behind him, causing him to turn back. In another development, at this time Kong Yun was driving, but his mood was extremely weary. He thought to himself, It seems like there were more than 100 guys. With my current magic power, fighting against all of them would probably lead to my early grave. I haven't even dealt with that Sung Woo because of that Ying Yuihyun. But then he cheered up with determination that he would soon deal with them and really pluck all those guys' feathers. Returning to Yuihyun's side, after questioning everything, one of them angrily criticized. That's right, Chairman. Kim Sung-woo said that he was the one who guided that guy. He asked Sung-woo, Is that right? He hesitated to deny it and was about to ramble on. But Yuihyun didn't give him that opportunity. He directly signaled, Sword. Sung-woo was so scared that his face turned pale. He begged for mercy and promised to do whatever Yuihyun said. Yuihyun indifferently asked Sung-woo a question. Do you still want to live? His eyes filled with tears. Hearing this, he happily replied, Yes, I will do everything you tell me to. Before he could finish speaking, Yuihyun coldly took action to end this mess. He bitingly asked, How dare someone like you still want to live? You pathetic bastard? Yuihyun kicked him hard, sending him flying far away. In shock and pain, he called out 2 words in a broken voice. Chairman. Then his body was thrown into another space gate and the door slammed shut. Although everyone witnessed everything, they were indifferent, perhaps because they were too dissatisfied with his actions. Yuihyun called the vice chairman and ordered him to find out Kong Yun's personal information. Very quickly, they sent people to follow his car. At this time, Yuihyun revealed the emotions he had been suppressing for a long time. He smiled sinisterly and muttered, How dare you refuse my offer? That's right, you must be as strong as your arrogance. But will you still be able to maintain that attitude if something happens to your family? He smiled deviously. If I can't subdue him, then the only way is to exploit his weaknesses. Let's see how long you can maintain that smug attitude. On his side, they were in a state of feverish eagerness to find out his weaknesses. But on Kong Yun's side, he had no idea that someone was following him. Finally, the two decided to eat at a hot pot restaurant, looking at a table of delicious fresh meat in front of them. Ah Hyeon was again interested in teasing her older brother. A recent graduate without a job like you still eats beef regularly. Huh? What kind of job did you find? Facing her half-joking question, Kong Yun casually replied, If I have a little money and don't eat, what else can I do? Eating is the most important need of humans. As he was picking up a piece of beef, Ah Hyeon quickly asked her brother to let her grill it. He asked about the situation. You just came from the hospital? Has mom gotten any better? She replied, the doctor said she's much better. Maybe mom will wake up soon. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Ah Hyeon suddenly exclaimed happily. You just smiled. She cheerfully confided. It's been a long time since I saw you smile. You've been frowning and serious lately. So different from the brother I used to know. He gave a savage smile and asked, what are you talking about? I'm always smiling. She helplessly protested. That weird smile doesn't count. While they were talking, Kong Yun suddenly had a stomach cramp. He hurriedly stood up and said, I have to go to the bathroom. She asked in surprise, right now? The meat is all cooked. He was at a dead end and replied, I know, but I really have to go. You don't know how difficult it is to go to the bathroom in the dungeons. Hearing that, she became annoyed by her brother's excessive nonchalance and reminded him, watch your words, we're in a restaurant. Hurry up and go. After finishing, he tiredly complained, this is as tiring as exploring a dungeon. At this time, he saw a man talking to Ah Hyeon. Then the two of them turned to look at him not far away, making him surprised and wondering what was happening. That man politely bowed to him and left. He returned to his seat with a bright smile and asked her, Kong Ah Hyeon, someone wants to get to know you? Just as he was happily imagining his younger sister getting out of her single state, she extinguished that hope. Don't say that. That person was looking for you. He asked in surprise. Looking for me? She handed him the letter and said, he asked me to give this letter to you. He excitedly opened the letter while asking in confusion, if he was looking for me, why didn't he stay and talk to me? So many people come to thank me. But when he read the contents of the letter, he was very surprised because it was a warning from the chairman of the Bait Guild. When they arrived home, Ah Hyeon suddenly remembered to stop by the convenience store to buy some things. She turned to ask Kong Yun, do you want to drink some beer? But he refused. She didn't care too much and went outside, saying, then I'll drink. He was uneasy seeing his younger sister going out alone and stopped her, saying, never mind, you stay home, I'll go. After buying things and going outside, he walked while deep in thought. What exactly is that bastard's plot? How dare they have designs on my family? Should I participate in the dungeons and stay at home? But Hyeon has to go out a lot. Maybe they wouldn't dare to attack her openly. While lost in thought, his father called. He asked if he was at home, and he replied, no, I'm going to buy some things. At this time, he announced an important piece of news. Your mother has woken up. He anxiously asked about the situation. How is she? Does she have any after effects? He replied, she's very stable, but the doctor said she still needs monitoring and treatment. At this point, he calmly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then his father announced again. Yun, a friend of yours came to visit her earlier. He asked his father curiously. A friend of mine? Who could it be? No one would come to visit my mother. He told him. His name is Yun Ui Yun or something like that. He froze when he heard that. He continued to recount. He also told me to send his regards to you. Is he your neighbor? I've never met him before. After talking for so long and seeing that he had no reaction, he called his name. On the other end of the line, Kong Yun could no longer maintain his composure. The next morning at school, Mi Young met her friend and happily greeted her. That girl asked Mi Young why she was late for school today. The two of them were happily chatting when someone approached them to strike up a conversation. Seeing her, Mi Young was very happy. It's Shin Sung-ah. She opened her bag and said, here, this is a bottle of coffee for you. Mi Young shyly replied, you don't need to give me a whole bottle. Thank you very much. She happily replied, a bottle of water isn't worth much. I'm happy if you guys accept it. Then she politely greeted them and left. They watched her figure. Suddenly the girl asked Mi Young, why is she wearing armor? Mi Young also couldn't understand it and replied, yeah, even though she's a little strange, she's very kind. That girl twisted the cap on her bottle of coffee and agreed. That's right, everyone has their own style. Sung-ah is truly my savior angel. Then she turned and jokingly asked Mi Young, now that I remember, you also meet a lot of strange people. Huh? Facing this incomprehensible question, she could only helplessly recount the incomprehensible events. They're really too strange. It's just a friendly match. but they broke their opponent's arm. From the moment they signed the contract, they started emitting murderous aura. Even when I go to sleep, I dream about them. There's one person who looks like an ORC goblin. While confiding, she suddenly felt a strong murderous aura behind her. She turned around to look and caught Kong Yun's bullet eyes. Then both Mi Young and her friend hugged each other and screamed loudly at the terrifying scene. Although Kong Yun wanted to explain, the closer he got, the more the two girls retreated and stammered loudly. "Police! Call the police quickly!" The two girls kept screaming. "Save us!" He was flustered and didn't know what to do. He could only get straight to the point. Kim Yi-hyun. Hearing that, Mi Young was surprised. He asked with a grim face, "Do you two know where Kim Yi-hyun is?" Kong Yun laboriously explained, "I have to find him to protect my family." The two girls were still shocked by his face. But then Mi Young regained her composure and said, If you want to find instructor Kim Yi-hyun, he's not here right now." At the Dangan Corporation's meeting room, Yi-hyun was speaking. According to statistics, the level of the dungeons that have appeared recently is constantly increasing. So the most important thing right now is to find those who have. Before he could finish speaking, someone knocked on the door. He went out and irritably asked, "What is it? Can't you see I'm in a meeting?" The bodyguard embarrassedly informed him, "Vice Chairman, there's a very strong guy causing trouble in the lobby. He said he wants to meet you." Hearing that, he was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. At this time, in the meeting room of the Dagon building, after seeing Kong Yun suddenly come to find him, Kim I-hyun said in surprise, "I did say that we would meet again soon, but I never expected it to be in this situation. What wind brought you here?" Kong Yun? Hearing that, he replied, "Kim I-hyun, I want to hire you." And so he asked Kong Yun while drinking tea, "Can we get straight to the point?" And then he also agreed and replied, "Well, sure." After that, Kim I-hyun asked again, "Can you give me more details?" At this time, he suddenly became angry and said, "The Bait Guild, they're targeting my family. So I need someone to protect my family while I go and destroy them." Hearing that, Kim I-hyun felt surprised again and asked him, "Protect? What exactly happened?" The Bait Guild. Speaking of this, he hesitated and put down his teacup. Next, Kim I-hyun pretended to be confused and said, "We are well aware of their notoriety. However, with the current situation, we have no legitimate reason to destroy them or protect your family." But then he said, "That's why I protect my family and then I will destroy them. Solving it like that will benefit both sides. Wouldn't it?" As soon as Kong Yun finished speaking, he said unhappily, "You're still the same, never willing to yield. Why me? It doesn't seem like you chose me because I'm from Dangan." A second later, he also said the reason. "You are the strongest awakened person among the awakened people I know." Although the truth was like that, Kim I-hyun still wanted to make it difficult for Kong Yun. "Then what about An Yusung?" And then he replied in confusion, "You want me to leave my family with him? But I don't know his phone number." After hearing Kong Yun say that, Kim I-hyun fell silent and thought for a moment. In addition, he also gave him a condition. 1 week. Protect my family for 1 week. I will pay you handsomely. However, Kim I-hyun refused. "I don't want to show off. But, I have made a lot of money already. Probably more than you think." Kong Yun. "Moreover, I am also holding the position of vice president in Dangan. So if you want me, you will have to give me something that is not money." As soon as he finished speaking, he was also surprised and replied, "Not money? Don't tell me." Speaking of this, he stopped and thought for a moment. A second later, he hugged himself and hesitated to ask, You want this body?" Right away he replied in his own disappointment, "Are you really here to negotiate?" Next, Kim I-hyun also bowed his head and sighed. I have a feeling that talking to you any longer will only make me annoyed. So let me suggest first. It's not a big offer or anything, but, if successful, please go meet our chairman. Once will do. I will need to get consensus, but with this condition, we will be able to help you as a guild." Kong Yun. After hearing him say these conditions, he looked at Kim I-hyun with surprised eyes. After that, he also arranged for people to protect his family. At this time, while sitting in the car, Kim I-hyun also opened his phone to show him and said his arrangement. 5 bodyguards are currently on standby according to my assignment inside and outside the district where your family is. I have also made up a suitable excuse and arranged 5 bodyguards at your sister's company." After hearing him say that, he replied. Ah, impressive. In addition, Kim I-hyun also said, it's best to do everything thoroughly. However, are you sure you'll be okay by yourself? Bait is a pretty big guild. Immediately Kong Yun started thinking and said, but compared to your company, it doesn't look that big. However, he also explained to him, the size of an office building doesn't determine the size of a guild. Especially when the number of dungeons they own is unusually large. I'm sure they're plotting something behind the scenes. At this time, Kong Yun again hummed and thought. In addition, Kim I-hyun also read the letter with the content. Hello, Kong Yun. I am sending this letter to warn you. The chairman of the Bait Guild Yung Ui-hyun, and just asked him. In addition, Kong Yun, you said that you contacted me and made an appointment to meet me as soon as you received this letter. Right? Then they must have concentrated all the forces they had before. It is also possible that they will ambush you. Immediately after that, he also remembered their previous call. I will do as you say. Where should we meet? So Kong Yun looked worried and said to him, you know, the safety of my family is paramount to me. So if they ambush, I'll play along. I-hyun, thank you for protecting my family. Here, keep this safe for me. Speaking of this, he gave him something, and he felt confused. After that, Kim I-hyun also took it and asked, why me? However, he didn't explain. In addition, Vua stepped out of the car Vua Bao. At this time Kim I-hyun was a little surprised and asked him again. Are you serious, Kong Yun? However, he replied unhappily, don't rush to conclude that bad things will happen. Now, I can't explain in detail but I'll probably be back safe and sound before tomorrow. I'm going. And so he felt so shocked that he couldn't say anything. After that, he also came to the place of the Bait Guild. As soon as he saw him, Yung Ui-hyun smiled like a flower and said, welcome, Kong Yun, we've been waiting for you. And he also smiled back. In addition, he excitedly said, preparing such a crowd, are you here to welcome me? Are you trying to challenge me? Very quickly he hurriedly explained, no, it's not like that, Kong Yun, you are also a family member of the Bait Guild, so all of us are here to welcome you. From now on, however, before he could finish speaking, he cursed, PFFT, so Yung Ui-hyun looked at him with unhappy eyes. In addition, he also said, family, you said family? If F stands for family, then what does F stand for you? Fucking your ancestors. As soon as Kong Yun finished speaking, he activated the red lion. Moreover, his body also had a magic explosion. In the blink of an eye, his body had changes beyond human strength. A second later, Kong Yun entered a battle-ready state. Seeing this, the people of the Bait Guild cursed. This is crazy. What is he doing? Next, after a roar, arg, from Kong Yun, the ground began to shake. So Yung Ui-hyun cursed. The ground. This crazy bastard. What if the ground collapses? As soon as he finished speaking, he also saw the iron net and said in surprise, iron net. Meanwhile, he shouted, I know, you bastard. In addition, he also continuously activated the secret of the crescent moon, the strength of the giant, 1/split in half. So the iron net under Kong Yun's feet was also becoming more and more exposed. Along with that, the cement also fell more. Immediately, the people of the Bait Guild cursed him. He's crazy. Back away. However, there were still some people who fell down. Finally, when he stopped, he also left a big hole in the floor. Next, in the rubble, Kong Yun was trying to get up. As soon as he got up, he exclaimed, the effect is not bad. In addition, the system reported again, Antria F skin. Description. Produces Antria's skin. Ability when the wearer activates. The skin parts will harden. Right at this moment, someone called him, Kong Yun, and when he glanced, he found that Yung Ui-hyun was walking towards him. A second later, he showed sincerity and said, please think carefully. It's not too late, we can still be good partners. However, Kong Yun scolded him, careful, partners, what the hell are you barking about? You're the one who crossed the line first. Hearing that, Yung Ui-hyun hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry for targeting your family. But think again, if you and I join forces, we can usurp the leading position of Dangan. Han Seoyin only has a reputation but no substance. We can bring them down. Do you understand how valuable it is for me and you to form an alliance? As soon as he finished speaking, he scolded him again. "You're really the type to spout nonsense." After that, Yung Ui Hyun Vua Kuoi Vua Taratu Hao said, "Haha, in this building alone, there are more than 200 members of the guild. If the whole country is estimated, it's roughly double that number. We only lack one thing. That is the representative of the guild. That person must be a peerless, powerful man leading the members of the guild. Just that, and the Bait Guild will be able to expand outside of Korea and reach the national level." However, when he had just said this, he spoke up to ridicule P2. Moreover, he also spat on Yung Uihyun's face and shouted, "Hey!" In the blink of an eye, both fell into silence. A second later, with an angry face, Kong Yun said frankly, "Just now, listening to your dog talk, I thought I was listening to an elementary school student's presentation." Next, he put his hand up to touch the saliva on his face. After that, Yung Uihyun looked at the saliva on his hand. Currently he was so angry that he was shaking and said, I knew it. How could a social bottom feeder like you understand my lofty dream?" At this time, Yung Uihyun was still cursing Kong Yun. "This lowly commoner, how could you understand my great ambition?" A moment later, he put on a funny face. Next, Kong Yun even said, Hey, did you hear that? Commoner, haha, it's the 21st century. But you choose words like that. So what kind of Yangban are you? Something like, the leader of a gang of bullies? So he angrily cursed him. You lowly thing. See how much longer you can mouth off. Deal with him. Immediately, Yung Uihyun's people rushed forward in unison and activated their combat abilities one by one. Magic Seal, Mental Infection, Blackening, Chaos. His group of people was attacking him with all their might. After a while, the Lion's Roar of Wrath was activated by Kong Yun. Along with that, debuff has been resolved. Mental Enhancement resists abnormal states. The power and stats of all enemies were reduced, causing the group of people from the Bait Guild to panic. Meanwhile, Yung Uihyun cursed them. "TCH, you idiots." A second later, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Don't control anymore. Kill him. So they did as he ordered. However, Kong Yun was not afraid at all, but instead happily replied, "Good, very good. Let's see if magic is effective or not." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Antria skin. In just an instant, Kong Yun created a ball of heat right in front of Yung Uihyun's eyes. On the other hand, the people of the Bait Guild were rushing towards him. In addition, dust was flying up and filling the sky. At this time, the people of the Bait Guild were advancing towards Kong Yun from all sides. But for one person he killed one person. Just like that, Kong Yun was fighting non-stop. Seeing that, Yung Uihyun was so angry that his face turned red and he gritted his teeth. In addition, Kong Yun was also injured and sweating like rain. After that, Bait's guild buildings exploded one after another. After a while of fighting, the headquarters of Bait suffered heavy damage. Moreover, he was also covered in injuries, and the people of Bait were beaten miserably, and blood was everywhere. In addition, when he saw Kong Yun standing in a pile of rubble with corpses lying everywhere, he was shocked. However, Yung Uihyun still tried to appear calm, smiling and saying, Haha, are you okay, Kong Yun? Next, he pointed at him and sneered, Now you're a murderer too. The same as us. But then he retorted, Crap, if you plan to use the sin card, then give up. If you plan to kill people, you have to be prepared to be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, he angrily gritted his teeth and said, HMPH, you're about to die, but you're still pretending. Pretending is useless. You're exhausted, aren't you? Immediately after that, Yung Uihyun's trap that had been set up was activated. Immediately there were strings crawling up from the floor. Next, it tied him up tightly. Then, while Kong Yun was cursing him, Idiot, it's nothing, the vice president of Bait, Kim Il-woo, rushed in from behind him. Just a second later, Kong Yun realized the danger. In addition, the sword in his hand pierced through Kong Yun, so he completely gave up. A moment later, in pain, Kong Yun muttered to himself, it's over. This move, I can't. Moreover, Yung Uihyun began to praise him. Well done, Vice President, let me finish it. And then Kim Il-woo agreed and replied, Yes, Chairman. Meanwhile, when he approached to observe him, He was thinking, with that injury, he can still hold on until now. His strength is truly admirable. To the point where I want to trade all this garbage for you. Next, Yoon Ui-hyun proudly said, but an uncontrolled wild beast is no different from trash. For the last time, do you have anything to say? Hearing him say that, he silently thought. Then he cursed him. Every bowl of soup you eat will have hair. However, Yoon Ui-hyun was not angry at all, but only replied, is that so? You want to die in pain, right? Very quickly he put his hand on his head. A second later, he activated his power, causing Kang Yun to be horrified. Next, he also endured the pain and screamed. In an instant, when he nonchalantly lit a cigarette, an explosion occurred in his place. And then he curled his lips and smiled triumphantly. In addition, Yoon Ui-hyun went to the vice president and asked, what's the situation? At this time, he bowed his head and replied, the number of deaths has exceeded 30. The number of seriously injured is estimated to be about 50. So he angrily said, damn it, a big loss. All because of one guy. Okay, clean up his equipment. It looks pretty good. Salvage what you can. Right at this moment, someone hesitantly called him, Chairman, his corpse is gone. And he also turned around to look. Meanwhile, he had returned home, and the system also announced, you have revived. Level reduced by 1. All stats reduced by half for 24 hours. Outside there was noise. Kang Ah-hyun sitting in the room also noticed the noise. After thinking for a while, she grumbled, the walls have been quiet these days. Dead again? I knew it as soon as he showed his face. And he looked confused and scratched his head, replying, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat at home? But then she shouted, don't take your shoes off. And he also said, sorry. Although Kang Ah-hyun kept scolding. I told you, after reviving, take off your armor first. Now wipe it yourself. And he kept saying, okay, I'm sorry. Next, she also ordered, wash the blanket too. 2 days later, at Keika Canyon, a dungeon owned by the Bait Guild. At this time there were 2 people sitting together. A second later, the brown-haired man turned to speak to the blonde-haired man. It's so boring. Why are so few people coming these days? And then the blonde-haired man replied while smoking. I heard that rumors about our guild have spread all over the radar. But then he cursed. They're really cowards. What's wrong with being robbed of equipment? And he also said, we even rob lives. Suddenly, after that, he showed surprise. Next, he also said, hey, someone's coming. So he ohhed. Both of them kept looking at the person in front of them. However, the person who came was masked. And the person who came was Kang Yun in disguise. At this time, both of them felt confused. Very quickly they glanced at each other and asked in unison, who is this crazy guy? At this time, while wearing a mask and attacking the Bait Guild, Kang Yun thought to himself, after risking my life to rush in, I realized one thing. Doing it like this is no different from hitting a rock with an egg. Of course, I have countless eggs, so it's not that it can't be done. But I can't keep taking the revival penalty. Therefore, I need to take it step by step. Rush into each dungeon of the Bait Guild. And eliminate them one by one. Currently he was squeezing a blonde guy and he was having trouble breathing. You can't breathe. In addition, he was also crying and pleading. Please, sorry. Hearing that, Kang Yun asked in surprise. Sorry? What did you do wrong that you're apologizing for? So the blonde guy hesitated and replied, that, I don't know. As soon as he finished speaking, he killed him and said, if you don't know, don't apologize, you bastard. After saying that, he threw him on the ground, causing the blonde guy to cry out in pain. After that he brought a piece of paper to in front of him, making the blonde guy a little surprised. In addition, Kang Yun also handed him a pen and ordered, write it down here. Where are your other dungeons? Doing so I will spare you life. In just an instant, the blonde guy quickly took the pen and replied, yes. On the other hand, while he was writing, Kang Yun also asked, hey, let me ask this. You guys kill so many people. But why haven't you been caught? Even if you're secretive, the tail will be stepped on. Bribe the police? The blonde guy also honestly replied, sort of. I'm not too clear. Always occupying the dungeons that don't have surveillance cameras nearby is also part of it. At this time, he had understood to some extent and said, I see. In addition, he also finished writing and showed it to him and said, "Ah, I have written everything I know." So Kong Yun took the paper and replied, After seeing it, he also patted him on the head and praised. Good. But Kong Hein didn't keep his promise, but used his power. Meanwhile, he cried out, "Ah!" In an instant, his power attacked the head of the blonde guy. After the opponent fell, Kong Hein stood up, sighed and said, "So I probably won't be exposed. Right? You bastards. Wait, an even bigger bastard is coming for you." After saying that, he went to another place. On the other hand, Yoon Uihyun read an article with the content, "Captured monster escapes. Tragedy befalls famous association." No different from dungeon collapse. Concerns about damage to civilians are increasing. The association said research of the monster is for the future of humanity. The next day, Bates' headquarters, 2 buildings with shattered glass doors. Immediately after that, he slammed the table and cursed. Damn it, the backup excuse in case of an emergency. But has to be used to cover up dealing with a crazy guy. Right at this moment, someone came to open his door. Moreover, he also said in a panic, "Chairman, it's not good." As soon as he finished speaking, Yoon Uihyun angrily threw the ashtray at his forehead. In addition, the ashtray also fell nearby. On the other hand, he also said, "This guy dares to barge in here. I'm annoyed." So he bowed his head and stammered, I'm sorry." That guy appeared again. Hearing that, Yoon Uihyun looked worried. Next, he turned to ask him, that crazy guy keeps targeting our dungeon?" And he also confirmed, "Yes, he has attacked 7 dungeons. More than 100 guild members have died." At this time, he was surprised and thought to himself, "Damn it, who is he? At this time of chaos, the more people I mobilize, the more deaths there will be." Thinking that, Yoon Uihyun ordered, "From now on, everyone goes into the dungeon. No shift changes. Rotate sleep. If you understand, get out." And then he also replied, "Yes." A second then also left and closed Yoon Uihyun's door. After that, he sat down in his chair again, and began to think of ways to deal with it. In his heart, he thought about what had happened in the past. 5 days ago, Kong Yun attacked us, and his corpse disappeared. 2 days later, a crazy guy kept targeting our dungeon. As expected, I had suspected it, but with this evidence, it's clear, Kong Yun definitely has accomplices. Taking his corpse away must be due to some skill. Without information it's difficult to plan a response. This won't do, although I don't want to. Thinking this, Yoon Uihyun took out his phone. Next, he made the call, and the other side rang. Beep beep beep, beep beep. "Hey, righteous hero. What's up?" Although he felt uncomfortable when the other person called him that, he still pretended to be calm and said, "I need your help." However, the other person laughed and ridiculed him. "Haha, the big boss running the bait guild needs help? Oh, that's right, your guild has been beaten to a pulp lately. It must be because of that, right?" Hearing that person say that, he was so angry that his face turned red. A moment later, the other person even gave a condition. "What do I get for helping? I'm richer than you." Immediately, Yoon Uihyun replied, "A battle." And then the other person asked in surprise, "Huh?" In addition, he also asked again, "Don't you want an interesting battle? There is only one suspect. It's definitely not someone ordinary. You'll be satisfied." In the end, the person who was talking to Yoon Uihyun all this time was an Yusung. On the other hand, after hearing his condition, he agreed, "Let's just try it out." After speaking, and Yusung hung up. That night at the dungeon of the Bait Guild, the guard was the vice president along with an Yusung. A moment later, he turned to ask the name of the vice president. "Hey, what's your name?" And he replied, "I am Kim Il-woo." So an Yusung said happily, "Yeah, okay, actually I don't care much. Just call me Uihyun's junior." However, he didn't respond to an Yusung's words. A second later, he stretched and asked, "So when is that strong guy coming? Is he sure to appear here? If I wait and don't see anyone, then you know what will happen." But Kim Il-woo, no matter what he said, he remained silent. After that, he also arrived. Moreover, he was a little surprised when he only saw 2 people here. Currently the 2 sides had also seen each other. As soon as he saw Kong Yun, and Yusung's 6th sense reacted strongly. So he laughed and said, "Terrifying." In addition, in his heart he was thinking, for the first time, My sixth sense reacted so strongly. It's always just a vague feeling. But now it's screaming in my head. If you don't want to die, immediately run away from that monster. Meanwhile, he was surprised when he recognized that person was him and said, why are you here? In Yusung? He asked, shocked after hearing him speak. That voice, Kong Yun? In Yusung, with an innocent face, asked him, Kong Yun Hung, why are you here? Oh, could it be? So you're the one who often goes there? Ha ha ha, you always do interesting things. Meanwhile, he was thinking, there must be someone backing him. Thinking about it, he's also quite rich. Could it be that the one behind the bait guild is? Thinking that, Kong Yun pointed his sword at him and asked, in Yusung, you're also a member of the bait guild? So while Kim Il-woo still didn't understand what was happening, he happily replied, hey, I'm sad when you say I'm in the same guild as those trash. What will people think of me? Immediately, he asked again, so why are you here? Next, he pointed at him and said, do you know Yun Yuihyun? That guild leader. Such an arrogant guy actually asked me for help. Isn't that interesting? But Kong Yun replied, is that so? Unhappily when he heard him say these words. After that, he patted In Yusung on the shoulder and said, okay, never mind, I have nothing to say to you. Don't block my way. If there's time later, let's go out to eat. After speaking, he brushed past him. However, while Kong Yun was thinking, HMPH, we don't even have each other's phone numbers. What the heck are we scheduling? In Yusung was intending to ambush him. He was aiming for Kong Yun's head. And then he struck a very strong blow. But he had blocked it. In addition, he asked in surprise, what? But he calmly smiled and replied, haha, I'd be sad if you left like that. And he continued, so, as soon as he finished speaking, In Yusung took out a mace to fight with him. A second later, Kong Yun also used his sword to resist. In addition, he also said, even though we know each other, I won't hold back. Of course, he understood and replied, that's what I want, let's fight. After that, he activated the strength of the giant along with Wayne's secret. Then he quickly attacked In Yusung. Fortunately, he avoided a sword from him. Even so, the sword just now had left a bloody wound on his face. So he smiled and replied, how much of a monster have you become over the past time? Meanwhile, he was dodging Kong Yun's continuous slashes. A moment later, he praised him while counter-attacking. Not bad, ha 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 ha. In addition, Kong Yun felt unhappy and muttered to himself, this battle is hindering the plan, I have to end it quickly. After thinking about it, he was determined to defeat him as quickly as possible. On the other hand, he was smiling brightly and thinking, but it's been a long time since there's been such an interesting battle. Right at this moment, Kim Il-woo rushed over and shouted loudly, Quadruple A, die. After hearing his voice, both of them were surprised and looked towards Kim Il-woo. In addition, he was smiling and muttering in his heart, I should impress them here. Then one day I can be promoted to leader. But he didn't expect that In Yusung would give himself a mace. And the mace had also stained his fresh blood. A second later, Kim Il-woo also fell backward with a lot of blood spurting out. And In Yusung only indifferently sighed and said, phew, I'm having fun, don't interfere. Kong Yun was surprised when he saw him like that and muttered to himself, so they're not allies, but to take action so easily? Next, he bowed his head and sighed, that's a letdown. I really wanted to have a real fight with you. Speaking up to here, In Yusung put the mace back into the system. After that, he put on a regretful expression and said, but now I can't fight again even if I wanted to. I don't want you to hate me. Hearing him say these words, Kong Yun thought to himself, no, I've hated you for a long time. Next, he suddenly asked, but hey, do you know what kind of person Yun Yuihyun is? And he replied, I don't know. So he told Kong Yun, Yun Yuihyun is the illegitimate child of a chairman of a large corporation. That's why those trash dare to act so wildly. And he listened and muttered to himself, 8 p.m. drama? Moreover, he angrily asked In Yusung, so what? Because that guy is rich. You're telling me not to touch him? If I was scared, I wouldn't have done these things in the first place. Don't waste my time. Go home and sleep. After speaking, he left. Very quickly, he chased after him and put his arm around his shoulder and said, whoa, I haven't finished talking. What you're doing? Let me participate. I also want to see that bastard get angry. The next morning, Yoon Ui-hyun was so angry that he was tearing his hair out and shouted loudly. Damn it, 3 dungeons have been robbed. And I've even lost contact with an Yusung. You useless bastards. You stupid trash. A bunch of useless things. After cursing for a while, he was tired and started panting. Next, he ordered his people, summon all guild members. Everyone must be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. But Yoon Ui-hyun's people looked worried and replied, I don't know how many people we can summon. However, he didn't care. Moreover, he shouted in his face, even if they're sick or their family has something going on, they have to gather. Didn't you understand what I said? Very quickly, he explained, these days, many people are leaving the guild. Some people have cut off contact. After that, Yoon Ui-hyun shouted again, then kidnapped their parents and threatened them. Those who don't listen have to be made to listen. At this time, he scratched his head a little confused and replied, the atmosphere in the guild isn't very good right now. At a time when so many people are leaving, if we threaten the members, it will be very difficult to handle. As soon as he heard him say these words, Yoon Ui-hyun was so angry that his face turned red and shouted loudly. Quadruple A. Right at this moment, the phone in his pocket rang. Next, he took it out and cursed. Damn it, why now? In addition, the calling number was an unknown number. On the other hand, when he heard the other party's voice, he was surprised and thought to himself, this voice, maybe everything will be easier than I thought. On the other hand, Kong Yun was watching comments on social media. What's going on with bait lately? Dungeons for farming have been almost completely cleared. It seems like they're not managing them anymore, so they don't care. I also heard the news yesterday and went with some members of the guild. Every dungeon was empty. That day, farming was extremely effective. Everyone earned 300. So awesome. What are those money grubbers doing? I have an acquaintance who is a leader of bait. They said someone is attacking the guild members. Is there any proof? Nonsense. Even if it's nonsense, it sounds comfortable, haha. In addition, he in behind him had also seen these comments and started teasing Kong Yun. Looks like it's very effective. Just hitting the dungeon for a week is enough. Very quickly, he also agreed with this thought of an Yusung. That's right, it's almost over. In addition, he also happily said, both happy and sad, how are you planning to end it? So he replied, it's probably okay to tell you. Listen. At this time, he started whispering into his ear. Kong Yun was talking non-stop, and an Yusung was trying to listen. After he said everything, he was surprised and said, Oh, are you sober? The chairman of the bait guild received a letter with the content. If you want to save the guild now, meet me at 6 p.m. tomorrow at the dungeon in So-Son Mountain. In Young City, Disrufin Forest, Demon Sword. After seeing it, he was angry. Next, Yoon Ui-hyun clenched the letter in his hand and gritted his teeth. You arrogant bastard, now you want to fight? Okay, today I will come to admire that arrogant face. Then I will break your bones and skin you. Currently, the people in the guild had gathered according to his orders. After that, they also went with Yoon Ui-hyun to the place he had designated. While waiting for his orders, the crowd appeared murmuring gossip. Damn it, I didn't intend to show up. What to do? If I don't go, I don't know what I'll be turned into. It's best to avoid it skillfully. And these gossiping words had also reached Yoon Ui-hyun's ears. So he angrily said, damn it, why did I bring these useless things? In addition, in Yoon Ui-hyun's heart he was thinking, if I can seduce him. Thinking that, he remembered the previous call, when Choi Min-jun had said to him, you seem tired lately, Yoon Ui-hyun? And he had asked. This voice, as soon as he had not finished speaking, he interrupted, that's right, it's me, I'm calling you to offer help because I see you're having trouble. However, he intended to refuse and muttered at the head, forget it, because there's no way to contact. So I can only ask guys like an Yusung. But now he's contacting me on his own. This guy. A second later, Yoon Ui-hyun pretended to smile brightly and replied, ha ha ha, you called at the right time. If you help, I won't let you suffer. My father will also support. And when he mentioned his father, he asked in surprise, what? Who did you say will support? It seems like you haven't grasped the situation. I've changed my mind. I won't help anymore. Very quickly, Yoon Ui-hyun shouted, wait a minute, why suddenly? Choi Min-jun at this time only indifferently replied, Just cling to that arrogant father of yours." Currently, after remembering the words he had said, Yoon Ui-hyun was so angry that he turned red and muttered to himself, "That bastard. Compared to An Yusung, he's even more of a bastard." After that, he also activated his power to burn the letter in his hand. Moreover, in his heart he was thinking, "Let's see how long those arrogant people can show off." On the other hand, at Choi Min-jun's place, there was someone coming to find him. At this time Choi Min-jun said to him, "So that's what happened. The Bait Guild has summoned all the members. It seems like Yoon Ui-hyun is at the end of the line. Right?" A moment later, he looked confused and replied, "Anyway, on the outside it's still an alliance. Are you really not planning to send support?" Choi Min-jun, when he heard him say these words, he gently put down the teacup in his hand and said, "It's not important whether it's necessary or not. Supporting that trash is just a waste of effort." However, he asked Choi Min-jun again without hesitation, "But if he dies, then Chairman Yoon Sang-soo won't let it go." Immediately, he looked at him with eyes that were emitting fire. In addition, he activated his power. In an instant, that source of power had tightened his neck. Despite him screaming and begging, Choi Min-jun only indifferently asked, "So what? Do I have to rely on that old man to live?" At this time, when he saw his uncomfortable expression along with being punished by him, he also admitted his mistake and said, "No, I was wrong." Seeing that he knew his mistake, he sighed. A moment later, he threw him on the sofa. As soon as he was released by Choi Min-jun, he quickly hugged his neck and gasped. Next, he also instructed, "Continue with the work you're doing. Find out about new sources of funding." After speaking, he left, and he quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, the people of the Bait Guild were entering the D-rank dungeon in Disrufin Forest. After that, Yoon Ui-hyun turned to ask Kim Il-woo, "What time is it now?" And then he replied, 6:03 p.m. So he scolded, "Damn it, I've sent the signal but I don't see a shadow. Could it be that I've lost?" Next, he turned to order, "Everyone get ready for battle. I don't know how many enemies there are, and they might ambush us." Hearing that, everyone replied in unison, "Yes, sir." After walking a distance, he called him again and pointed to the other side and said, "Guild leader, over there." And Yoon Ui-hyun also looked and discovered that there was a thick cloud of dust moving towards them. At this time, his group of people was so scared that they were sweating. In an instant, Kong Yun along with the pack of wolves stepped out from that thick cloud of dust. Moreover, he laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha," and when he saw him, he was horrified and said, "Kong Yun twins? No." Next, Yoon Ui-hyun gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "He's still alive." A second later, he loudly greeted him, "Yoon Ui-hyun, long time no see. How have you been? I have a gift for you." In his hand currently was a small wolf cub. Next, the people in the guild felt both confused and surprised. In addition, they were talking, "Is that Disruphin's child? How cute." In addition, he was preparing to throw it towards them and said, "Come on, receive it." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw it towards them. So the people of the Bait Guild angrily shouted, "That crazy guy, he actually threw that cute animal." After that, the bald man threw down his weapon. Next, he caught it and said, "I'll catch it," and the wolf cub cried out in fear. Fortunately, he had also caught it. A moment later, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked it, "It's okay now. It's okay now. Daddy will protect you. Ah, I want to hug you." In addition, the group of people from the Bait Guild also thought it was cute. Immediately, they turned to criticize him. How dare he do that? Such a cold-blooded guy. But Yoon Ui-hyun stopped them. "Shut up all of you." In addition, he used a hateful gaze to look at Kong Yun. After that, when he saw the bag by his side that had a lot of wolf cubs, he cursed in his heart. That crazy guy, stealing Disruphin's cubs. Moreover, the wolves were also screaming. And when he saw the wolves were advancing towards them with him, he muttered in his head, "The Disrufins have become agitated to the point that they're out of control. They're rushing over here." In addition, Kong Yun suddenly brought all the wolf cubs and threw them towards them and said, "Receive the gifts, brothers." So like before, they still wanted to save these wolf cubs. Along with the sound of yelling, "Ah, cute kids from the sky," the wolf cubs were falling one by one from the bag. On the other hand, he had also jumped up high. Moreover, Kong Yun had also activated his power. Just a second later, he was like a lightning bolt leaping in to fight with the people of Bait. In addition, the wolves had also advanced to attack. Currently, it was rushing over with a crazy, bloodthirsty look. Very quickly, Yun Yuihyun activated his power to prevent the wolves from advancing towards him. In addition, he didn't forget to observe him, and when he saw that he was gaining the upper hand, he angrily shouted, "Kong Yun!" Immediately, he replied with a provocation, "You guys have worked hard." Yun Yuihyun was using all his strength to stop the wolves. A moment later, he glanced at him again and thought to himself, "Damn it, it's very difficult to deal with the Disrufans because of their ability to stealth. Kong Yun is also participating, so it's even more chaotic." Next, he angrily shouted, "Quadruple A, everyone retreat. Quickly leave the dungeon." Very quickly, the people of the guild were running away and talking. "Damn it, it's lucky I was behind. Run quickly. Tomorrow, I'm going to run away from this freakish guild." However, when they ran to the entrance of the dungeon, and Yusung stuck his face out and happily said, "Hello." Moreover, he had also taken out a weapon, and everyone was surprised and shouted in unison, "Huh." Right away, he activated his power, then quickly gave them a critical hit with a club in his hand, and Yusung was charging into a fight with the Bait Guild's people. Furthermore, the guild members were astonished by his strength, and Yusung became even more energized as he fought. During this time, amidst the piercing screams, "Ah, help!" Yun Yuihyun was startled to recognize him and said, "In Yusung." He also muttered worriedly in his head, "He betrayed us? Since when? We're doomed, but surely there's a way." What way? Thinking this, Yun Yuihyun saw more and more guild members being defeated, covered in blood. Then, he looked at Kong Yun, but at the same time, he was also defeating many guild members, and even looked at Yun Yuihyun with a provocative gaze. So he muttered in his heart again, "A way," and when he couldn't think of a way, he became so angry that he trembled and gnashed his teeth. "Damn it." A second later, he told himself, "If this continues, the last resort." At this moment, he activated his combat power. On the other hand, Kong Yun made another person vomit blood. In addition, he finished him off with a sword. At this point, he clicked his tongue and said, "TCH, can't finish them off. These guys are persistent like leeches. Annoying." Just then, Yun Yuihyun called his name angrily, "Kong Yun," and he glanced at him with a surprised look. Moreover, he rushed toward him with the power of divine fire that had just been activated and said, "Even if it's the end, at least you'll be my companion." Saying this, Yun Yuihyun activated the suicide skill with the flames raging on his body and kept rushing toward him. As soon as he got close, he punched Kong Yun, and this suicide skill also accidentally doomed the guild members. So they screamed, "Ah, YS2. At this moment, he felt a little worried and thought, "The skill has firepower that is too strong, endangering my own life, but if I use this method, he will too." However, when Yun Yuihyun thought this, he was surprised, because a hand suddenly appeared from the raging fire, and the hand belonged to Kong Yun, and he grabbed his head. Quickly, he made Yun Yuihyun taste pain, causing him to cry out in agony. Triple A. After making him taste the pain, he scolded him, "Is that all you've got? You had to go this far. Idiot." A moment later, Yun Yuihyun gave Kong Yun another blow, and luckily he dodged it. On the other hand, because of this blow, he suffered such severe internal injuries that he vomited blood. A second later, he fell to the ground. At this point, Yun Yuihyun cried out in pain. Triple A. However, he said to him, "Just sit there and watch. Because I'll deal with you later. I'm already battered, so don't even think about leaving peacefully. Your subordinates, I'll make you witness their final moments." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly rushed into battle, and the piercing screams of the guild members rang out again. "Ah," and he was smiling in despair. "Ha," then muttered in his heart, "It's over. It's all over. Just because of the mistake of messing with one person." A second later, Yun Yuihyun suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Very quickly, all of the guild members were annihilated by Kong Yun and An Yusung. Among the corpses here was the corpse of a Disrufan. Then, while he was laughing, "Ha ha ha," They both walked to Yoon Yuihyun's side. In addition, when he saw the two of them coming, he continued to laugh. Ha ha ha. Immediately, and Yu-sung leaned down and asked him, "What are you laughing at, boss?" Kong Yun stopped him. "Leave him alone. Maybe he's dreaming a beautiful dream." Yoon Yuihyun was thinking, "It's over. It's all over. Wait a minute. Over? Who? Suddenly, he shouted, "I can't accept it." As soon as he saw him change his attitude again, he was surprised. In addition, Yoon Yuihyun suddenly revealed the suffering he had endured for so long. "I can't die like this. I am an illegitimate child, a stepchild, a bastard, a half-brother, an outsider. My siblings are no different from strangers. They don't care about me. They look down on me. I was dragged into the power struggles that I never cared about. They controlled me at will. Dad felt sorry for me and provided for me fully. But that was just a reason for them to attack me. One day the world changed. The tutorial began. The appearance of dungeons and awakeners. The world began to return to the logic of primal power. At that time, I had a feeling that this was my chance to turn the tables." And as he said this, the two suddenly left quickly like a flash of lightning. This action confused Yoon Yuihyun. On the other hand, they left because they spotted a disroof running away. When they caught up with it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Then Kong Yun felt uncomfortable because of his recent words and said, "These guys talk so much. I don't know." And Yu-sung said, "At least we should listen to the dying words." But he replied, "Why should I listen?" Next, he activated the system and said, "Well, anyway, it's been hard work, and it's none of his business." And then he casually replied, "It's nothing. It was fun. How was it? What's the feeling after paying back a long-standing grudge?" Hearing him say these words, he hesitated a little and said, I don't know." Furthermore, and Yu-sung lectured him, "The end of revenge is emptiness. Isn't it? Anyway, the one who deserved to die is dead." He replied, "If I had to compare it, it's like cleaning out a big chunk of earwax inside my ear. It's not a big deal, but it feels good." Saying this, he picked at his ear, and Yu-sung stopped Kong Yun and said, "Please don't compare it anymore." Next, he blew on the earwax stuck to his fingernail. In addition, he ordered an Yu-sung, "What about the equipment that fell? Appraise it and split it in half." But he refused. "I don't need it. I'm not short of money." After hearing him say that, while he was bending down to check the corpses in front of him, he said, "Oh, really? You don't need it?" Moreover, Kong Yun was thinking, "Money. I haven't been too concerned about money until now. The rewards from completing dungeons are enough to make me not feel lacking." Next, he remembered the contents of the letter that he received. "Hello Kong Yun. I'm writing to inquire about Yoon Yuihyun, the leader of the Bait Guild." He told himself, "But this time I understand clearly. I can't protect everything with just my strength and that money. I have to save up. Oh, and I'm going to build my own power." And as he thought this, Kong Yun was searching for something in his system. That night, the two went to the large gate of the Bait Guild. And when An Yu-sung saw that the gate was only half there, he said, "It's over." Kong Yun agreed. "Yeah." On the other hand, he thought for a moment. Then he said to him, "An Yu-sung, if I said I was going to form a guild." When Kong Yun said this, he interrupted, "Do you want to join?" But he replied, "I haven't finished speaking yet." In addition, he said to Kong Yun, "If it's a guild established by you, it will definitely be interesting, right? My senses are telling me that." At this moment, he looked embarrassed and replied, "What senses? I haven't even said that I'll let you join." Next, when the two of them left, he retorted, "Hey, I know you were going to recruit me just now." And then he bluntly replied, "Get lost." In addition, he was thinking, at that time, no one knew. A small guild formed by two men as a joke became the most famous guild in Korea. Of course in a negative way. On the way home, Kong Yun asked him, "Want to go eat beef?" And An Yu-sung asked back, "Are you paying?" Very quickly, he replied, "You're richer than me." They talked like this all the way. In the president's office of the Hanso group, after learning about Yoon Yuihyun's situation, Yoon Sang-soo was furious. So he loudly scolded Choi Min-jun. "Didn't the story change? You said you would take responsibility and take care of Yoon Yuihyun. You violated the contract." Choi Min-jun. A moment later, he turned his head to look at him. Then Choi Min-jun casually said, Violated? You're joking too much. I don't know what you're talking about. Yung Sang-soo clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Are you still pretending not to know now? It's been a week since my son and the guild members lost contact. Based on the current situation, it's clear that, as soon as he was about to finish speaking, he interrupted. So what do you want me to do? At this moment, he asked, turning red in anger. What? In addition, Choi Min-jun casually put his feet on his desk and smiled. I supported a useless, incompetent guy to become the leader of a guild. Didn't I do what I was paid to do? After hearing him say these words, Yung Sang-soo was so angry that he trembled and couldn't speak properly. You. Immediately after, he gave the order, everyone attack him, kill him. Choi Min-jun wasn't worried even though many people were rushing toward him with weapons. A second later, he activated his combat power. In an instant, a psychic blade appeared. Quickly, it wrapped around their necks, causing the group to panic and have difficulty breathing, only making sounds. Gasp. Moreover, he made them float in midair. Next, he casually stood up, walking to his side while saying, President Yun, we clearly signed a contract. I fulfilled the contract as agreed. Why are you playing tricks on me? When he got close to him, Yung Sang-soo was scared and sweating, and was so flustered that he couldn't speak clearly. You. On the other hand, he threatened him, if something like this happens again, I won't let it go. You understand? And he replied in fear. I understand. Seeing Yung Sang-soo being so obedient, Choi Min-jun smiled brightly at him. Next, he released them, and as soon as they landed, the whole group coughed. Cough. In addition, before leaving, he reminded him, it's good that you understand. Transfer the promised money to my account before today. I'm very curious, who is the one who overthrew Ying Yuihyun? In addition, the disappearance of the Bait Guild, the sudden disappearance of a large guild, created countless rumors and ghost stories. The media also made a fuss for a while. A topic appeared on the free forum. Is it true that Bait has collapsed? Followed by comments from curious netizens who wanted to know the truth. Foreign policy? The collapse of Bait? The increased number of missing people in the dungeon? There were also opinions that this was the result of a power struggle between guilds. Furthermore, there was breaking news. Dungeon criminals. Will it be okay? Now is a time of upheaval. In addition, there were some headlines of some newspapers that were posted. Ability Users Alliance leader Choi Dong-woo needs preferential policies for ability users. Increasing dungeon terrorism. Possibility of organized crime. Interview with Ability User of the Month. Fire Dragon Guild leader Park Ho-yeon. Exclusive new information about Goblin Slayer. General summary. In the context of many new guilds and ability users appearing every day, the Bait Guild was increasingly forgotten. After a while, Kong Yun invited An Yu-sung to eat. At this time, he said to him, Great, there's definitely no chance of being caught. There will be no consequences left behind. I've taken care of all the troublemakers. This time I can even level up after the battle. The equipment I picked up has also been taken care of. And I even get to eat good food. Immediately after, An Yu-sung asked Kong Yun, Isn't everything okay? What are you still upset about? So he picked up food and replied, The new title I got this time is the problem. According to the information provided to him by the system, the title was, Ruthless Family Destroyer. Description. There is a prejudice that monsters do not have families. The title is given to those who have destroyed many families in terrible and brutal ways. Effect. Increase in strength +2. Increased hostility. The owner of this title will create a feeling of instinctive fear in others. Effect. Increase in strength +2. Increased hostility. The owner of this title will create a feeling of instinctive fear in others. After remembering it, he angrily put his chopsticks on the table. Moreover, remembering that the system had reported, all effects except for one selected title are only 50% effective. He muttered in his heart, a title that isn't equipped also has some effect? Next, Kong Yun shouted, I've been very stressed lately. Because of this, I'm even more misunderstood. However, he smiled happily and replied, There's no need to be misunderstood. You're already evil. Anyway, there's no difference, so don't worry. Just then, he received a call, and the caller was instructor Kim I-hyun. As soon as he answered the phone, he called Young I-hyun, but he disagreed, saying, "It's me, Kim I-hyun. I hope you don't call me that. Do you still remember that promise?" After hearing him ask that, he was surprised. A second later, Kong Yun asked, "Promise? What promise?" And when he knew he had forgotten, he sighed and said, "I thought you knew. Please come and meet our guild leader. This is quite urgent, so I hope you can go right away. When are you free?" As agreed, Kong Yun also came to Dagon Guild. He was currently waiting for the elevator. At this time, he asked Kim I-hyun anxiously, "Will it be okay? Can I bring him?" And when he turned around to look at him, Kong Yun pointed to An Yu-sung. Very quickly, he gave him an answer. This is something that the guild leader has allowed. In addition, he turned to reassure him. "You don't need to worry. I and Han Se-yeon know each other." After hearing him say these words, he had a question. "Hearing you call my sister, I feel uncomfortable. How do you two know each other?" And An Yu-sung honestly replied, "I met her before at a social gathering." However, he was thinking, who is that? Next, he made an unpleasant face and said, "Social gathering." Moreover, he thought, the guild leader must be rich too. And a tutorial graduate too. This world is so unfair. A moment later, the group arrived at the reception room. At this time, Kim I-hyun knocked on the door and said, "Guild leader." So after the word, "Come in," he opened the door. Very quickly, both of them followed Kim I-hyun inside. On the other hand, Kong Yun was very surprised to learn that the guild leader was a beautiful girl. A second later, she reached out her hand and greeted them. "Welcome, I am the Dangan guild leader, Han Se-yeon." He quickly shook hands with her and replied, "Ah yes, I am Kong Yun." Next, she happily said, "Hello, I have heard a lot about you from I-hyun." Then, while Kim I-hyun opened the door and bowed his head, saying, "I will go out," and Yu-sung also happily said, "Long time no see, sister." And she also politely greeted him. "You have worked hard, I-hyun. Long time no see." And Yu-sung. A second later, Han Se-yeon invited Kong Yun to sit in the chair and said, "Please sit down." And he politely replied, "Ah yes." And then Kong Yun sat very upright. Next, he thanked her. "Thank you for helping me. I don't know how to repay you." But she said to him, "It's nothing. It wasn't difficult. Don't worry about it." However, Kong Yun didn't want to be indebted. So he insisted, "But I don't want to be in debt to you. Why did you call me here?" So Han Se-yeon asked straightforwardly, "I'll be frank, okay?" And he replied, "You know everyone is busy." Immediately, she told Kong Yun the truth. "I originally intended to chat for a bit. But since you said that, I won't be polite." Then she observed his attitude for a while. Next, Han Se-yeon softly called his name and asked, "Kong Yun, do you want to join the Dangan Guild?" And then he firmly refused. "I don't want to." After this statement, both fell into silence for a moment. A moment later, Han Se-yeon said awkwardly, "Ah, I see." Even though Kong Yun refused, Han Se-yeon still wanted a reason. So she asked him, "Kong Yun, why don't you want to join our guild?" And he honestly replied, "I don't feel like it." So Han Se-yeon remained silent and thought for a moment. Then she replied, "Ah, I see." Seeing that everyone seemed tense, and Yu-sung turned to him and said, "This guy is sharp. You'll get cut." However, Kong Yun glared at him and asked, "Huh? Got a problem with that?" Seeing them like that, she smiled and said, "It's okay. On the contrary, hearing you say it so clearly makes it easier for me to give up." Seeing that she was happy, he also replied, "That's good. Then, anyway, I'll repay this favor in another way. If you need help with anything, call me." But even though he was willing, she refused. "Don't worry about it. Having a connection with someone strong like you is not a loss for us. We'll contact you when we need to." Immediately, Kong Yun showed his goodwill and said, "But honestly, does the #1 guild in the country need my help? Of course, if I can help, I'll still help." So she asked him directly, "Kong Yun, how long do you think the current peace will last?" This question also made him mutter in his heart, "Peace? Dungeons have appeared and criminals are rampant. You call that a peaceful world?" Could she have seen that? The image of the 8th realm in the tutorial. You could say that this world is peaceful compared to that image. Even so, he pretended not to know and casually replied, "I don't know. That's not a problem I can solve. Anyway, me becoming stronger is the only way to deal with it. And there are still 5 years until the so-called Hacken dimension. right? After hearing Kong Yun say these things, Han Seoyeon bowed her head and remained silent. A second later, she suddenly said, 3 years. Hearing this, he scratched his head in a bit of confusion. In addition, she said, some countries will definitely be in danger within the next 3 years. We don't have much time. At this point, Kong Yun asked Han Seoyeon, what makes you so sure? And she replied, I can't say for sure. There is a divine entity that knows everything about this. We have someone who can communicate with that person. So these words of hers surprised him. A moment later, Kong Yun sank into his own thoughts. Divine entity? Is she talking about the administrator? Someone who can communicate with the administrator. On the other hand, Han Seoyeon, after seeing that he seemed pensive, asked, actually, Kong Yun, you also feel that, don't you? The difficulty of the dungeons is increasing. But on the other hand, the development of ability users is stagnating. But he replied, I don't feel that way. In addition, Yusung criticized him. Then why did you say that? The more reckless the ability users are, the stronger they become. So hunting with guns is not effective. And then Kong Yun casually replied, oh, really? No wonder no ability users use guns. Moreover, he said to him, bows and crossbows are different from guns because you can upgrade them according to level. Very quickly, he continued, it seems like there are a lot of theories. On the other hand, Han Seoyeon also agreed with what he said. That's right, so only strong and reckless people like Kong Yun can solve the current situation. You can become a hero. A second later, Kong Yun honestly told her his thoughts. Even though I don't like to say it, I'm not a good person. Either. You know that, right? I was the one who dealt with those bait guys this time. But Han Seoyeon cursed the bait guild in front of him. Don't worry about those trash. At this point, he was very surprised and said, huh? In a questioning manner. Next, she also said her feelings about the bait guild. Anyway, they are people who are of no use to the survival of humanity. They are people who are not worth protecting. For humanity, one person like Kong Yun is more important than hundreds of them. The protector of the world is not a gentleman, but a strong person. Then, on her orders, Kim I-hyun escorted the two back. At this time, he was also knocking on Han Seoyeon's door. Next, he walked inside. As soon as she saw Kim I-hyun, she asked, did you see them off? And then he replied, yes, I confirmed that they were in the car before coming back. How was it, your impression after meeting him in person? Immediately, she expressed satisfaction and said, honestly, he was better than I expected. On the other hand, he seemed to guess Han Seoyeon's thoughts and said, that means, very quickly, she confirmed, that's right, although it was only a brief moment. When I mentioned the story about the administrator, his pupils dilated. He is someone who graduated from the tutorial. At this time, there were many people guarding the dungeons of the Bait Guild. Meanwhile, Kong Yun had also infiltrated the inside. And after he had eliminated all the monsters, he muttered in his heart, dungeon level D and E only different by one letter. But there is a big gap between the two. The strength and number of monsters have increased. The most obvious difference is the variety of monsters appearing in the dungeon. In particular, the Dion's Laboratory, a level D dungeon, is where the diversity of monsters reaches its maximum. Thinking this, Kong Yun continued to observe his surroundings for a moment. Next, according to what the system had classified the monsters as, he thought, normal monsters, whether they are common monsters or bosses, are all the same species. So it's easy to fight. But here, the number of monsters is too many. So it's very troublesome. Their weaknesses and attack methods are also completely different. Just then, a monster appeared in front of Kong Yun, causing him to be a little surprised and asked, what is this? A second later, the system also told him that it was an ogre chimera erg, and along with a giant hammer. It was staring at him and roaring. Then, he greeted it and said, oh, much bigger ratio. An ogre with a goblin head attached to it. Has it been nerfed or something? HMPH, do you want to join my guild? I bet with an Yusung on who would find a guild applicant first. Saying this, he touched its giant hammer. So it angrily lifted the hammer. Next, it raised it high to attack Kong Yun. Very quickly, it slammed him with an earth-shattering blow and crushed everything it touched. Fortunately, he jumped high and said, oh, just say you don't want to. But you don't qualify. Kong Yun's words angered it, causing the ogre chimera erg to roar violently. A second later, he slashed at its shoulder, accidentally causing the ogre chimera erg to spit out a yellowish liquid. Seeing this, Kong Yun activated his power and said, "Damn it, so dirty." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the ogre chimera erg a fatal blow. As soon as he hit it hard in the chest, he jumped behind the ogre chimera erg. A second later, he glanced at it. However, Kong Yun's recent hit didn't do anything to it. Seeing this, he turned to look at the ogre chimera erg and said, "Your skin is thick, and your body is bigger than mine. But because I'm someone who uses my brain, I can always find an answer. If I can steal that hammer, it would be even better." At this time, in another area, the Bait Guild's group was also entering the dungeon. At this time, the guy holding the spear spoke up. "Have you heard the screams of monsters since just now, boss?" And the blue-haired guy replied, "Someone must be hunting. As for us, just pay attention to the feast in front of us." After he finished speaking, he pointed his sword at the only girl on the team. However, she just silently looked at the blue-haired guy. Next, the blue-haired guy smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, this is why I like dungeons." In addition, the guy holding the spear asked, "Boss, did you hear anything?" And he was surprised and said, "Huh? What sound?" HMPH. Don't worry about those hunts. In the meantime, Kong Yun was finding a way to take the ogre chimera erg's hammer. A second later, he carried the hammer on his shoulder and complained, "HMPH. It stinks." On the other hand, Kong Yun didn't know that he was walking toward the group of people in front of him, and they were surprised to see him. And when Kong Yun saw them, he said, "You guys stink too much. This is the stench of those trash, low-level, petty criminals that I defeated, right?" After he finished speaking, he gave an evil smile. The adventurers started to murmur after they saw him. "That guy, what's he carrying on his back? A hammer?" Yun didn't pay attention to those words, but slowly walked towards them. Yun used his strength to lift the hammer. The group still didn't understand what he was going to do. The hammer quickly collided with the top of the tunnel, causing a large crack. After the smoke and dust cleared, the hammer had left a mark on the wall above. Everyone was caught off guard by this action. The smoke and dust forced them to cover their eyes. Damn it. A moment later, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the image of Yun remained standing there with the large hammer. One of them wondered, "Is he crazy? What's he swinging a hammer in this cramped place for?" Suddenly, there was a slight tremor on the ceiling. That person noticed it and glanced up to look. Before they could figure it out, the hammer had left its previous position, leaving a long mark on the wall above. Yun also took the opportunity to slam the hammer on the ground, causing rocks and stones to fly everywhere. Everyone gritted their teeth. Damn it. The group looked at him with wary eyes, as if looking at a strange creature. Yun hummed and stood up, waving his hand because he was holding his hammer. "It's really heavy. It wouldn't be good to use it as a main weapon." After saying that, Yun casually put the hammer in his storage. "I'll just leave it here for now." The people still looked at him speechlessly. One person spoke up, "Ha ha, showing off your strength for no reason. I thought you were so great. Looks like you don't understand the situation." After saying that, he tiptoed and jumped towards him, intending to swing his sword and chop his head. "You shouldn't have put down your weapon right now." That person smiled arrogantly. "Die." But immediately, a white shadow struck the person's temple hard. It turned out that it was Yun attacking with his hand. This one move was enough to make him lose his balance. The sword in his hand also fell to the ground. He blankly didn't understand what was going on and cried out, then fell to the ground. While Yun remained unscathed, the group was surprised by this situation. Then, he grabbed that person's head and lifted it up. "Now, bring out everything you have. You damn criminals," Yun said with a murderous expression. He arrogantly made a request while controlling him. Looking at it now, I don't even know who the criminal is. The group frowned upon hearing that. That crazy guy, one of them, holding a spear, cried out, and rushed towards him. When the others saw that, they rushed up in droves. "Everyone, rush up together. He's only one person, right?" Yun pouted. "Hey, can't you see I'm holding a hostage? This guy has lived his whole life already." Yun glanced to the side and asked the person he was controlling, "What's your name?" He trembled. "Kim Gusik." Yun dropped the sword on the ground and said, "Okay, Gyusik." Immediately, he used his hand to squeeze hard on his lower body, causing him great pain. Yun, after doing such a terrible thing, pretended to be righteous. "I'll avenge you." The spear-wielding guy who was rushing over was slightly shocked at this scene. Yun happily grabbed Gyusik's lower body and turned him into a convenient weapon. He was delighted. Gyusik-style attack. Gyusik hit the spear-wielding guy, causing him to be blown away, while Gyusik was tortured to the point of having his eggs crushed and foaming at the mouth. Losing consciousness, the group who had just arrived were stunned to see their teammate being blown away. Yun's move was truly both painful and vicious. Then, the two sides stood silently looking at each other. Yun spoke first. "Oh, the feeling of hitting is not bad." He turned Gyusik into a suitable position and provoked, "Everyone, rush up. I will face you with my new weapon." Gyusik-style siege hammer. Poor Gyusik. His eggs were crushed and he was being used as a weapon. Seeing that the group didn't dare to come forward, Yun approached. Those guys trembled. Don't come any closer." The image of Yun's demonic appearance shone in the eyes of the sword-wielding guy, causing his whole body to tremble. Immediately after that were streaks of blood and splatters of blood. "AAA, damn it, I touched it. Pass," ignoring the screams in his ears. Yun continued to attack, scaring the group. Help me." After a series of continuous attacks, the screams stopped. The girl holding the bow and arrow stared blankly at this scene of carnage. She looked at him standing on the pile of unconscious people, not knowing what she was thinking. Yun looked at the results he had created and complained inwardly. "Is this what a level D dungeon assault team is like? It took longer than I thought." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Thank you." The girl holding the bow bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for helping. Thanks to you, I didn't encounter any danger." Yun also politely replied, "It's nothing. I actually like hitting them." "Raise your head." The girl introduced herself. "I am Shin Sung-ah. Can you tell me your name?" He blushed slightly and said, "My name? My name is Kong Yun." Sung-ah said solemnly, "Mr. Kong Yun." She put her hand on her chest, appearing serious. "I want to ask, how can I become as strong as Mr. Kong Yun?" The light in her eyes was full of determination as she looked towards him. Yun was a bit surprised by this request. He was a little flustered. This was the historic moment when the three worst troublemakers in Korea gathered. But that would have to wait a while to be seen. Sung-ah asked, "How can I become as strong as you?" "Kong Yun?" He looked at Seonga's expectant face and scratched his cheek. "You're asking how to become stronger?" Yun seemed to think of something and said, "Diligence is key. Just be diligent." Sung-ah was a little surprised. "Diligence? Then Yun interrupted. "Not all efforts are the same. You have to work yourself to death." Literally. Sung-ah repeated his words to make sure she hadn't misheard. "To death?" Yun was a little embarrassed by this situation. As someone who has died and come back to life, my words don't really make sense." He didn't think much more about it and turned to leave. "Be careful. You can either spare them or deal with them as you please." Sung-ah watched his departing figure. When Yun turned onto another path, he suddenly stopped. He turned back and asked her, "Can you go alone?" Sung-ah immediately replied, "No." Yun looked at her expression, feeling a little speechless. "Aren't people usually supposed to beg for help?" He said, "I'd really like to help you, but I can't right now. I have to clear this area." Sung-ah, with a blank face, still replied in a formal tone, "If that's the case, can I come with you?" This time, Yun was truly stunned. "Huh?" He tilted his head back, confused. "Do you believe what I said about dying a while ago? Forget about it. If you really die." Sung-ah interrupted him. "No." Yun looked at her. Seong said, "I know my place. I will go with you to mine magic stone fragments. I will absolutely not hinder you. Of course, all the magic stone fragments belong to you." Yun frowned, reminding her, "It's dangerous." She was firm. "I know how to protect myself." He thought. Yun nodded in agreement. "Okay, come along." On the ground, the corpses of various monsters lay scattered. Yun pulled the blood-stained sword out of the corpse of a monster and shook it to get rid of the blood. Sung-ah suddenly spoke up. "You've worked hard." After she finished speaking, she pulled out the dagger at her side. "Now, I will mine magic stone fragments." Sung-ah slowly approached, aiming at the skin of a monster, then slashed it. revealing the magic stone fragment inside. Yun watched her actions, feeling a little more at ease. It seemed that she could protect herself as she had promised. Yun recalled that when Sung-ah used her archery skills, he didn't know if she had a stealth skill or not. But every time a battle started, she would quickly retreat to the back, occasionally supporting him with arrows without hindering him. He looked at her holding up a gemstone. Furthermore, she helps me get rid of all these troublesome magic stone fragments. He exclaimed. Indeed, the strategy has become much easier. Yun approached and said, let's do it this way. Based on the aura, it seems like the boss is ahead. From now on, it may be very dangerous. Sung-ah replied in a calm tone. I've decided to go with you. Suddenly, 2 notifications appeared. The core center of the dungeon has been destroyed. The exit gate has opened. Yun was surprised. Oh, he was a little disappointed. It's been cleared? Someone went ahead. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, I can still sense the boss. In his eyes, the entire dungeon was covered in layers of dark purple mist. Yun seemed to understand something. The rift. At the same time, news was broadcast. For the first time in Korea, a D-level dungeon rift incident has occurred. Dozens of dungeons near Seoul have opened at the same time, causing a phenomenon called a monster wave. The 2.8 dungeon opening event. After the Ray Cave Legion blockade. This is the 3rd incident in the country. However, this wave is different from the previous 2 events. In a corridor, someone was rushing to run. The voice of the MC on the news continued. Experts analyze that this is a deliberate act of terrorism. The person quickly opened the door and called out loudly. Alliance leader. Inside the room, Dong-woo was calmly adjusting his outfit. It's here? After hearing the announcement, he frowned. Dungeon Rift? This is the ability user's alliance. Alliance leader Choi Dong-woo. He asked, is everything ready? The person hesitated a bit. That, according to the report just received, there is information that among the dungeons experiencing the incident, there is a D-level dungeon. Dong-woo frowned, worry appearing in his eyes. Dong-woo asked, location? That person answered, Daeunce's laboratory in Suwon, Gyeonggi-do. Dong-woo gritted his teeth. Why there? Because the dungeon is too complicated. The assault was delayed, and now this happens. He asked as he walked. Are there any large guilds nearby? The assistant replied, there is the Han Gyeol Guild. But I heard that their main forces are all away on assignment. Dong-woo ordered, immediately gather 50 elite soldiers. We will go to Suwon. The remaining guilds will go to the other dungeons. The assistant replied, yes sir. At the same time, at another guild, Seo Yeon asked as she walked, what's the situation? The assistant replied, I heard that Alliance leader Choi Dong-woo will directly participate in handling Daeunce's laboratory. He is going there with elite forces. She worried. If so, it will be too late. Are there any guilds nearby that can guarantee defense? Ihyun adjusted his glasses and replied, besides the Han Gyeol Guild, there are only small and medium guilds. But, he said, there is information that an ability user is dealing with monsters at a very fast speed. She was surprised. Alone? He smiled. A giant longsword and a large body. Also, a ferocious face no different from a monster. Seo Yeon was stunned for a moment after hearing the description. Then she gave a slight smile. If so, then there's nothing to worry about on that side. At the same time, on Yun's side, he was standing and panting on the corpses of several monsters. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Crazy. Did he deal with all of them alone? They looked at his back with admiration. That's a real ability user. A young man approached, wanting to start a conversation. Thank you for saving my life. This grace. Yun, in a bad mood. Cursed. Get lost. That young man was stunned. Huh? Yun glared at him with eyes full of murderous intent. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll deal with you next. He still didn't understand what was going on. Huh? Yun was worried. Look again. The rift. It hasn't been closed yet. In that place was a wide rift. Inside the rift, a mysterious power was overflowing, making Yun wary. He closed his eyes and guessed. The final boss is still alive. And as he suspected, inside was an undead with red eyes full of murderous intent, wanting to get out of this rift. Yun stood on the corpses of monsters and angrily reminded them, the final boss hasn't appeared yet. If you guys are still here, you'll lose your lives. Everyone listened in silence. That young man saw that he didn't seem to be joking and decided to step forward. Wait, no matter what, we are all ability users. Even if it's just a little, we can help, Yun said with eyes full of murderous intent. You, he stopped. Huh? He asked. The person who just caught those chimera. A question that made him freeze. Huh? Yun continued to approach, applying pressure. Did you catch even one? You guys being here will only get in the way. If you understand, retreat and help evacuate the civilians. He and the group behind him still couldn't believe that they were useless. Huh, what's wrong with that guy? Why is he talking like that? Even if he is strong. This matter. The group turned to look, then saw Yun's eyes, which couldn't suppress the urge to punch each of them, and were frightened. Let's just go. Yeah, let's go. Yun looked at the departing group and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Sung-ah was still standing there. She looked at him hesitantly. She became silent and worried. Yun spoke up. Can you do it? Can you? Sung-ah looked at him in surprise. Huh? Yun pointed at himself and said, cover me. Find a place to hide. Then he asked, as if wanting to confirm, can you do it? Sung-ah was surprised that he trusted her, but then regained her composure and replied, yes. At the same time, many streams of black energy appeared in the rift. A foot slammed hard onto the ground, and the bodies of monsters appeared. Yun stood and watched them appear. They were chimera monsters with many parts assembled from various races, making Yun surprised. What the hell is this? He looked at the giant monsters and muttered, the 4 heavenly kings? No, you guys aren't the 4 heavenly kings. His eyes narrowed. Yun recalled when he met a giant orc holding a hammer. These guys are all on par with the orc I just fought. Moreover, a huge burst of power poured out of the rift. A new monster appeared. Its arm was all bone, as was its face. It seemed to be the final boss of this rift. Yun looked at the figure of the undead above and thought, the final boss has appeared. The rift was also weakened. It grew smaller and smaller, then disappeared into space. The undead spoke up. Buildings with such special architecture. Yun looked at it in surprise. A talking monster? The undead looked down at him. After a moment of contemplation, it began to speak. Human, do you intend to defeat me alone? Yun smiled and took a weapon from his storage. That's right. A long hammer handle appeared and slammed hard onto the ground, crushing the corpses of the monsters below. Yun said with interest, I will smash your head and put it back together like playing a puzzle. The undead watched his display of power, feeling annoyed. Arrogant human, but your potential seems useful. I will personally. He interrupted it. Enough. He looked at him in surprise. Yun pointed at himself and said, you and I, let's compete fairly. Let's eliminate the minions. Let's just be the 2 of us. Honorable like 2 men. The undead was silent for a moment, then politely replied, I refuse. Yun spat. Pitui. I didn't expect anything. He gripped the hammer tightly in his hand and got into a fighting stance. Come on. The undead didn't intend to waste words and controlled its minions to attack. They quickly rushed towards him. Yun also didn't intend to run away, but strode forward alone. He took a deep breath and roared. The soul of the raging lion will be activated. The minions were stunned by this roar for a moment. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Yun jumped high, then slammed straight down. First, he aimed at the minion wearing a helmet. His face was delighted. Starting with this guy, 1 blow swung down. Then Yun continued to add another blow. Die. 2 blows to the head of that guy caused him to roll on the ground and die. The undead stood silently watching its minion being defeated by him. It looked quite interested. Oh, the undead assessed him. I can't sense magic power. Is that his pure power? It clicked its tongue. It would be a shame if he died. The undead pointed its finger towards him. Its magic quickly covered its entire arm. I will control you and turn you into a slave. Kong Yun jumped up and slammed the hammer into a soldier's head. Cracks immediately appeared on the soldier's iron helmet, and syrup flowed all over his face. A second later, his helmet shattered into many pieces, and he cried out in pain. Kong Yun immediately retreated backward. The soldier also collapsed to the ground. After landing, Kong Yun immediately knelt down, the huge hammer like a giant force weighing heavily on his shoulders. His legs trembled. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to support it. It's too heavy. Lich Dion's suddenly raised a bony finger. His eyes became malicious. From his finger, a stream of dark power poured out, flowing towards Kong Yun and surrounding him. He said grimly, "Mind control art." Kong Yun suddenly felt an abnormality in his body. His eyes widened in shock. His eyes were gradually invaded by a gloomy black color, and he cried out in pain. Ah! Lich Deons floated in the air, looking at Kong Yun, who was surrounded by dark magic power below. He smiled triumphantly. Hee, take this. With this move, he completely fell under his control. Over here, Kong Yun's eyes had lost focus, and he stood blankly in one place. Lich Deons said triumphantly, "Welcome, my slave. Now, bow your head and show your loyalty." Even though he heard that, Kong Yun's eyes showed no sign of waking up. He moved his lips but couldn't utter a word. His arms slowly rose. Lich Deons was surprised, not understanding what action he was going to take. Down there, Kong Yun broke free from control. He raised his middle finger towards Lich Deons, smiled arrogantly, and shouted loudly, "Bastard!" A notification suddenly appeared. The Ring of Fortitude resists all mind control spells. Lich Deons looked at Kong Yun from above. He wondered in surprise. So, he protected himself with an item. I was going to collect him in his intact state. But what a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the tiger-faced soldiers immediately rushed towards Kong Yun, intending to give him a punch. Kong Yun gritted his teeth. He immediately used the Antria skin. A large patch of black skin immediately appeared on his face. Kong Yun took the punch from that soldier, and was immediately knocked far away. His body was knocked flying and hit the wall of the building next door, creating a small explosion. White smoke immediately rose from that location. Suddenly, an arrow appeared, shooting straight towards the soldier. The arrow flew over, hitting him right in the temple. Seeing this, Lich Deons was extremely surprised. He looked at the scene below, wondering, does he have teammates? However, it's not something important anyway. He thought casually. Down here, the tiger-faced soldier was frantically looking left and right in confusion. Kong Yun smiled triumphantly and said, "Perfect timing, Ms. Sung Ah." Hearing this, Lich Deons startled in shock. Kong Yun propped his hands on the ground to gain momentum to sit up. The tiger-faced soldier standing in front of him was also extremely surprised to see this. Immediately, Kong Yun jumped towards him. He gripped the handle of the giant hammer tightly with both hands, to the point where the veins on his hands were bulging. As he rushed over, he laughed madly and said, "This is a perfect weak point to attack." With that, he immediately aimed at the arrow that was stuck right in the tiger-faced soldier's temple. His hammer powerfully struck down on that spot, and syrup immediately splattered everywhere. The tiger-faced soldier had his mouth wide open. His eyes rolled back, and syrup was continuously spurting out from his temple. He collapsed his large body down to the ground. The tiger-faced soldier had been eliminated. At this time, suddenly a tail with a sharp arrowhead appeared. Kong Yun turned his head in surprise. The sharp tail immediately pierced through his body. Syrup immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he cried out in pain. Arg! He dropped the hammer in his hand onto the ground. Then, he grabbed the tail of the one who had ambushed him. The expression of that person was extremely surprised. Immediately, Kong Yun flung his tail up, knocking him down behind him. He powerfully knocked him down to the ground, causing rocks and dust to fly everywhere. Another window immediately appeared, and a weapon appeared from that window. Kong Yun then reached out and grabbed it. Then he pulled out a black sword. Immediately, he raised his sword and charged towards the one who was struggling on the ground. It turned its head back in surprise, but Kong Yun had charged right in front of it. He grinned madly, the sword shining with a cold light. A piercing scream rang out, and syrup splattered everywhere. After a while, Kong Yun's sword had become blood-soaked, and blood from the sword dripped down to the ground. Lich Deons observed everything, feeling astonished to the point of being speechless. Kong Yun was standing on the corpses of the soldiers, his sword stuck into the ground, his whole body exuding murderous intent. He raised his hand, wiped the blood on his lips. Then he said coldly, "Now." He turned his head, looked up at the sky where Lich Deons was floating. He laughed madly, and continued, "There's only one last one left. Right, Baldy?" Seeing this, Lich Dions was a little surprised. But he wasn't afraid. Instead, he said triumphantly, "Arrogant. Someone who doesn't have much magic power left. What makes you dare to face me?" Kong Yun was extremely surprised when he heard those words. His expression gradually became serious. And he thought vigilantly. He found out. That's right. I'm gradually losing magic power. And the body's regeneration is also approaching its limit. Looking at Lich Dion still floating in the air, Kong Yun thought helplessly. Moreover, I don't have the strength to hit him in the air. Outwardly, that was the case. But in reality, his legs were trembling, trying their best to support his body. At this moment, he was very worried. I don't have the strength to jump or float anymore. If only I could use the power of the giant. Just then, his heart felt like it was being squeezed by something. He immediately felt dizzy, and syrup started to flow from his nose. Kong Yun began to continuously cough up a lot of syrup. Suddenly, he stepped on the dead body of a goblin soldier, causing him to slip. Kong Yun lost his balance and fell hard to the ground. He trembled and struggled to stand up, asking curiously, what the hell?" Lich Dions looked at him and triumphantly replied, "You're finally starting to realize it, aren't you? That attack just now wasn't an ordinary attack." He looked at him with unfriendly eyes, then seriously continued, "It was difficult to attack your internal body, so there was no reason not to use poison." Hearing those words, Kong Yun was so shocked that his eyes widened. Lich Dions looked down from the air at the weak Kong Yun who was trying to stand up, and then spoke, tempting him, "You no longer have a chance of winning. I will give you the antidote. Obey obediently and become my slave." Kong Yun smirked, contemptuously cursing, "Bastard." Even though his body was still extremely painful, he still raised his head high, smiled arrogantly, and replied, "What did I say? I will smash your skull. I will create a 3D stereoscopic model." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes were like a raging fire. A strong power surrounded his body. And he thought, "I will use all the remaining magic power to detoxify." And also, speaking to this point, all of his power was concentrated on the sword in his hand. The final measure. The notification screen showed information about the Biljane's longsword with a durability of 500 out of 500. This was the sword that had accompanied Bilgeon for 30 years on the battlefield. Originally, it was just an ordinary longsword, but it had absorbed demonic energy and blood during its time with Bilgeon. This sword had the ability to enhance endurance. In addition, it also had the ability to increase strength and stamina by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. However, the ability to judge would become difficult and there would be serious side effects when used. A majestic power emanated from Kong Yun's position, which even Lich Dions, who was far away in the air, could feel. Looking at him, Kong Yun shouted, "Come on, you bastard, let's go. I will take responsibility for leading you down to the underworld." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "That's enough." Kong Yun looked back in surprise. A man who was walking over had attracted the attention of both him and Lich Dions, who was far away. The man smiled and praised him. "Although I don't know who you are, you did a great job." Then, he turned to look at him, and spoke reassuringly, "From now on, this place will be taken care of by our Ability Users Alliance." Looking at the man who had just arrived, Kong Yun was stunned, and he thought, someone who graduated from the tutorial. It turned out that the man who had just arrived was Choi Dongwoo, the chairman of the Ability Users Alliance. He turned his head back to look at Kong Yun, and said softly, "Your injuries are quite serious. Take a rest." Hearing this, he raised his hand to argue. "What? Wait, I haven't." But before he could finish speaking, his body was as if frozen for a moment. He quickly became so painful that he knelt down on the ground. His consciousness gradually became blurred, but he was unwilling in his heart. Damn it, I was about to catch him. Immediately after that, Kong Yun collapsed to the ground. He sighed helplessly. Before losing consciousness, he only managed to think one sentence. Appearing in a cool way is useless. The scene changed to a hospital. At this time, Kong Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Kong Ah Hyeon, who was drinking water next to him, immediately noticed that he had woken up. She then asked, "You're awake?" Kong Yun sat up, rubbed his head, and said dejectedly, "Just woke up and immediately saw a disgusting face." Hearing this, Ah Hyeon angrily cursed, What are you barking about as soon as you wake up? She pressed her phone while continuing. Wasting too much money. Hearing this, Kong Yun angrily said, Is that how you talk to your brother who just woke up? Suddenly, he remembered what he was doing before he fainted, and asked, the dungeon. How's the Berserker doing? Kong Hyeon calmly replied, I don't know much, but it's been resolved smoothly. Remembering when he first entered the hospital, she continued, Do you know how surprised I was? I received news that you were in the hospital. I came right away, and then I saw someone that I only see on TV. It was the chairman of the Ability Users Alliance. Hearing that, Kong Yun thought in contemplation. Chairman of the Ability Users Alliance. Then he remembered the business card that Son Yeon-ho of the Ability Users Alliance had given him. Thinking this, he suddenly felt entangled. HMPH. There's no need to feel indebted. Kong Hyeon next to him suddenly spoke up. I didn't expect that, even though you have special abilities. What if you really died? Hearing this, Kong Yun froze. He replied, Even if you really say it. That's right. Then, he sighed and continued, Do you think I want to die? The level decreases. The mood is bad. Who would like to die? Speaking to this point, he suddenly stopped in surprise. Kong Hyeon was sad. Her eyes were teary, and her face was flushed. Kong Yun was surprised and speechless. He turned away, scratching his head in confusion. Then, he pretended to be cold but said words of comfort. HMPH. I'll try my best. On another side, this was the headquarters of the Ability Users Alliance. In the chairman's office, a voice was heard. That ability user named Kong Yun. Is he an acquaintance of yours? Choi Dongwoo, hearing this, replied, no. I heard the report that you contacted him. Son Yeon-ho next to him asked curiously. Then, why did you directly take him away? And even pay the hospital bill? Hearing that, Choi Dongwoo laughed happily and said, because I witnessed the birth of a hero. If not at that time, when would I have the honor to help him? Choi Dongwoo's embellished memory of that day appeared. Kong Yun, with tears in his eyes, even though he was injured, was still determined to shout, Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will take you down. Choi Dongwoo clasped his hands together, and seriously continued, So, how's that case going? He turned to ask Son Yeon-ho. He replied seriously, The lich has escaped. At the hospital, the doctor adjusted his glasses and said, There's nothing particularly noteworthy in the examination. As expected, ability users recover very quickly. After hearing the results, Kong Yun and Kong Hyeon returned home. On the way, Kong Yun regretfully sighed, I should have been discharged yesterday already. Kong Hyeon, hearing this, felt a little annoyed and replied, Are you going to keep complaining about that? Anyway, the guild is paying the hospital bill. Kong Yun frowned and questioned, Do you know how much I lose if I take a day off? Suddenly, Kong Yun's name was mentioned by a nurse. Is there a patient named Kong Yun here? Kong Yun curiously looked towards the front desk, where a man in a suit was standing. Then he told Kong Hyeon, Go in first. At the front desk, the man asked again, There isn't one? The nurse hurriedly replied, That's right. If that person has already been discharged, then we can't look them up either. He sighed in disappointment. Too late. Kong Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? When the man turned his head, he saw him standing behind him. After a moment, he managed to react, hesitantly asking, Are you Kong Yun? Kong Yun bluntly replied, I'm Kong Yun. I heard you calling my name. The man hurriedly rummaged through his pocket. About that. Just wait a moment. He took out a business card and handed it to Kong Yun. Introducing himself, I'm Shin Tae-gil. It turned out that Shin Sung-ah was from the Safety Administration Department. Special Ability Management Team. Kong Yun curiously asked, What does the government want with me? A moment later, they changed locations to a barbecue restaurant to talk. The beef was being grilled on the sizzling grill. Kong Yun suddenly asked, Are you sure this is okay? This place is expensive. Shin Tae-gil replied, You don't need to worry. It's no problem. Kong Yun, hearing this, spoke up mockingly. So all the taxes I pay are being returned to me this way. Then he seriously inquired, So, you're telling me to join the government? Shin Tae-gil replied, Of course, we're not forcing you. We're just making a suggestion. Kong Yun scratched his cheek. Considering, what's good about me becoming a public official? Shin Tae-gil also clearly stated, we are not simply public officials. To cope with the volatile future, the nation has established an organization, which is the Special Ability Management Team. Because the government has determined that controlling people with abilities is an impossible task. The number of people with abilities is increasing. Not only can they not be controlled by force, but confronting them is also not beneficial. Therefore, we decided to build based on a relationship of mutual support, maximizing assistance to them instead of confrontation. Kong Yun casually replied, I see. He slowly watched Shin Tae-gil grill the meat, inwardly feeling dissatisfied. Why is he grilling the meat like that? Kong Yun looked at Shin Tae-gil with a question. So if I join, what benefits are there for me? He hurriedly replied, the biggest benefit is of course money. We will provide enough funding so that you don't encounter any difficulties in your activities. And if there are problems with your safety, we will be responsible for your relatives for life, ensuring a level of treatment equivalent to someone who has contributed to the nation. Kong Yun, hearing this, inquired again, those are good conditions, but surely there's a lot of work to do, right? Shin Tae-gil frankly said, I don't deny that. However, we will not make unreasonable or unfair demands on you. Just continue to maintain your current life. And only when we request your help will you need to appear. Kong Yun began to reconsider. Not bad conditions. Feeling that Kong Yun was about to be persuaded, Shin Tae-gil added, by the way, Ability Users Alliance leader Choi Dong-woo and Dangan Guild leader Han Se-yeon are also cooperating with us. Kong Yun was a little surprised. They're doing that too, huh? Then he also decided, let's just try it once. As the sun gradually set, in Gyeonggi-do, Suwon, near the former Dion's research area, Kong Yun wandered down the street. He sighed in annoyance. And they even brought the car near this area. I don't know if the car will still be intact after that trouble. Suddenly, someone called Kong Yun. It turned out to be Shin Sun-ah, holding a paper bag in her hand. Approaching Kong Yun replied, Ms. Shinso. Shin Sun-ah stopped, reintroducing herself. I'm Shin Sun-ah. Kong Yun then said, ah. As if he remembered, Kong Yun now noticed the paper bag in Shin Sun-ah's hand. It was full of various gemstones. Shin Sun-ah said, sorry for being late, I was going to bring it right away. But you collapsed and had to be taken to the emergency room. Kong Yun was surprised and asked, you mean, you didn't know if I would come back here or not, but you still waited here to return this to me? Shin Sun-ah replied seriously, that's right, causing Kong Yun to think, why is she so insistent? Kong Yun awkwardly scratched his head. Just take it. Shin Sun-ah refused, saying, I can't, I promised you. Hearing this, Kong Yun was no longer so polite. Then I will. Thank you for your concern. Then he turned and left. Shin Sun-ah suddenly called out to Kong Yun. She suddenly bowed her head. She sincerely asked, can't you accept me as a disciple? Kong Yun was stunned by her actions and asked again, what? Elsewhere, as dusk fell, moonlight illuminated a dungeon gate. In a desolate place, in the F-level dungeon, Kirka Burek, the lich hid in a tree trunk, resentfully muttering, I never expected to be driven to this point by humans. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the lich's thoughts. So you're hiding here? He vigilantly looked towards the source of the sound. It turned out that the person was Choi Min-jun. He smirked, mocking, not worthy of being the final boss of a D-level dungeon. Lich Dion's. The lich questioned, who are you? Min-jun didn't answer, saying, don't be so alert, I'm not your enemy. I will free you. What do you mean? The lich looked at him in surprise. Seeing him hesitate, Choi Min-jun said, hey lich, cooperate with me. He held out his hand towards him, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. At a restaurant with a vintage style. After Shin Sun-ah introduced herself formally, and Yu-sung was dumbfounded. Then he turned to Kong Yun and said, I thought you would never recruit a member. Since you don't have any friends. Kong Yun angrily shouted, what do you mean, you little brat? He justified himself. Who says I don't have friends? I still have 2 friends. But inwardly, he was skeptical. Really? Ignoring that matter, Kong Yun happily said, but I won the member recruitment bet. So you have to pay for the food as promised. And Yu-sung wearily sighed, when do I not pay anyway? Alright, I admit I lost this bet. But, and Yusung glanced at Shin Sung-ah and said, "She has to pass the test to join our guild. Shall we go to the dungeon now?" Shin Sung-ah quickly said yes. "I certainly have no problem with that." Kong Yun looked at An Yusung's sly smile and felt that he was doing that just because he wanted to go hunting. A moment later, at the D-level dungeon, Harpy Cliffs, a harpy raised its sharp claws. Rushing quickly towards Kong Yun's group, Shin Sung-ah quickly drew her bow. The arrow aimed directly at the monster. The arrow was released accurately, piercing the harpy's forehead. When he saw Shin Sung-ah about to deal with the harpy, Kong Yun kindly spoke up. "You don't need to deal with it too thoroughly. You know, if it's inconvenient for you." Shin Sung-ah replied, "It's okay. I like doing it." And Yusung interjected, reminding Kong Yun, "Hey, that's money too. You shouldn't waste it, since you don't have any money yet." Kong Yun then retorted, "Hey, who says I don't have money? My core income is higher than you know. What about you? Aren't you going to pick up cores?" And Yusung shrugged his shoulders, replying nonchalantly, "I already have tons of money." Kong Yun then cursed, "You annoying brat." Kong Yun suddenly stopped. He vigilantly looked around. "Hey, and Yusung, can you feel it too?" And Yusung looked at Kong Yun blankly. "Huh? What is it?" And Yusung frowned slightly. Shin Sung-ah looked at them with suspicion. "What's wrong with you two?" Kong Yun didn't answer. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. Kong Yun suddenly turned around. Raising his fist, he powerfully punched the empty space behind him. Blood spurted out from that spot. Immediately, the figure of a blonde guy appeared. He collapsed because he took a full blow from Kong Yun. He weakly groaned then fainted. Kong Yun mumbled in doubt. "What is this?" And Yusung expressed admiration. "Impressive stealth skill." Then he explained, "Normally I have a good sense for these things. But I didn't notice until he got so close. Because there was no killing intent. So it seems he wasn't deliberately targeting us." Kong Yun looked at the guy lying unconscious on the ground and muttered, "But I guess he didn't come here with good intentions either." "Huh? Something smells fishy." And Yusung then said, "Maybe he's just a passerby with abilities. If that's the case, it's an unprovoked attack." "Bro." Hearing that, Kong Yun clicked his tongue, feeling a little uncomfortable. Sneaking behind people in the dungeon is clearly a bad act. He deserved to be hit. And I have a feeling about something. Going back to a time before that, after Kong Yun signed the contract, Shin Teagle carefully reminded him, "This is the completed contract. Please keep it safe." Kong Yun replied casually, "Sure, just contact me if anything happens." Shin Teagle looked at him, sincerely saying, "I'm sorry, but I want to tell you something in advance. Are you aware of the recent series of terrorist attacks in the dungeons?" Kong Yun pondered for a moment and asked, "That thing, is that the incident where someone intentionally caused dungeons to overflow?" Shin Teagle replied, "Yes, we have caught the tail of that force, and are currently searching for their head. Soon, a large-scale attack will be carried out under the direction of the government. I need your help." Kong Yun. Back to the present. The blonde guy was suddenly splashed with water, causing him to wake up in shock. He blankly questioned himself. What is it?" Kong Yun leaned down and looked at him. "You're awake, huh?" At this time, the blonde guy realized his situation. Being tightly bound, he hurriedly questioned Kong Yun. "Who are you? What are you doing?" He suddenly smelled an unpleasant odor, then fell silent, his expression also becoming ugly. "What the hell is this smell?" Seeing this, Kong Yun then explained, "Sorry about that. Initially I intended to wake you up with water. But we don't have much drinking water left. So I used the urine in my bladder." The blonde guy was dumbfounded. He suspiciously asked again, "What?" From the cliff face came the sound of "Ew." The terrorist's face was covered in bodily fluids. He cursed, "You crazy bastard, dumping your weird urine on people." Then he groaned in pain. Kong Yun said sternly, "Now, it's time to answer." He squatted down to face Young Shik. His blurred eyes flashed red as he questioned, "It was you, right?" He emphasized, "Dungeon terrorism." Young Shik's face went blank. Then he closed his eyes and gave a faint smile. "Heh." Young Shik muttered, "Terrorism? That's what they call us." He gloated as he pointed at Kong Yun and accused, "You don't know anything about the noble purpose behind our actions." Kong Yun found these words annoying. He picked at his ear and indifferently said, "Ah, I don't care about any noble purpose. Spit out what you know quickly, and I'll let you go." Afterwards, the sound of "ah" echoed throughout the cliff face, reaching the heavens. Late afternoon, the round sun gradually set behind the hill. In the distance, the forest was submerged in the hazy glow of the sunset. Shin Tegel received a notification and rushed to Kong Yun's location. "Kong Yun, you caught the terrorists?" Kong Yun grabbed the terrorist by the collar and dragged him out to hand him over. "Yeah, these guys." Yung Young Shik's face was swollen and bruised. He begged, "Please arrest me, please." Shin Tegel pointed at him, then hesitated and asked, "Why is he like this?" Kong Yun grumbled and blamed, "I don't know. Must have been the harpies." Other people in suits stepped forward to escort Yung Young Shik away. Shin Tegel said, "Anyway." He placed his right hand on his left chest and sincerely replied, "We'll take care of it from here on out. Thank you for your cooperation." Suddenly, In Yusung, standing behind Kong Yun, waved at Shin Tegel. "We meet again, Mr. Government." Kong Yun didn't understand what was happening. Shin Tegel gave a slight bow, showing his greeting. "Yes." In Yusung, "Hello." Kong Yun, caught in the middle, asked in confusion, "You two know each other?" Shin Tegel explained, In Yusung is also a recruitment target. But he refused immediately. In Yusung didn't deny it, but just shook his head. Working for the government isn't fun. Kong Yun looked at him in admiration, thinking, he really doesn't pass up anything, does he? Shin Tegel looked up and said, "I see." He instructed, "It's getting late. There are outsiders here. We'll discuss the details tomorrow." After a gloomy and dark night, the next morning, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. Kong Yun arrived at the headquarters building as he was told yesterday. Shin Tegel offered him a cup of coffee. Then he went straight to the main issue. The terrorist's name is Yung Young Shik. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Then described in more detail. His unique ability is stealth. It seems like he holds an important position in the organization. Kong Yun nodded in agreement. "Ah, I see." Inwardly he thought, "Actually, I've already heard about it." Shin Tegel continued to mention, "Thanks to this, we found their base. As I mentioned, we plan to launch a large-scale attack. The time is 2 weeks from today." Kong Yun was stunned and questioned, 2 weeks? Why does it take 2 weeks to prepare? Can't you attack immediately? Shin Tegel quietly asked, "You know about the news that China just cleared the first sea-level gate in the world a few days ago, right?" Kong Yun replied, "Yeah, I think I saw it on the news." Shin Tegel softly said, "Then this will be quick. That the danger level of dungeons increases exponentially." He seriously listed. About 1,200 people were deployed for the hunt. More than half of those 1,200 people lost their lives. Kong Yun's eyes were bewildered. Shin Tegel explained, "Kong Yun, since you've entered a D-level dungeon alone, you probably know. Apparently, just going up one level means the number of people needed doubles." Kong Yun coldly thought, it might also be ranked up. They said the number of people needed doubles. I always go alone, so I don't know. Shin Tegel analyzed the situation in China. China's tactic was a human wave tactic. But that's what led to their failure. The quantity was considerable, but the average ability wasn't high. He declared, "Therefore, we are selecting an elite team to hunt the sea-level gate in Gangnam Vanandi Forest. That is a gate with ancient architecture with bizarre patterns. Guarded by the military 24/7. Kong Yun raised his eyebrow. He raised a question. Is it really necessary to hunt it? China has already taken the first title. As long as we destroy the normal core periodically, then we can prevent the dungeon from opening. Right? He asked. What's the point of hunting it now? Shin Tegel was surprised at Kong Yun's insight. Your analysis of the situation is unexpectedly accurate. Kong Yun asked back. Unexpectedly? Shin Tegel took a sip of coffee. Then he put the coffee cup down. His voice was loud and clear. Who do you think I am? The problem is, we've never succeeded in hunting a normal core. He said, in this situation, the dungeon will open in 2 weeks. Indeed, the system had appeared on the gate, and the time on it had started counting down. Time left for Vanandi Forest Sea to open, 12 days, 9 hours, 26 minutes, and 37 seconds. Shin Tegel's next words caused Kong Yun to widen his eyes. Dungeon monsters capable of handling hundreds of ability users will be released into a crowded Seoul. At the same time, he added some information. Of course, we are preparing thoroughly for it. Considering the special location and danger level of the dungeon, experts believe that the losses will surpass the initial dungeon opening. Kong Yun rested his chin on his hand and speculated. This is an urgent matter. Because you took the time to talk to me in such a busy situation. You're inviting me to join, right? Shin Tegel nodded. Yes, but I don't fully understand the regulations. But participating in this hunt individually is not allowed. He spoke pleadingly. Therefore, I'm asking you, Kong Yun, can you form a guild? He hesitated and advised. I know you usually like to play alone. But can you endure it once and help for the benefit of the nation? Of course, we will take care of the complicated procedures. We won't spare any support either. Kong Yun was stunned for a long time to digest the whole story. He supported his forehead and sighed. Phew, I'll let it go this time. His expression was pensive, but his mind was actually a little triumphant and wavering. And I was planning to create a guild anyway. This is you handing it to me right at my doorstep. Indeed, living a good life will be rewarded.